Dude, welcome to the show, man. We got linked up. I think it was in December. I don't remember if it was December or January.
Yeah, somewhere around, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I put a thing out on social media. I'll never forget it. I didn't know how we were going to find more guests. I don't know, man. This thing just kind of started going. I'd gone through most of my friends and, just kind of looking for interesting people. So I just put the social media post, hey, we're setting the table. Who should get a place? And I remember you were like, hey, me. So I started diving through you and, I started asking people, because we had some mutual friends on social media. And then when you and I, we talked on the phone. And as soon as we talked, man, I'm like, oh, you have a very interesting story. And then when we did our podcast prep, that's when I knew that this was going to be just a super, not only fun interview, but very enlightening. You have a lot of, leadership experience, and you have a lot of life experience, dude. And I was excited to get you on the podcast. I know you've got a lot of stuff going on, and I think time is our most valuable commodity. So I always tell the guests when they come on, thank you for giving us a little bit of your time. You flew across the country. You're about to be a grandfather, and so I know we're timing all that. Your family's extremely important to you. I think every conversation we've ever had, your family is almost at the center point of all of those conversations. And when you aren't talking about your family, you're always talking about the guys you served with, the dudes that mentored you. And that's why I was excited to sit down and have this conversation. So thank you, dude. Thanks for taking the time to come out here.
Dude, I'm honored to be here, man. Like, this is, like I said, it's real, it's cool, and yeah, I'm ready to do this, bro.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, before we would dive in, everybody gets an intro. When he was 18 years old, the Marine Corps told him no. He'd gotten in a little trouble, mailbox baseball of all things, the night of his birthday, and they passed on him. The Army said, we'll take you. A little over 24 years later, the kid the Marines didn't want retired as a command sergeant major, top of the enlisted ranks, with the Legion of Merit, 2 Bronze Stars, and a Purple Heart, having spent the better part of 6.5 years of his life on foreign soil at war. 5 combat tours, 2 in Iraq, 3 in Afghanistan, every leadership job the infantry has, from team leader all the way up. This is Donald McAlister. He grew up a self-described heathen redneck in Hammond, Louisiana, and whatever you do, don't call him Cajun. He'll correct you. He's a Mick. He got expelled his freshman year, finished high school on what he calls the 5-year plan, and he did it for exactly one reason. His father told him that when you start something, you finish it. He carried that one sentence for 30 years. He went into the Army in 1992, and he started somewhere most people would never guess, the Old Guard at Arlington National Cemetery, carrying caskets to the grave for soldiers he would never meet. He'll tell you it taught him the thing that made him. None of the honors are for you. They're for the family. Then he became a paratrooper, made the 82nd Airborne his home just before the towers came down, and he went to war, and he kept going back. On the 8th of October, 2003, on a patrol in Baghdad, a roadside bomb nearly killed him. The Army wanted to medically retire him. He refused, and he fought his way back into the war 14 months later. And a lot of men spend a whole career trying to get out of the fight. Mac fought to get back in over and over. Then came the Arghandab River Valley, 2009 and 2010, a piece of Afghanistan no foreign army had ever held. His company was the main effort, and they paid for every foot of it. 26 IED strikes, 11 of his men maimed. That's the deployment he'll tell you straight up to the source of all his real demons, the ones he still carries and is still honest about. He retired in 2017, 24 years in, with a chest full of medals he'll wave off in about 2 seconds flat. And here's who he is now: a metalhead, a horror film actor, and one of the few senior leaders of his generation still reaching back to the same soldiers who once called him 666 behind his back, and now they line up to give him a hug. Command Sergeant Major Donald McAlister. Welcome to the Vanguard wall, brother.
Thank you for having me, man. It's freaking awesome.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used, and when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
Let's start at the beginning, man. Let's go back to kind of some of your early childhood memories, man. You grew up in Hammond, Louisiana, born in 73. Everybody hears your accents and assumes Cajun, and you correct them every time.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the McAlisters.
Well, I grew up down in southeast Louisiana, little town about an hour north of New Orleans, 45 minutes, something like that. My dad he worked for the water and sewer department his whole adult life. So, as a little kid, we didn't have any money, which I didn't really understand that, but I did know my dad worked his ass off every day and was busting his ass. And, as a little kid, I always had this thing, I want to get out of this town. I want to do something. I want to whatever. And then, I tell people I saw the longest day when I was a kid, I was like, I want to be a paratrooper. But that's kind of bullshit. It's probably more like when I saw Rambo as like a 10-year-old kid or 12, however old I was like, I want to be that guy. Now, little did I know that was the most bullshit you could ever watch. Nothing about Rambo is accurate whatsoever. But, it was something as a kid, like I knew that, I don't know, I had this weird calling that I knew I wanted to go in the military. Something, and it could be because, I had family in the military. Like my Uncle Junior was a beast, man. Like he was that guy when I was a little kid, Vietnam vet. He was a gunny sergeant in the Marines when he retired. I think he retired as an E7. Freaking still had the flat top, wore the freaking the BCG glasses and had a cigar in his mouth and, was just larger than life character. Like legitimately like Arlie Ermy in Full Metal Jacket. And, that was like, that was an experience with the military. And then my Uncle Buddy, my Uncle Doug were both veterans. I think my Uncle Buddy was a paratrooper. Like he died when I was little and my family says he was. I don't know his full military background, but I know he did deploy and he was in the Army. They said 101st. I don't know if he ever jumped or anything, but it was still cool knowing that, my uncles and all were in there. And my dad, so I was born in 73. So when I was born, he was 19. And, 73 was when they were kind of closing down Vietnam and all. So my dad never did the military thing. But what he did do was show me as a kid that, still to this day, I'm so fortunate to have had a father like him because, yeah, we didn't have money. We didn't have, nice cars and all that crap, but my dad was there, and he, like what he showed me was like, if you say you're going to do something, you do it. If you got to work and you got a responsibility, there's no excuses. You just do it.
You told me a cool story about your dad. He had to get to work one day and the car broke. Tell that story.
Yeah. So he had bought me a bike for Christmas, and our beat up car was broke down. He didn't have the money to fix it. And this is before he had been working there long enough to have a company truck or anything. And he's like, son, I'm going to use your bike. And so he drove my bike to work to where he worked in Hammond from where he lived, probably 11, 15 miles every day back and forth. And he probably did that for a couple weeks till he got paid so he could fix the truck. But as a kid, you see this and you don't understand. You're like, why is daddy riding a bike? Why is he doing this? But, when you grow up, I understand that he was a very, he's got a lot of self-pride and all. And he was like, I got to go to work. I got to feed my family and car ain't working. I can't fix it. So I got to figure out how to get there. And that's what he did.
How much of that did you take with you through your career?
I think I took, with me everything I've ever done. Because, like I said, man, me and my dad were still close as shit. And he's still, I ain't scared of nothing in this world, but I wouldn't backtalk my dad to this day. Because, he showed me what being a father is. And it's not about money. It's not about, what you can give the kids, any of that shit. It's about you being there and making sure that, yeah, I don't have what I got right now to give you, but I do have this to give you. And this is what you're going to need. All this other shit, I could have money, fame, and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, if I'm not teaching you to step up, keep your word, do what you're told, then none of that shit matters. So like he always taught me, you know, don't quit. You know, he'll tell you, like me as a kid, like when I was in high school, you know, like you said, my freshman year, I got expelled. Him and my mom were getting divorced. And, you know, even then, like he kind of blames himself because of how bad I turned out, you know, as a kid. Like I remember when I was probably like a junior in high school, you know, he told me, like, he's like, I don't know if you're going to make it home at night. You know, I need you to come here, son, and all this stuff. And then I remember, I think we talked about it before. There was this one point where I felt like, you know, Daddy, you got this to say, but I'm a man now, and I'm freaking going to do, you know, me or whatever. And I'll never forget, man. He freaking told me, he's like, you want to be a man? Let's be a man. And we walked outside, and he kept, you know, talking, yelling at me. Not yelling, because my dad never yelled, but he was very serious. And he finally did something, and he pushed me, and like a little hothead, I think I took a swing at him, but all I remember is he whooped my ass. And and after that, like, I want to say I was probably 16, 17, but we became, like, after that, like, I truly knew how much my dad loved me, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
It is,
100%.
You know, some people be like, oh, it's abuse, this or that. No, like, he was saving me from myself. And, like, you know, and there's so much I could talk about with it, but like you said in my intro, the one thing my dad pushed me to do, because, you know, he quit high school, is he's like, son, if you start something, you got to finish it. And then, you know, when I wanted to go in the military, he's like, well, you ain't going in. Because back then, you wasn't getting in with a GED. Like, you had to have a diploma. And he's like, you ain't going in unless you get your diploma. So you better goddamn do what you're supposed to do. And, you know, and that was like, you know, my freshman year or whatever, he's talking to me. And, yeah, dude, I could have did what everybody else did. Like all my cousins, everybody, you go back home, they're all still doing the same shit, you know, quit school, doing Lord knows what, meth or whatever, because small town. And I will say this, when my dad found out that I would legit join the military, like when I signed up, I think it was my junior year, but it was technically when I was 18, you know. Freaking my dad, like, I had never seen him so happy because he knew I was getting away. And after I joined, man, like I could tell you, you know, my girls, my wife, everything, my biggest fan is my dad. Like, still to this day. Like, I had him fishing with us a couple weeks ago, and, you know, he's sitting there talking to the boys, and all he wants to do is talk about me, you know. And it's like,
well, obviously, man, whatever he did, you know, worked. I mean, life gets a say at it. So, you know, shout out to all those freaking hardworking dads out there, man. And that, you know, that kind of brings me to my next question. People assume a hard man comes from a hard house, but you described your dad as home. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you'd hit the dollar movie or you'd go fishing. You told me you guys did a lot of fishing. Mm-hmm. What did it do for you to have a father who was just there, even busting his butt, you know, really struggling to make ends meet, but he was there? Sometimes we so often think of parenting as we need to give our kids things, but really our kids just want to spend time with us.
Yeah, they want your presence. Yeah. You know, and that, I think what my dad truly taught me as a parent is, and I've used that as a father, is work, life, none of that stuff. When you're present with your kids, you need to be present with them. Because like I said, when I was a little kid, my dad could have been bitching about how bad life sucked, you know, not having money, but I never heard that, you know? Yeah. Like, hey, son, you want to go see the new Friday the 13th? Hell yeah, you know, we go, whatever. You want to go fishing? We go fishing. And we just, you know, and he, like, he was just a dad. Like, he talked to me, you know, and like I say, man, like everything I've done, like, he's been my number one fan, and he's still present, you know, even as old as he is. I mean, hell, he's fighting cancer right now. Sorry, dude.
No. Don't be sorry at all, bro. That's this is life. It was obviously extremely important to
Yeah, he taught me.
you. Yeah, that's awesome. Tell me about the metal, man. Like anybody who knows you knows you're a big fan of metal.
Yeah.
It's like it's your persona, and that actually traces back to your dad too a little bit.
Yeah.
He listened to like the 60s stuff, like Iron Butterfly and the Stones, and
Yeah, like hell, I heard Black Sabbath through him, like all the, the late 60s, early 70s, like arena rock, hard rock. Like, I thought they were heavy metal when I was a little kid. Band was Kiss because of how they looked, and my dad liked them. And then, like if you talk to anybody that's like a legit metalhead, like it's so weird because the music speaks to you so much that like it's almost like a tribe. And I didn't understand that until I heard Metallica for the first time. And I want to say I was like 10 or 11. It was when I heard Kill 'Em All. And there was my buddy Terry's big brother. We all went to a K through 12 school, and he was blaring Metallica in his car, and it kind of like scared the shit out of me because I'd never heard anything like that. And then he told me what it was, and I told my daddy, I was like, oh, they got this new band, Metallica. I want to go get it. So anyway, fast forward a couple weeks later, I had like $10 or whatever, and I went to the mall and went to the record store. Found a Metallica album, but it wasn't Kill 'Em All. It was their second album, Ride the Lightning. And I bought it, and I was like, well, this ain't the same stuff, but it was like the coolest shit I ever heard. And then from that, because like when I listened to it, like it was almost like my soul opened up. Like I had goose pimples all over me, I was like, what the hell? And then and I heard, Metallica, and that did it. And then from there, it just made me, okay, I got to figure out what's going on. What's this thrash metal? And then, so back then, in the 80s, the only thing you could do is at the grocery store, buy like the Hit Parader or the whatever magazine. Yep. So I'd buy the magazines and try to figure out, I tried to learn about metal, kind of like dudes do with comic books and shit. And it became such a passion with me, man. Like as a kid, I think the second band I really got into was Slayer. And Slayer, everybody except for my dad thought, because in the 80s, you had the Satanic Panic.
Yep.
Geraldo Rivera doing all the
I remember
specials. Yeah. And it's like, everybody's worried because kids are listening to heavy metal and they got these dark themes and they're all devil worshipers and all this crap. And, my dad being the guy he was, I remember he told my mom, he's like, a sociopath's a sociopath. Like watching TV, listening to music, like that's not going to make him go out and do anything or work. He's like, it's just music, and what he made me understand then is like, everybody's got their path and everybody's got their thing to be into. And like my dad made me understand that, like, okay, just because I don't like it don't mean you don't, like you should like it. And so anyway, he supported me and all that. And I just got into heavy metal so much, like it's like like anybody that knows me knows, like I promise you, there's so much useless knowledge up here on heavy metal. It's crazy. But, as a kid, like I was that kid that when, you'd see the like dudes wearing like Cinderella shirts and shit, I was a kid, be like, what the like, I was the one, like, if you see like old documentaries about heavy metal in the 80s and all, I was that teenage kid that would turn my back to the other bands if they weren't metal enough. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Like that. And it just, like,
heavy metal dudes, like you explained it, it's very tribal.
Yeah.
And like the dudes that love it, you know who they are, and they always find each other.
Yeah.
I'm not a big metal guy. I mean, I like Metallica and some older rock, but it's, people that like, though, they share certain traits. It's kind of cool to see sometimes.
Yeah, like the cool thing about it for me too, man, is like, especially now that I'm older, I get to bring guys to shows and stuff like that. And the cool thing about the heavy metal community, like legit metal, is if you go to like a metal festival or whatever, you're not going to see fights. You're not going to see people acting like idiots like you do at a pop concert or country concert because they're getting the aggressions out in the mosh pit, you know, and everybody's just happy to be there because they're there for the music and the bands, not for any other reason. And that's what I love about it. Like, you know, I got one of my real good buddies, Dave. He's like 10 years older than me. And we went, it was a couple years ago, we were at Blue Ridge Rock Fest. And I had never got to see Danzig live. And Danzig's one of my all-time favorite singers. And I get to see him live. And Dave told me, like, you know, he videoed and all this, but he's like, dude, the coolest thing about this whole weekend was watching you. And it was my buddy Cunningham and Mashad with me because they're old metalheads too. Like, he was like watching you guys sing every word and he's like, I've never seen anything like that. I was like, yeah, dude, like for us, like it's like I'm getting goosebumps now from it, man. I just love it. And, you know, in the military, like, you know, I used to make dudes listen to metal. You know, I'd be like,
of course you did.
I'd be like, dude, this speaks to what we do, you know, like stuff like that. But no, man, like I've always just loved it. And, you know, I know, and it's funny, but you know, I could sing all the Taylor Swift songs and all that stuff because I got daughters and everything. But, you know, my jam is metal. And now that I'm, you know, older and when I retired from the Army and the things I've been able to do as a little, you know, having nothing kid from Podunk, Louisiana, like right now, man, I'm actually friends with dudes I grew up to idolizing. Like Rob Cavastani from Death Angels, lead guitarist, man. Like as a little kid, I think he's maybe 5 years older than me. Like they're one of the youngest metal bands. They came out in 85. And I met him, 4 or 5 years ago at a show. They played the Bay Area Strikes Back. And one of my buddies met him out back and didn't know who he was. And then, you know, he called me out there and I met him. I was like, holy. And then we just started talking. And then, you know, now like I just hung out with him in Charlotte. You know, dude, I could talk about all. I've met so many of those guys who
I could tell. Like I see the passion exuding out of you just talking about heavy metal.
Yeah, and it's cool because, you know, like even though I'm 53 years old, I can still jam metal and still go to shows, and I don't have to be in the mosh pit. And the coolest thing for me is the bands I grew up on and like my passionate, you know, Pantera, Slayer, Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, Testament, you know, all of them is, you know, they're all older than me or my age. But when you go to a show and all, you see young kids like still doing the same thing I was doing when I was a kid. And it's freaking awesome, man. Because it's like, I guess it's that generational gap, you know?
I got kind of two more questions before we move on from your childhood. You had an uncle who was a Force Recon Marine.
Yes.
He did 2 tours in Vietnam. He lost a buddy on his first tour, and then he came home. Will you talk a little bit about him?
Yeah, so my Uncle Mike, like I said, I don't remember him. I just know the stories, and I've seen the pictures of him. But from what I understand, I want to say his buddy's name, he was a Ballard from Louisiana. They went to high school together, but they went to Marines. He went recon, deployed. His buddy got hit. And from what I think, like I said, I don't know exactly the full story, but I know his buddy got hit, and I think it was with like a bouncing Betty or something, like blew him in half. And then they said my Uncle Mike came back, was all messed up, and then volunteered to go back. And after his second tour, he came back. He was really bad into drugs and everything. And then, you know, they say he killed himself. And I don't know if my dad or some of those guys believe it. You know, they think it's a drug deal or whatever. But yeah, like the story is that he took his own life. And the other thing I forgot to say when we were talking about this before, and it just popped up, is so my dad had 2 brothers that killed themselves, my Uncle Mike and my Uncle Keith. My Uncle Keith, I do remember, he didn't serve in the military. He was, so like I said, the school I went to as a little kid, it was K through 12. And, you know, I mean, we weren't on the same campus, but it was all, but my Uncle Keith, I think when I was like in first grade, he was like a senior. And then he graduated, got married. And when I was a little kid, him and his wife were having problems, and he parked his car in front of my Uncle Pat's house and blew his head off, you know, with a shotgun. And Yeah, and they had to deal with that, years after my Uncle Mike. And I remember, as a little kid, I don't understand all this, but I do remember, like, my dad never talked about it, not once, as far as my Uncle Keith goes. Like, he would talk about Uncle Mike all the time, but still never talks about Uncle Keith, and because it's his little brother.
Yeah.
But yeah.
As you've gotten older and kind of realizing, suicide and the stress that comes with it, right? How do you go back and you think about it? Because when you're young, you don't understand. To your point, you've made it, right?
Yeah.
Like, we don't understand those things. But now that you're older, you've gone through the GWAT, you're retired. We've had such a suicide pandemic in the country in the last 5 to 10 years, especially in the veterans community. I think the actual number is 40. I think 22 is a very old number when they consider drug overdoses and homeless deaths. Like, how do you reframe those thoughts now, or when you look back on what was going on, how does that kind of hit you?
Well, I'll tell you this, man, and I was talking with some guys about this not too long ago. Is when I was a kid, just like most people, I was brought up to think suicide was cowardice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the easy way out. People don't do it, and this and that, and I think I truly believed that until I had one of my buddies off themselves, and then I knew, I'm like, it's more than that. Like, because why would he do that to his family? And what I think we what we forget about is, like, the pressures of life and everything that a kid has, not just military but anything. Like, I don't think even back then, like, we don't do a good job of letting people know that, hey, look, man, life is shit. It's gonna suck. But that one little piece that sucks so bad is gonna get you to somewhere one day to where you're supposed to be. And the thing that, I would say, suicide-wise, as a little kid, from an adult to still kind of having those same views. Like I said, man, I was, baptized in the Southern Baptist Church. Suicide's a sin. It's the ultimate, and, like, dude, you realize that it's legitimately an injury. Like, there's legitimately something going on. And when somebody makes that decision, like, most of the time it's not a premeditated decision. It's just split second, spur of the moment. And
a lot of times there's drugs and alcohol involved.
Yeah, almost always.
Yeah.
And that helps that, to go over the edge. But the thing about it is, like, I even told myself back then as a little kid, I was like, I would never do that to anybody I love. And I can honestly tell you, man, with everything I've been through and I've done, I've never thought about offing myself. But I have understood why.
Sure.
And I've had the thoughts, just like everybody else, like, why the f am I still here? I shouldn't be here. But, I think this talking to, man, like, I haven't revisited my Uncle Mike or my Uncle Keith since I was a kid. And, now maybe I should with my dad, because
we've talked a lot on this podcast, and I've used this analogy. So for those of you who've heard this a million times, I apologize. But, for people or those of us in our community or whatever that have trauma, and by the way, for those of you listening, you don't have to join the military and go to war to have trauma. There's plenty of forms in trauma, but our head becomes this bad neighborhood, right? And you don't like to spend a lot of time in the bad neighborhood, so you only go in the neighborhood to grab the things you need, to survive, and you kind of stay out of the neighborhood. I've alluded to, it's kind of like being on the run. You just try to outrun your stuff. And I think, it's hard. I don't talk about myself a lot on this platform, and we don't normally go this deep this early in a podcast, but this is a topic I'm very passionate about because it's the reason I have a podcast. I struggled really, really bad. And I was like you. I was always raised that, that's a cowardice way out. It's selfish. It's thoughtless. Until I got so close to the edge, I'm like, man, people are just hurting. Yeah. It's just pain. And you get to this point where you think that pain is never going to go away. But I tell people all the time, man, The sun is going to set and tomorrow is going to be a new day, no matter what. No matter what you're dealing with, you know, that sun's going to set at night and it's still going to go up in the morning. And the next day is a new day. And so to anybody out there that's struggling with that, because I never like to bypass this topic.
Yeah.
If you're struggling out there, you're not alone. Whatever you're experiencing, you know, whether you've put yourself in some island, you're not alone, dude. There's tons of us that have been through stuff, man. Some more than others, you know, but there's somebody out there, like, you matter, man. And there's somebody, you know, whether it's me or Mac or your friends, like, people care about you. Now, I think the hard part comes is that if nobody knows, like when I really struggled, nobody knew what was going on.
Yeah, nobody's gonna know because that's how we are.
Yeah, that's true. And we're really losing the good ones, man.
Yeah.
You know, the guys that just have so much to add to families and life and our society and value. And we're watching with the psychedelic kind of revolution, if you will. Ibogaine, it's something I'm super passionate about. It's something that saved me. It's another reason why I have this podcast. I mean, I attribute me being saved to God, but Ibogaine was definitely the vessel that opened my eyes. And, you know, I've had a lot of friends go down there and do it, and I'm watching these guys come back to life. Guys that, you know, seem like they were on their last breath. They go do this thing, they get this restart, and now they're thriving in the community. So I was really excited, you know, when psychedelics started gaining traction. I think there's a responsibility that comes with it. It's not, you know, it's something with intention. But anyway,
Well, dude, with that, what I would say too is I think, especially dudes like us forget, is that pain is relative. And, you know, like I've told guys, because I've had guys like, well, I've never been through anything like you. You know, I was like, dude, like, what hurts you is going to hurt me different. Like, your pain and my pain are different. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what's caused the trauma, man. It's trauma. And, you know, where I think, and this is just me being honest about the veteran community, where I think we have a lot of these vet bros out there that are still doing the suck it the fuck up, you know, this and that. And it's like, you know, I tell dudes, man, like when we're in the Army, yeah, you suck it the fuck up. You do your fucking job. You ain't got time to fucking be thinking. But now, like when you're, whatever it is, man, when you're not in that situation anymore, man, you got time to take that tactical pause. And you also got time to fix you, man, to help you. And the one thing, the thing that I've noticed throughout, and dude, like I'm not, and I want everybody out there to notice, like I'm not anybody's savior. I'm not the best at keeping up with guys. I try. But, you know, these guys, like that, I think one of our problems within the veteran community is a lot of these kids have seen a lot of guys get out, especially when the war was raging, and they become famous, or they get this, or they get this nice house, or they got this nice car. And then, you know, guys that get out and they're it's almost like, and I'm not just speaking out the ass because I've seen it so much. It's like a lot of these kids, to include myself, I think I kind of felt it when I first got out. We feel entitled because of what we did.
Oh yeah.
And the entitlement piece, you got to get that out of your head, because in the grand scheme of things, nobody gives a fuck what we did. That's the way you have to think about it, because at the end of the day, like we just talked about, I volunteered as a kid, you volunteered, and you know, I wouldn't change any of it. But the piece, the suicide epidemic, man, is like, it's not self-inflicted, but it can be self-regulated within our community if we all just step up and like be honest and transparent. Like, dude, like I can tell you, my 24 plus years in the Army, I don't think a dude ever seen me shed a tear. And like, look, right here, we're talking about my dad, I'm already tearing up, you know, because I'm at a point in my life now to where that's important. You know, like we have to, like these guys and gals out there, you got to know, man, like, you know, I had Kelly Kowal, one of our guys. He wasn't one of my soldiers, but he got killed. His mom was at the 82nd convention a couple years ago, and she said it best to me. She's like, Mac, what you need to tell these guys is, if they're in the middle of a grocery store and they need to scream, scream. If they need to cry, cry. If they need to hug somebody, hug somebody. Because like she said, in the grand scheme of things, everybody else around, that don't matter. It's you. And you have to get everything else. And you have to focus on you. And for us, that is like the most ass backwards contradictory shit because of how we're raised.
Yeah.
You know, so I hope that makes sense.
No, it makes great sense. And yeah, man, I again, man, we normally don't dive in that deep this early, but it's important. It's something I'm extremely passionate about. I do have a couple more questions kind of about your childhood. When your parents kind of argued a lot, and they got divorced when you were like 13 or 14, and the judge let you pick, and you picked your dad. What was going on at kind of that point, and why him over your mom? And only as deep as you're willing to dive.
I mean, I'll just be honest, man. Like at that point, I just felt nothing for my mom, and it's because of the way she treated me, you know. And it's like, and I look back on it like it wasn't abuse or nothing, but it was as a little kid, it's just like, just put it this way, after her and my dad got a divorce. I seen her maybe 4 times, and my sister wanted to live with her, which I get it. And, we just had different paths, man. And I would tell you this, if I would have went and lived with my mom, I'd probably still be in Louisiana doing the same shit.
Yeah.
And, I don't want to talk bad about my mom, she's passed away or anything, but at the end of the day, I got kids and everything, and all I ever wanted was for my kids to know that, hey, my dad loves me more than anything. And yeah. So
you had some anger when you were a kid. I mean, you got suspended multiple times, and now that you're older, wiser, you have grown kids. What was going on back then? You think that caused some of that? I think there's a lot of that. So I ask these questions, one for maybe younger guys that are listening to, but also older dads or, dads that have kids that are going through this and kind of don't know what to do.
Yeah. Like, I think my anger was, at first when I was, as a freshman in high school, my anger, I was getting in fights all the time and shit. It was just cause, I didn't understand all the fighting all the time. And, I think in my psyche, it just made me like, I don't know. And then I'll tell you this. So by the time, I was a sophomore, junior in high school or whatever, I was that little asshole that on the weekend, would punch somebody in the face just because, want to fight. And I went in the military and I was still like that. And I met my wife and got married and had a kid. And then I don't know what made me like get out of that, but I always had this, I don't know if it was kind of because of not having anything growing up and freaking, not having a cool car in high school and all, I could fight. So I was like, so maybe as a teenager, I thought that was, girls would dig it, but in the grand scheme of things, it's stupid. And, but what I tell you is, what's hard, because, I've had teenagers, my dad had a teenager, is like, when a kid becomes a teenager, they're in a different world than you were as a teenager, and their pressures and daily life is so much different. And
the world has changed. It's not the world that we grew up in, especially now.
Yeah, especially now. And then as a parent, how do you guide them right? And how do you keep that? But I would say like that, the anger and shit as a kid, like, I think it was just mostly because of, the family dynamic, but also, like I said, just being a little hothead and not having anything. And, I've met a lot of dudes like that in the Army. Like, they grew up like, I punch them in the face. I don't give a shit, Now that was good as far as the Army goes, because like I wasn't scared of getting hit or anything, but no.
When did the military come on your radar, and tell us a little about it? We alluded to it in the intro, that you went to originally go to the Marines. And
yeah, well, the reason I originally went to the Marines is because my Uncle Junior and my Uncle Mike and all. And I was on probation for mailbox baseball. So they're like, nope. And the Army is standing there like, hey, come on, let's talk to you. And, they put me on the delayed entry program. So where I signed up, but I still had a year before I went to basic training or whatever. So I finished high school. But, I joined up, man. Went to, I did find my original contract too. Cause like I told you, I couldn't remember if it was just an airborne contract or a Ranger, but it was the Ranger contract. So I had, I originally signed up for 4 years, and then the recruiters came around from the old guard, and I guess because of the inauguration coming up, and we're recruiting guys, and I was one of the, I don't know how many guys they pulled out of our company in airborne school, but there was a few. So basically, the old guard dude, if I remember exactly, like we were in a formation in airborne school, the old guard recruiters came out, and I think there were other recruiters too.
Well, before we go to there, so you end up enlisting in the military.
Yeah.
You go off. Your dad's happy. You sounded like kind of you were a little bit of kind of a wild kid, kind of.
Yeah.
The metal. What was basic training like for you? Because that's extreme structure. And I know your house had structure, but
yeah.
I mean, like it's a different world.
Yeah. Well. Truthfully, man, like my dad told me before I went to basic, right? And he never went, but all the movies and all. He's like, son, just remember, if that dude calls whoever, whatever, he's just doing it because it's his job, and he's trying to get a rise out of you, and see what you could take. And I was like, all right. But truthfully, man, when I got to basic, like to me it was easy. Like the getting up early sucked. I do remember. You probably do too, like you think you're a little stud, you think you're in shape, but after that first long run, I was so sore and shit. I was like, what the hell?
Oh.
But no, man, it was like any dudes are, I can't hardly remember anybody from basic except for like one or two dudes that I, throughout the years. But like I was still kind of a heathen in basic. Like I will tell you this one story just because it popped in my head because it'll be funny. But you remember how, BDUs, we had to roll our sleeves, and you had it where you could pull them down fast for the NBC, right? Well, we're in formation. I'm right beside my buddy. I forget his name, but it was one of the guys in basic, and he was the platoon leader or the squad leader, but he was standing right beside me in formation. And right before Drill Sergeant Smith came out, I remember that dude. He was the old Vietnam vet. Right before he came out, I just grabbed his sleeve and just jerked it down. Oh my God, dude. He got so hemmed up. But he got me back because we learned how to, for young guys out there, they probably don't know what short sheeting is. You ever heard of that?
Mm-mm.
So you remember in basic where you'd make your bed, you had to have the 6-inch, where your sheet was on the,
Hospital,
everything.
fold,
Yeah. Well, the short sheeting was you take the top sheet and you just fold it over itself, and then you make it look like the bed's all made and shit. But when they go to get in it, they got to remake the whole bed and everything. So we just do that real quick to people. He did that to me. Like then that next morning, it was terrible because you got to get up, remake your shit, and like it was.
Did you go to one station unit training?
Yeah, Benning. I do remember this too because so everybody was at reception, and I remember everybody be talking about, yeah, we gotta can't wait till we go down range, man. Go down range to the units because at reception, whatever it was, because you didn't go to Benning, obviously, but at Benning they had the reception and all the guys would go there, and it was almost like prison, dude, until you went to basic, the deal.
Oh yeah, man! But, like the days that have been the guys that have been there 2 days longer, they're telling you what to do.
They're like, dude, man, yeah. But I remember we got on the cattle trucks. And we're going down range, man. And literally we were on the cattle trucks for not even 30 seconds. Because I was in Alpha 254, and it was literally the first building up the hill from reception, like literally less than 500 meters. But they put us on cattle trucks to do the, whatever they call it, where everybody gets attacked by the drills
Shark
when they get
attack,
out.
bro.
Yeah, the shark attack. But yeah, that was crazy. But I mean, basic like anything else, I did see that, like this shit ain't hard. You know, like as long as you can get up in the morning, shave, take a shower, do your hygiene, and do PT, man, you're good.
So you went through basic training at AIT and then straight to Airborne school?
Yeah.
And then where did you run into the old guard recruiters at?
At like before we graduated Airborne school, I think, unless it was, but I'm pretty sure it was like right before we graduated Airborne school. But anyway, talked to recruiter. They did I guess they had to do a background check on you and all that stuff. And I want to say all of us that got picked out were like skinny, you know, like I wasn't that tall, but I was 6 foot back then. So, but yeah, like I'd never even heard, I didn't even know what it was. Just like I didn't know anything in the Army. But old boy's like, yeah, you know, this is that, showed us pictures of DC and all that stuff. So like, yeah. So, yeah, wound up getting orders to go there.
For people who don't know, talk to us about the old guard and what it's like. It's very ceremonial, but I think a lot of people don't realize that our last podcast just actually was in the old guard as well. It's the actual DC's military response force as well. There's a dual-hatted mission. Can you explain to people what the old guard is, what it does, and kind of there's a real allure and a prestige that comes with that unit as well?
Yeah, so, you know, like, so most people don't know what the old guard is, even people in the military. You know, it's the Army's most prestigious ceremonial unit. You know, it's anything you see on TV from DC, any soldiers you see out there are old guard guys, or if they're Marines, they're 8th and I. If they're, you know, there's Navy Honor Guard out there, there's Air Force Honor Guard. You know, everybody's got an honor guard out there. The old guard, the coolest thing back in the day, well, I'll just give you the experience of getting there so you can kind of see. Absolutely. So I go on leave because I went to Airborne school November, and then I went on leave, but it wasn't Christmas because I had to report to the old guard before Christmas because of the way the timing worked out. So I don't remember the exact day, but it was like November when I graduated. But I got to DC after leave. Remember, I showed up in civilian clothes, so I got my ass hemmed up for that because you're supposed to be in uniform. I didn't know. So I get there, and you go to they had a replacement, or, you know, like most units. Get there, and then whoever the S1 guy was, told me, yeah, how tall are you? Look at my shit. He's like, yeah, you're going to Alpha Company. I was like, okay. And he's like, kind of had a smirk on his face. And
is the old guard, is that a battalion command?
Yeah, well, old guard is the entire old guard is a regiment, so it's like a brigade size element. But what they did during the war is they turned it into 2 battalions. So you have now they have like an MTO ready to go to war infantry battalion, and then the other battalion is all the ceremonial unit. I mean, they all do ceremonies, but the other battalion are just the regular companies that just do funerals and all. And if something happens, they're going to, you know. But so I got there. You know, when they sent me to go to CIF, because basically we had to do. I want to say we did the new man training before they sent us to our company. But you got there. We went to CIF, and you know, as a little kid, you know, you think you're coming in to do Rambo shit and all this stuff, and you go to CIF, and one of the first things they bring you is a tri-corner hat, like the George Washington hat. I was like, what the? Like, honestly, I had no clue. I was like, and the dude's just smirking. He's like, yeah, you get 2 of them. And then they're giving me, you know, my size for the jacket, the pants, and then, you know, they fitted me for the blues and all that stuff. And then, so I went to new man training, and new man, I'm sure they don't call it that anymore. That would be politically incorrect. They taught you, like there you had to forget Army DNC, and they re-taught you the way the old guard does it. And what they didn't teach you was how to do colonial shit. So I had to do the new man training.
I think I just found out about it. I didn't know that we do that.
Yeah, we do it big time.
Yeah, and I remember something you told me about the new man training that kind of really sat with me. I mean, you told me, you know, initially you thought it was the most BS
Oh,
ever.
yeah.
You know, part of it was learning to stand at attention, motionless for 2 hours, then parade rest for 2 hours.
Yep. What's
actually happening to a man, body and head, when you make him hold perfectly still that long? And why do you now say that that's where discipline for you was really built?
Yeah, because you know, you don't realize how hard that is. Like,
Yeah.
and what they basically were teaching you in new man training, because your unit will make sure you're squared away with drill and ceremony and all, but they're teaching you drill and ceremony, teaching you how to do your uniforms. But they're teaching you how to survive in the old guard, how to to acclimatize yourself to the old guard. So like back in those days, if you fell out of a ceremony, you were automatically IE'd, immediate assignment somewhere else. Like literally, you were gone. So if you fell out, you go to Korea, wherever, done. So I remember they called them stress tests, and I don't remember how they broke it up, but by the end of the 3 weeks, you had to do, I want to say it was 2 hours at each, at parade rest, ceremonial IEDs. No, not 2 hours. I want to say it was probably an hour each, because it wound up being, because you had to do each one. You had to do ceremonial IEDs, parade rest, present arms, and attention. You had to do all 4 of those for however long they do it for. And basically and I remember them talking through, you know, like, don't lock your knees, don't do this. And what they were teaching us, and it was like, this is kind of silly. But at the end of the day, like, when you left that little 3 weeks, you could stand up for 2 hours and it was no big deal. You know, and the big thing about the honor guard and the old guard is you can't break composure once you step foot on a parade field. There's no scratch in your face. There's none of that shit. So that's why, like, in there, like, I do remember, like, if you're in new man, like when we were doing the training, standing at attention, or even we were marching on curbs, they'd have us march on like the curves of the road, because we had the steel on the bottom of our shoes, you know, to get used to, you know, heel toe, and all that crap. But the standing at attention, like, you don't realize that, especially when you're in the regular Army, like, how bad that fucking sucks. So, like, I remember going into that, the first big, long ceremony I did was, I want to say it was General Sullivan, the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, or Chief of Staff at the time, his retirement. And we did it in Colonials. And I'll never forget when he did his remarks probably lasted, you could probably look at, I don't even know, but we were out on that field for over 2 hours.
Officers,
like,
bro.
Yeah. And I'm like, this is how it is, you know, but you get so used to it.
Yeah.
Like, but with that, I would say the stress test, well, I take that back. So now that I said that, so they did make it. So, like, I did know a guy that fell out of one of the White House ceremonies. And what they did was, and they probably still do something like this. So they take them, like, after it's all over, you go get checked out by the medics, make sure you're not dying or none of that shit. And then you have to do a stress test that day. And if you can pass the stress test, and you can stay in the old guard. If not, you get kicked out. Wow. Like, literally, that's what they did. And I get it, because, like, once you're out there, man, like, you're locked. There ain't no freaking moving. There ain't no, like, 'cause, you know, when you watch a regular unit do a ceremony, even though it looks squared away, dudes like us dudes are moving, dudes are fucking bullshitting. Because if anybody does that in the old guard, it'll be seen, you know. Like,
it's a lot of eyes.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, because it just popped in my head real quick, a story. And this was cool. So I don't know how long I'd been there, you know, a year or two. I was one of the front rank guys. And I do remember these guys' names, Romero. So Romero, we still talk. He got out of the Army and was a cop in Colorado and retired, but really good dude. So you had me, this kid, I want to say his name was Wood, and then Romero, right on the other side of him, and we're in the front rank. And this kid, and the way we would stand,
where were you guys at?
we were on Samawah Field in D.C., like where they do all the general officer retirements. And I think his name was Wood, or it might have been Lewis. It don't matter. But anyway, he was like, because the way we'd stand at ceremonial IEDs in the old guard, if you look for the colonials, everybody's got their head turned like this. So you're kind of looking down the row. And, I couldn't see him because my head's this way and he's on that side. And he's like, dude, I'm going down. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm going to fuck down, man. I'm like, I'm sucking. I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, seriously, dude, I need help. Like, literally. And then Romero was like, grab him. So we both, like, I literally grabbed his arm and had my weapon with one hand, and I had his arm, like, just squeezing the fuck out of it. Romero had his other arm. We had, like, probably 5-10 minutes left. We literally, he passed out. We held him up. And when we did the right turn march to get off the field, like, he finally started coming to, and we were dragging his ass. And dude, when we marched off, right, you march off Samawah Field, and then you get kind of behind what they call C Hall, Ceremonial Hall. And that's where everybody, like, goes at ease march and chills out. And as soon as we got over there, First Sergeant, I think it was the First Sergeant, ran out, was like, you three, come here now. I was like, oh, fuck. I thought we were fucked too because we helped him. Because you're not supposed to. But we didn't want the unit to look like shit. You know, I mean, he's a front rank guy. And kid was a squared away kid. And so anyway, First Sergeant's like, Sergeant Major wants to see y'all. Bro, I was Sergeant Major. And the Sergeant Major gave me a coin and gave Romero a coin and told Lewis, like, he didn't give Lewis a coin or Wood or whatever his name was. But he was like, these kids saved you. He's like, so that was your one. Don't ever let it fucking happen again. And that's what the Sergeant Major told him and just walked off.
That's still
But I
cool.
was like,
that's cool though.
And I remember, like, he showed us, like, the next day. Because, dude, I mean, I was literally trying to wait. His arm was so blue and black from me squeezing it. But, yeah, I'll never forget. Because, and that's the other thing, too. Back then, in the old guard, once you got there, because everything, it all seemed like bullshit, but everything was hard. And every day, the first thing you have to do is get your uniform ready. You got to do PT, and then you prep the night before, but then you got to go make sure your shit's ready for the ceremonies and do all that shit. And it's not like the rest of the Army, like back then in those days, right? In the old guard, you weren't allowed to use starch. So like our uniforms and all prep, we had to press them every day.
Why couldn't you use starch?
Because they wanted us to press our own shit. And plus, like they explained, it makes uniforms unserviceable and it starts looking like ass. But basically it was a discipline thing, because we had to, so all of your dress blues that you get, you had to learn they taught you that in New Man, how to initially press them. You had to do all your own pressing, all your own, like everything. And they taught you that. So like even the medals and all that everybody wears in the old guard, there's kids there that do that learn how to do it, and they put it on like plexiglass. And because if you ever notice, like if you look at, and I'm sure they still do, even though they wear Stay Bright now, but it's all about everybody looking the same and looking high speed. But the coolest thing about it was even being Alpha Company, like, dude, once I really learned what it was all about and got to do, old guard shit, I realized, like, this place is important and everybody here wants to be here. Like, dude, it was, and when I first got there, it was like it was old Army, so it was like a fraternity. You had to get hazed, and nobody was doing any, crazy shit like they did where dudes were getting hurt. But like, we got hazed, and then I hazed dudes. Like we put dudes.
Back then, it was like a rite of passage.
Yeah, like, dude, you would tape guys up, throw them in a casket, throw them down the stairs or some shit, like nothing was going to hurt them, but something that just,
I remember when I first got to my first unit, straight out of basic training, I get to reception, and I'm at reception for like 5 days, and I think I'm 18. I'm probably I'm like late 18, and there was a couple NCOs and corporals, and they're like, "Hey man, you want a drink?" And I'm like, "Yeah man, I'll get a beer." I'm not old enough to buy it. They give me a couple beers. Well, I didn't drink a lot. I passed out. I wake up, man, they had duct taped me to the bed and pushed all the wall lockers in around me. I remember waking up like, Oh God, man.
But then you knew you were part of the unit. Man. That's the thing, man, is like if you don't have that little bit of hazing, that little bit there, you got to have the rite of passage, man.
Yeah.
And like I say, man, the old guard, I'm glad. I mean, I met my wife there, and it made the rest of my career, I would say, easier, if that makes sense to you.
Arlington National Cemetery, you did hundreds of funerals as a PFC and E3, and you did some things which you called, one-man simple drops, where you're walking an urn out of a car alone for someone you've never met in front of their family.
Yeah.
I remember one of the things that you told me too is, the funeral isn't for the soldier, it's for the family. If you mess that up, that's the last thing they'll remember. I mean, unpack that. You said you inspected funeral details the rest of your career because of it.
Yeah. Well, we all think, the military honors and everything is for the soldier and it's for that, but the soldier don't see it. It's a way of culminating what that guy or gal did in an honorable way to show their family that this nation's grateful. And if you fuck that up, that's the last thing that family is going to remember about that kid's service or gal's service. And, I had my platoon sergeant Legio told me that in the old guard. He's like, this funeral, none of this is for us, man. It's for the family. And, when we did so many funerals in Arlington, especially the honors with the flag and everything, when you're seeing the people up close, and you're seeing the effect it has on them, like, I couldn't imagine, like, for example, like if I died and, I was getting buried in Arlington and they fuck up the fire party or the flag fold, what would my family think? And that's, and it's the same thing in the regular Army. Like, like if I was a first sergeant or if I was when I was a platoon sergeant, I always got picked to go do funeral details because I was the old guard guy. But the thing, like I made dudes understand is like anything like that, like, yeah, you're a squared away kid and you got the detail, but I'm going to watch you do the full thing probably 2-3 times at least, because I'm going to make sure that you're squared away. And that's the senior NCO's job. And, I got to see when I was an ops sergeant major that, and it blows your mind when you get up to positions and you realize that everybody don't do certain things. And you're like, why? Like, I'm seeing companies, as an ops sergeant major, I'm going to, watch funeral details and all. I'm like, yeah, I want to inspect your funeral detail before they roll out. Oh, they should be good, Sergeant Major. And I tell the first sergeant, did you check them yet? Well, no, platoon sergeant's got it. I'm like, that ain't how it fucking works, bud. Like, that's your job. And then it's my job. And then it's the CSM's job, like, because if they're jacked up, whose fault is it? It's ours. And so I think, like, the funeral piece, man, for me, being there and getting to learn how to do that and, do the silent flag fold and carry the casket and see people's face to face. And like I said, being that kid that's a PFC and you get selected. So basically so I explained real quick. So in the old guard, you have what we used to call a simple honor drop, which a simple honor in the old guard is a full honor in the regular Army. So a simple honor is casket team, firing party. A full honor in the old guard is a casket team, caisson, firing party, and escort. 1 platoon, 2 platoon, depending on the general officer. And then you have one man. You also have simple drops, we call them. So, or no, just a drop. I mean, so a drop, I'm sure they don't call it that. So it's no honors. And it's basically for a family member. So like if I die, my wife can get buried in Arlington with me, but she wouldn't get a flag or anything. She would just get buried there. So like, for example, if like I got picked, somebody got cremated, me and the chaplain are the only ones there. I'm a PFC. When the car pulls up, I'm the guy that marches in, goes, gets the urn, brings it to the columbarium. Where's it going? In front of the people, put it down, and then, walk off. There's no salute or anything. But that's what, even that, being a young PFC and doing that by yourself, the weight of that, you know, a PFC in the regular Army, 99% of the time is not gonna be given that much responsibility on his own, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Makes great sense.
And I mean, it's not a hard thing to do. I mean, all you're doing is grabbing it, but you still have to be ceremonial and look squared away. But yeah, and I get why they do that. So the kid can understand that, you know, when somebody's not watching, I can still do the right fucking thing. You know, like they trust me.
Yeah.
You know, and trust is a big thing.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
You've said Gardens of Stone is dead accurate. Same barracks, same everything. For people who've never seen it, what does that movie get right about the place? And is it strange to watch your own life on a screen?
Yeah, like the only differences between Gardens of Stone and when I was in the old guard is the uniforms. So if you watch Gardens of Stone, it takes place during Vietnam. So they were wearing OD greens and there's 2 differences. Back then, on their combat boots, they wore steel. But when we were in BDUs and all, we didn't wear heel clickers or anything on our boots. But like the barracks, the way they're hazing dudes in there, the way they're doing the ceremonies, the way they even have it in the movies where dudes are about to go do a ceremony and they're talking shit to each other, like real guys would do, you know?
Yeah.
Because from what I understand at that movie, because I think they filmed it in the late 80s, early 90s, but you know,
I haven't seen it. I'm actually going to.
But most of the guys, you know, the marching in there were old guard guys. But it's a, was it James Caan plays the old platoon sergeant, first sergeant. James Earl Jones is sergeant major. Like if you don't know what the old guard is, it'll give you a good snapshot of what. And the cool thing about the movie is the story's cool because there's a kid that was in the old guard, really wanted to get out and go to war. But once he's in the old guard, it's hard as shit to get out. And they showed that realism, but he finally did. And he went off to Vietnam and and that's kind of the story. But yeah, it's pretty accurate, man. Like, and you know, the other thing, you know, to make people understand this, like, because even guys in the regular Army can't fathom it. Like I told dudes, I'm like, every little single thing on your uniform, buttons, everything in the old guard comes off, and that shit is shined. There's no stay bright. Now there is. But back in my day, if you got caught with stay bright, you're getting kicked out. Like everything. Really? Oh yeah, dude, you had to reshine everything every day. Like, so we got good. Like I had a table grinder, and I put a rouge wheel on it where you use like the rouge wax and all. And I could shine my metals up. So all I would have to do, like in the mornings, like before I go do a ceremony, spray some lighter fluid on it, light it up, get any stuff out of the cracks, and that should be popping. But you had to do it, just like our collar brass and all back then. Like we used to pop them, they called it.
Dude, I bet you were a nightmare for Class A inspections.
Oh yeah, I was
you became a platoon sergeant.
No, that's what dudes say, man. I was a fucking professional asshole, man.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, dude, all that experience, the old guard, dude. I bet you're, from the time you were a squad leader on, man. I bet you, dude, you probably had the dudes with the most squared away uniforms.
Oh, I did, man. Like I told dudes, I'm like, I fuck your shit and it'll be right, like because you get used to it, and. Yeah, and that's a hard transition too when you go from that to the regular Army because everything's different again. You know, like you don't walk the way I march and all is still different than all the other dudes because of the way I was brought up there. You know, it's just it's weird, but it's cool, man. And it for me, I think it set the tone for the rest of my career. And the greatest thing that I took away from the old guard is like I didn't even understand how disciplined I was until I left there. Because I remember one of the platoon sergeants told me when I was leaving Old Guard, go to the 25th. He's like, you don't realize it, man, but like, you're gonna see this shit's gonna be easy. Because I was stressing, man. I was like, I've never been I've been the Old Guard, man. You know, I mean, we did all the infantry shit. Like, we went out to the field, but it was all during the winter. Like, you know, I did EIB there. We did all the normal infantry shit, but not to the effect that you do in 25th or 82nd. All. But, you know, I just made sure, you know, I had good leaders. I knew my job. And then, you know, and I got to the 25th, you know, guys are they're talking shit, making bets, thinking this pretty boy from the Old Guard. And then they get to see, hey, that pretty boy from the Old Guard will smoke your ass. You know, like, and I don't know why they call it pretty boy, because there ain't nothing pretty about this. You know what I mean? But
there's a hierarchy inside the Old Guard that I wasn't totally aware about until we kind of did some of our podcast prep. But most people never really hear about it. There's the casket men, then the CNC guard, full honor escorts, taking I think they take normally the 6'1" and taller guys. There's the Continental Color Guard, and then the Colonial skirmishers. You landed in Alpha Company partly because of your height. Walk us through kind of where you fit in the Old Guard and kind of why you ended up where you were at.
Yeah, so they sent me to Alpha Company. So Alpha Company Old Guard is called Commander-in-Chief's Guard. In the 70s for the bicentennial, they re-stood up. Like, so Alpha Company became, for lack of a better term, like a homage to George Washington's original lifeguard he had on that side of on the DC side of the river when he was, you know, back in the day. So the Old Guard, Alpha Company Commander-in-Chief's Guard, is in DC on Fort McNair, and then the rest of the Old Guard is on Fort Myer in Virginia, across the river. And Alpha Company, so like I said, they set it up after George Washington's original lifeguard, so that's where the Colonials came in, and then learning the Blue Book ceremonial doctrine, and then the firing demonstrations. Like, when we did firing demonstrations, we also did, during the firing demonstrations, we defended against cavalry, stuff like that, where the whole unit would like do wheels and, you know, then we do bayonet charges.
I've never seen that. Is that something like a live reenactment that they do?
Yeah, they do it every year. Like, we did it for Yorktown, at Yorktown. We did Mount Vernon. We went throughout the country, different places whenever they want us to go places.
Do they still do that?
Yeah.
That'd be really cool to watch.
Yeah, and they used to do what they called Spirit of America pageant. So they do it in D.C. It was at the big old arena there. And I think they still do something like that, but it was a big recruiting tool for the Army. And basically the Old Guard would put on like a weekend show there. So like we called it tabs. So like we do all the regular Old Guard shit. We even did firing demonstrations, you know, in Colonials. But like me also, I did the Vietnam tab, we called it. So I went out dressed like a Vietnam soldier. We pushed out a freaking UE helicopter, you know, make it all look real. We had dudes like, it was pretty legit.
And where do they do that at?
And in DC at the was it the US Air Arena back then or whatever it is now?
But I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, I don't know if they still do it, but it was like a big thing, and they did it every year. It sucked for us because we're like, dude, like, because you're 2 weeks prep, and then when you're doing it, like, you're literally working till 2000 every night for weeks getting ready. But when it's all done, like, it's pretty cool as shit because people get to see some cool shit. But so the way it works, so like you said, I went to Alpha Company because of my height. Because all the like 6'2" and above guys go to Echo Company, call it, which is the Honor Guard company. And they do all of the, so for the White House and for ceremonies, they do the escort piece because they're the tall, skinny guys. And then like guys like me, like Alpha Company, Bravo Company had them, Charlie, but the only difference is, so the specialty companies back then were Alpha Company, which was Commander-in-Chief's Guard, Hotel Company, which was the caisson, all the horses, and then Echo Company. And Echo Company had Continental Color Guard, the drill team, and the escorts. And like when you were in the Old Guard, like if you were in any company, like if you wanted to go to Continental Color Guard or the drill team, you could, but you had to be in the old guard for a year and then you had to go sign. Same thing with the tomb. The tomb was a tryout thing, and if you tried out, then you had to go do like a 6-month training, and then if you get selected, you could do it.
So that is like the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers, like a subsection.
Yeah, like you have to go get, you go get selected. Just like it's a like I want to say they do like a little board, and then they do a physical selection, and then if the guys get selected, I don't remember exactly, but I had a buddy back in the day that went and did it for a long time, and I know he had to. I want to say it was at least a year before they let him walk the mat in daytime in blues.
Yeah, I was and how long are you? Because the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, I mean, that's intense, and that's I would imagine doing that for a long period of time. Not only does it take a toll on you because of the time, but man, all that heel clicking, man, that stuff's got to wear your knees out.
Yeah, because you're constantly in the same position. But those guys, and then during the and I don't know which one it is, summer or winter, some months they do 1 hour, some months in some months it's 2 hours, and they go in, and then the changing of the guard is every hour on the hour with the commander relief and all that stuff. But like people ask me, like, you didn't go to the tomb? I'm like, by the time I was there for a year, I knew I didn't have the discipline to go do that shit because I had a family and everything, and like legitimately. Like when you go there, that has to be like your total focus, because those guys, they don't only just walk the mat, man. They got to know the cemetery in and out. They got to know the history. Like there's a lot that goes into it. It ain't just show up and look pretty.
How long is that assignment? How long do guys normally spend at the old guard?
It's usually I think a 4-year. I did, I think, right at 6 there because of, like I said, I re-enlisted to go to Hawaii, but they extended me for the Clinton second inauguration in like 97. But yeah, I think when I originally went there, I had a 4-year contract.
And so there's first sergeants and commanders and everything else over there. Where do those guys get selected from? Because you never hear about that.
Well, no, it's like, so it's just like anything else. Like most of the leadership in the old guard, like senior leaders, are guys that were there before, and the Army just pulls them back in.
What about on the officer side of the house?
The officer side of the house, I think it's just it's a more selective process, I believe. I mean, I'm pretty sure every single one, just like in a regular unit, has to have a Ranger tab, has to do all that shit, but their selection's a lot different, obviously. But I do know this: if an officer goes to the old guard and they're successful, then they're going to have a successful career, because I mean that's a great place to start. Because what people don't realize is, like, if you're in the military and you think it's just all ceremony, but like I said, we did all our normal infantry shit. We did exavals, sticks, all. You just had to do it in the wintertime, which sucked. But like back in my day when I was there, because of the inauguration, they had pulled a lot of leaders back in that were like pretty stacked. Like I said, my first platoon sergeant, man, I mean, there were rumors he was a Delta guy, which I doubt, but he was a Ranger Regiment guy. He had back then it was a guy, he's retired now, Sergeant Major Legio. I'll never forget him. He called me Mac Daddy. Fucking but he was a stud, but I was like, why is he here? Because he had I want to say it's either Bronze Star or V. Like, you could look him up, but he got it, I think he was 275 in Panama. But even back then, he was my platoon sergeant. But he had Halo school, but there wasn't even a badge for it back then. So that's why we all thought, like, oh, this dude's probably a Delta operator. But realistically, he was a Ranger Regiment guy, and they offered him the assignment to come back to the old guard for the inauguration and all, and he came back. And, he was medaled out. And then I think he's one of those guys that made Sergeant Major in like 15 years or some shit. Yeah, he was a stud.
Do you get station of choice, or do you get any kind of like special coming out of the unit?
No, the only thing they used to do that was special was you got to keep your blues one set. Because they give you, the blues you get there are not like regular Army blues. They're 100% wool. Like, they're pretty badass. Like, I still have mine, but I weighed like 160 pounds back then. Like literally, I can't even get my arm in it.
This was like super interesting when I learned about this, because I think this is the one thing that I had I didn't know anything about, but you were a Colonial skirmisher too.
Yeah.
Tricorn wig and tights, the musket. You went and studied the actual von Steuben Blue Book to do it right. What did firing a musket for tourists and generals teach a future infantry CSM about discipline?
Well, I mean, it's just like anything else, man. You had to do your PCCs, PCIs. You had to make sure your flash pan was clean, and then when you're freaking loading your gun, you had to make sure you had the right amount of black powder in your flash pan. You had to, like, the other thing is all of our muskets, we were responsible. I mean, they stayed in the arms room, but like I was responsible for varnishing it. I was responsible for shining it. I was responsible for making sure my bayonet doesn't have any rust. It always so, and then, like I said, I think I sent you that newspaper clipping. So if you see that one, I was carrying the sword. They call it the cutlass. So I was carrying a cutlass because I was walking in a section leader position, which technically is supposed to be, I want to say a staff sergeant, but I was like, in that picture, I might have been a sergeant, but I was doing it like so it was like an E4. I was training new officers when they came in how to do how to use their they didn't have the spontoon. They had the, whatever their spear is. I'm drawing a blank on the name of it.
I don't know, bro.
But I knew how to do because I learned how to do all the manual with it. So a couple of us guys, that's how you would train like the officers and all when they came in, is they had to go through sword and saber training, you call it. Well, and that's the other thing. I forgot about that. So if you come into the old guard and you're an E7 or above, you have to go to sword and saber training because you're going to carry a sword or a saber, when you're out in ceremony, for... there's even times where I marched a couple ceremonies in the lieutenant spot as an E4. Shit, you're not. Like, I'm wearing the ruffles on my shit, and like we did that a few times because they didn't know how to do it yet.
What do the Colonial skirmishers do? I mean, obviously I know you're doing reenactments, but like what is that just kind of a tie to history or?
So basically what they would do, man, is so we'd go do a firing demonstration, right? It's like, it's the entire company. You got, broken up into platoon sections. Basically there were, 5 or 6 skirmishers, and, back in the Revolutionary War, where we made money back then because unlike the Brits, we would send dudes out and pick off their officers. We're like, fuck, officers dead. They can't do shit. So that's where the skirmishers came in. And so when you're in the old guard, when we're in the Alpha Company, X amount of dudes get selected to be the skirmishers, and then you got to go out with your buddies and you got to train shooting it, because everybody knows how to load and shoot, because everybody's got to do the make ready, take aim, fire, the whole thing. But the skirmishers, we got to be able to reload fast. So, you're going to run out. So there's always like a speech, and then it would say something like, and the commander would send forth skirmishers. And then, we'd run out, roar. And then there'd be a different keyword. And then each one of us would, like 2 of us would fire at a time, 2 guys standing, 2 guys kneeling, whatever. And the coolest thing about that, though, was like Spirit of America pageant, for example. I'm going to say his name on here. He's still in the Army. He's a full-bird colonel now, but he was Specialist Hardy at the time. Loved the dude to death, man. Me and him, and it was Norton and my buddy Griff, big old dude. We're all front row, Spirit of America pageant in Colonials, and we're the skirmishers, right? And the commander always made a bet, like, because, dudes would have misfires with muskets because it's a musket. He's like, if you get 6 for 6 every show for skirmishers, each one of you gets a case of beer or whatever. So we'd make sure we had like 2 or 3 loads in our shit. Like, it'd be loud. But Norton's standing there, and Hardy's like, dude, I don't think you got enough in there before the lights come on. So he dumps another one in his barrel, and I was like, no, he probably needs a little more. I dumped it in there. And then Romero dumped another one in there.
All
and then
black powder?
Yeah, and then we took I took my ramrod off of mine and ran the shit down. I was like, got to make sure it's good, dude. And when we went out there and fired, his weapon blew apart. Yeah, we got hemmed up. We didn't get in trouble, but we got, like, His bayonet, I shit you not.
This was Hardy's?
Well, no, it was Norton. It was Hardy's idea. And now he's, a full-bird colonel. Yeah. But so when Norton fired and like everything just kind of big ball of fire, like he had like, hair singed on his face, his bayonet actually flew into the reviewing stand. Like the bottom where the wood is, it was stuck in it. I was like, holy shit.
Was there anybody in there?
Oh, yeah. They were standing on the reviewing stand, the general and shit,
That could have killed somebody.
Yeah, it could have, probably. But yeah, it was...
the good old days. Now you'd probably go to jail.
Yeah, after that, the commander's like, no more double loads. And we're like, it was a little more than a double load, sir.
That was a quadruple load, sir.
Yeah, like after doing like Spirit of Americas, because we fired every night, like I'd always have like a big bruise because, it's just that brass thing on the musket. But it was cool, man, because like, you feel like a dork, but at the same time, you're like, who the fuck else can say they did this?
Yeah. I thought it was the only time I've ever noticed the Colonials, I guess they're from the old guard, is recently the King of England came to visit the White House and they put all the Colonials out there, and it was kind of a gangster move. It was pretty much telling the King of England, like,
he made them do the cordon.
Yeah, dude. That was pretty funny.
So normally for like a White House ceremony, you got the Continental Color Guard. So if you ever look, like anytime there's a White House ceremony, the colors are always carried by Colonial guys because that's their number one job. They're the Continental Color Guard. That's all they do. And all those dudes are like 6'5". They're all tall as shit. And I knew a couple guys that went over there. But yeah, they make that shit look so good, man.
You ended up as the non-commissioned officer in charge of the Easter egg roll at the White House, and you stood in for the Clintons, or you stood in front of the Clintons at the 97 inauguration once you had the clearance. From a kid who got expelled to a kid running an event on the White House lawn, what was going through your head?
Dude, like that was some surreal shit. Like I'm at the White House, telling soldiers, go here, go do that, make sure these people are squared away. And then I still have it somewhere, man. I have an Easter egg that's signed by, Bill Clinton. I don't have any pictures with him there, but I got pictures. He used to, when he was president, he would come to Fort McNair and go running. And he actually would stop and talk to guys like Clinton did. Like he was, like I didn't vote for him or anything, man, but he was a nice guy.
I've heard Bill Clinton was a good dude to be around.
He seemed like a really nice guy.
His wife is a completely different story. Yeah. I know people that were on her detail, both at the Secret Service and DSS. She's a miserable human being, and that's who she looks to be. But
yeah, she looks like it. Like we always used to know, man. We'd know that the president was coming to do PT because all the war wagons would show up, and then the golf house on Fort McNair, you'd always see the snipers up there and shit. You're like, yeah, he's probably coming to run.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'd have to find him, man, but I got a couple pictures with him.
By the time you left, you were the full honor squad leader, the guys who take the casket off the Cassian, over 4 or 5 years and hundreds of funerals. You say the old guard made the rest of your career easy. A lot of guys would think casket duty is the opposite of combat leadership prep. How did Arlington make you a better warfighter?
Because every single little minute detail mattered more than you know. Like everything, to include like if you got a scuff on your shoe, man, like that matters. And in the way we treated it, as we never called it anything but a mission. Like, how many missions you got today, man? I got 6. Because it was a mission. You're going out, you're doing this. I will tell you this, to be an E5P, to be the full honor squad leader in the old guard, as me as a kid to do it, that was pretty legit. So basically, if you become a full honor squad leader, the way it was back then is it's set up just like a regular infantry platoon. So your full honor squad winds up being your weapon squad, basically. So the machine guns and all that shit. And you want your most jack guys because they're going to have to carry the casket off of the caisson and all that shit. But the difference is the casket team for the caisson is an 8-man, not a 6-man, if that makes sense to you, because so you can carry it. But, I wasn't a big guy or anything, but I was really good at, the commands, the flag fold, and yeah, man, it was surreal to be, that guy, and you're going to do a full honor mission. I'm in charge of the casket team, but obviously I'm not in charge of the mission, because if you're doing a full honor, you either got the company commander or one of the majors from it's got to be somebody with some rank leading the platoons. But yeah, man, what I would say the old guard did for me, man, in the rest of my career was it made me understand that, like, there was never a wait for somebody to tell you to do something. It was just, you know what you got to do. Don't fucking wait. Get it done. Like, and that was anything, man. Like, back in those days, you had to, like, our barracks, dude. Like, my barracks, I was married when I was a squad leader, but when I lived in the barracks, every day my barracks got inspected. Dude, there, like, we had, so you had in your room, you had a ceremonial wall locker, you called it, and then you had your personal wall locker. And your ceremonial wall locker, everything in your wall locker had to be laid out just like you're wearing it. So, like, all of your uniforms had to be totally buttoned, all the sleeves laid out so you could see the patch, all your shoes in a perfect line, the bottoms black. Like, when NCO would come in, they would inspect everything. And when you're a kid, you don't understand, like, what the fuck, like, as long as I look good when I go out there, it doesn't matter. But, one little cog in the wheel there can destroy everything. And it's like, you don't realize, like, how important you are as a soldier. Like most guys that are in the Army, like, I'm expendable. I'm just a guy. But, what you learn when you're in a place like that is somebody's got to take my spot, but they're not trained to take the spot yet. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
So it's a little different, not harder, like, physically, other than the, like, I had the option when I competed for CSM. So you got operational, generational you can compete for. So I could have competed for, non-deployment units, and the old guard was one of them. But I was like, well, number one, I don't want to do that. But number two, when I was in my 40s, there's no way I could have done that shit, man, after all the shit I'd been through. But, I pushed guys to go. I wanted guys to go there because
that was actually my next question. I mean, years later, you deliberately sent some of your best combat guys back to the old guard.
Yeah.
To the old guard. You did your combat experience. You would tell them, now go get out of your comfort zone. Those are young kids are going to look up to you. Why was that so important to give up your best squared away soldiers to go to the old guard?
Because I wanted those guys, for the rest of their career to understand. Like, I think my psyche with pushing guys after the shit we went through and all was that they could see, yeah, we did this, but we're still here. We're still fighting. We're still fighting this war. We're fighting it different now. And we're fighting it in a way to where these families know that everything that these kids did with us meant something, and that's why, and the other thing, man, is I had a good NCO tell me a long time ago, and I never really understood it until I became a senior guy. But a lot of dudes are in units and they hate it and they talk shit and all this shit, and you hate brigade and you hate division and you hate this. I think it was in the old guard. He told me, he's like, dude, you got to love the one you're with. And I never really truly understood that until I became a senior guy. And what that means is like, if you're part of something, if you leave that something and it wasn't yours, then why were you even fucking there? Like, because regardless of what it is, if I give you this and say, do this, like, you got to step up and do it. And I think the difference between, like, a unit like the old guard and the regular Army is a young PFC in the regular Army, his idea is somebody fucking with him, back in the day was making him shine his boots or fucking scuffing him up for sucking at PT. In the old guard, you're getting fucked with 24/7, because if an NCO walks up and you're a private, they're going to find something fucked up every time, But the reason they did that is to make you understand that that's everything. Like, every little piece matters. And that's why, like, dude, like, I will say this, throughout my career, like I said, dudes would say I'm a pretty boy and all that shit because my uniform would look good. I'd be like, nah, motherfuckers, I just know how to do my shit. You know, like, I know we get to Hawaii, but I could tell you the story real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
But so I was in Hawaii. I'd been there maybe a year. We're doing, I was staff sergeant. We were doing a clean sweep, you know, where you clean the whole post. And we were at the MP obstacle course. If you've ever been to Hawaii, it's got that red dirt, you know, mud and shit. It was all muddy and nasty. I'm in my spits and starches, you know, my shit looks good. And all the other squad leaders were making bets that I wouldn't jump in the mud hole because of how good my boots and shit look. I was like, motherfuckers, I'll do a swan dive in that shit. Y'all give me enough money. So they all raised, like, they all had, like, you know, every month I was like, fuck it. I went and did a swan dive. And then I was like, all right, I'll be right back. And I went and got my truck, drove over to my house, which was like 10 minutes away, put on my other spits and starches, came right back. And they're like, what the fuck, dude? I was like, I'm always squared away, dude. You know, like, but that was the thing. You gotta have backups, contingencies, you know? But yeah, that was funny, man.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
After the old guard, you went to Hawaii, 25th Infantry Division. How did you end up there? Was that something you picked, or just orders came down?
So basically, I had got, because I'd been in the old guard for 4 years. I got a purse gram from the Army saying they were trying to send me to Korea, but I was already talking to the retention guy about going to Hawaii. So my sergeant major hooked me up and got me Hawaii, because he's like, dude, you don't want to go to Korea after being here, man. He's like, go to fucking. He's like, we'll get you to Hawaii. So I went to the 25th, and I'm glad I did, because, like, dude, like, people say whatever. Living in Hawaii for 3 years, there ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? You get a little bit of island fever, but there's so much to do, man. You know, and it was a great unit. Like, I learned a shitload. Like I said, man, I had the best platoon sergeant. One of the top 3 NCOs I ever worked for was in, you know.
Which is a funny story, because when you first got there, he was the biggest a-hole of your life.
Yeah.
You know, as a young squad leader, you hated him. I remember you told him you told me if he didn't have E7, I would have knocked him the F out.
Yeah, me and other squad leaders talked about it. Like, man, that motherfucker, you know, like,
yeah.
But, you know, you're a kid, you don't understand. Like, you know, when you got a guy like that he taught me to be that way. Like, you know, like, you're a platoon sergeant, right? You're out in the field, stand twos at fucking whatever time, right? Well, he's going to be up 15, 20 minutes prior to everybody else and already camoed up and ready to yell at everybody, you know? And I'm like, why? You know, what I didn't understand was everything that guy did, like, he did everything that we were doing, but he did it better and faster and first. And he wouldn't take excuses, would not fly. He'd be like, I don't want to fucking hear that shit, you know, because he's from New York. It's like, you motherfuckers need to do your fucking job, fucking boot, you know, like it. And he was an old 82nd guy. And, you know, and then I'm working for him, you know, as a young kid. And, like, I will say, I think I was better at talking to soldiers and letting them know that I'm not a total asshole 247.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't figure that out. You know, but I will say, you know, after being a squad leader for him a while and learning how he operate and all, like, I did get to where I felt comfortable going to ask him questions and all. But even like, when he showed up at my change of responsibility, man, like, I was like still kind of like timid, you know. And I mean, I'd ran into him overseas because he was an ops sergeant major for like One Fury and shit. But it was still, you know, he's that guy that, like, I tell dudes, I'm like, as a senior NCO, like, the asshole part of me, the understanding that I don't give a fuck, you're not my buddy and all that shit came from him. And, you know, like, and I learned from him, like I said, from him, that if you're a competent asshole, like I can bitch about you all day long, but you know your job. But if you're just an asshole treating like people, and you know, like.
When do you think that switch flipped when you learned that the biggest a-hole you ever worked for taught you more than the nice ones couldn't?
When I became a platoon sergeant. Like when I became a platoon sergeant, so, you know, if people all know, you know, in the infantry world, light infantry platoon is about 42 guys, depending on attachments and all that shit. You know, what you don't understand until you get to that position is once you get there, everything you do is seen. Like everything. And that's why, like, you have to be the guy that, you know, even if you're an asshole or whatever, you have to be the guy that, like, the entire time I worked for him, I could never say that he was fucked up on anything, ever. And that's the guy you got to be, because you're the guy that, you're the standard bearer. You're the guy that keeps it all together. You're the guy that freaking trains the PL. You know, I will tell you the other thing that Sergeant Major, retired now, McDowell, taught me was, and I think this really did help me throughout the rest of my career, because I had that, just like most of us, there's NCO officer business, right? And he told me, nah, it's fucking leader business. He's like, if your PL don't know what the fuck's going on, you're failing him. He's like, because at the end of the day, he's the one responsible for all this shit. You know, and we fail to realize that, because you're like, this fucking kid coming in here, you know, I'm a platoon sergeant, he's been in the Army 2 fucking years, you know. And what I took from that was, like, you know, that guy's a kid, but he has knowledge and training that I don't have. But I have knowledge and training that he doesn't have. And if we both come together and we implement it the right way, then our unit's going to be successful. But if I'm like, hey, sir, just sit the fuck down, I'll call you when I need you, then I'm not setting him up, and I'm failing the unit.
And I'll tell you, most of those senior officers, because I've had an opportunity to talk to quite a few of them, they all remember the impact of their platoon sergeants when they were a PL, especially. You know, they remember those E6s and E7s when they were, you know, a platoon sergeant and a company commander. And I think the good officers, you know, when they were younger in the career, had great NCOs because they become really great leaders. To your point, when I think there's that interlocking, and you see, man, I mean, some of the most successful companies that I worked with is when the senior enlisted and the officer, they had a great working relationship and a respect, because that translates into the company, man.
Yeah. And I mean, like, most officers are not, most officers are not gonna, they're not, I don't even know how to say it the right way. Most officers don't understand how to engage troops because they've never had to.
Oh.
And then when they do, they're coming from, most of their experiences from IBOLIC or, you know, or whatever, whether they went to West Point or whatever, but they don't have the life experience of a young staff sergeant. You know, like a staff sergeant's, you know, late 20s, and that fucking PL, second lieutenant, 22, 23 years old, you know, like it's, and, you know, and then you realize, like, as you start moving up, like, as a platoon sergeant, you're training that PL to be a company commander. As a first sergeant, you're training that company commander to be a battalion commander. And what I mean by that is you're not training him how to do officer shit. You're training him how to lead. Because, you know, and I'm going to say this, there's a difference between leading and commanding. And a lot of people don't understand that, because most officers are really good at commanding. But when you look at leading, like, most of them, and what I mean by leading is, like, just for example, taking, you know, platoon, putting them in a room and talking to them and, you know, getting info out of them and stuff like that. They don't know how to do that because they've never had soldiers. They don't understand that. And that's why you, as a senior NCO, if you're just, hey, sit the fuck down until we go out to the field or till we plan a mission, then you're failing him.
Oh.
Because he needs to understand how you talk to soldiers. What, he needs to understand, like if an officer comes in, yeah, he knows duty positions, but he doesn't understand like the nuances of it. He doesn't, like, for example, when I was a first sergeant, I get a company commander. I told him, I'm like, sir, you got to understand, we're in the 82nd Airborne Division. So we can have all the most high-speed training in the world set up. We fucking best live fire everything. If birds come up and there's shoots available, that trumps everything. And I'm like, and I'm just telling you now, the first time it happens, you're going to fucking argue with me and you're going to bitch and all this shit. But you're going to concede because you're going to have no fucking choice.
When you're talking about like when colonels show up or something?
No, like for example, say we got a live fire exercise set up. So we're going to do, say, squad live fires, right? Mm-hmm. So squads are going to go through doing live fire exercise. We're going to be out in the field for 2 weeks or whatever. Well, if we're out in the field and we're doing like platoon exevals, for example, but especially during the war, we're constantly catching up to keep dudes current on jump pay to get them enough jumps, right? So in the 82nd, aircraft take priority. So like if we're going out to train, I get a call and say, hey, First Sergeant, we got three slots on this bird. We need to fill tonight. I can't say no. I can't say, I got to figure it the fuck out.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay.
And as an officer, that's hard to fathom because the training is priority. And it's like, yes, it is, sir. But to caveat that, we're in an airborne unit. Airborne currency is the number one priority. And it's weird because you have to, and it's not just that. It's so many little nuances that you don't learn until you go through those positions and you deal with brigade, battalion, division, all that crap.
Yeah, when you first got to the 25th, the guys that were already on the line kind of wrote you off. Man, those old guard dudes are pretty boys. You kind of alluded to it earlier. Then on the brigade FTX, a 12-mile air assault foot march out to Cuss, what was it? Cuckoos, yeah. The squad leaders were literally betting on whether you'd fall out. How'd that go?
Yeah, I was like, I mean, that foot march was like nothing, and I get out there and what was his name? Was it? Started with a Z. I think it was Z. He went Special Forces, but one of the guys was like, damn, dude. Like, we were thinking you were going to be sudden, like, I'm like, dude, I'm an infantryman. We did infantry shit where I came from, like, and I told him, I was like, it's not hard to fucking put, Pete and Joe in front of each other and keep moving. But yeah, because, it's, again, you don't understand. You think all they're doing is ceremonies, they don't know. And granted, I will say, I wasn't where they were at when it came to, understanding patrol-based activities and shit like that. But I learned quick, But I could physically do everything. And it's weird because anytime you go into somewhere, there's always going to be that they're measuring you against something. They're looking at you, like me, my whole career, dude, especially when I became a senior NCO, I always got the tab check. People look at, I'd be like, yeah, I don't have a Ranger tab. Like, it's that kind of shit. But
here's something I think a lot of people don't know about you. Right before 9/11, you were getting out. Wildlife and fisheries agent, border patrol, cop, or school. That was the plan. How close did you really come to walking away, and what would that life have looked like?
To tell you the truth, I told people I was close to walking away, but I knew I wasn't. I just kept, my wife was kind of aggravated with us being on the island and all that shit. And then finally, I just told her, I was like, babe, I've been in, at that point, I think I had, 8.5, 9 years in, however long it was. I was like, babe, I'd be stupid to get out now. And then I was like, I want to go do, because I've done the old guard, I've done the 25th, now I want to go do paratrooper shit. And she was like, really? And I was like, yeah. And then she said, okay. So I re-enlisted. That's the only time I ever got a bonus for re-enlisting, and that was, I think I got like $2,000 or some shit to go to 82nd. But, it's like I told guys, I even told myself then I was going to get out, I was going to do wildlife and fisheries and this and that. And even back then, I didn't understand what all went into that. I've had guys throughout the years come and tell me, yeah, I'm going to get out and do this, or I'm going to get out and do that. And I'm like, all right. Let's pull it up on the website. Have you even filled out a packet to get on the wait list for the test for the school? Have you done this? Have you done that? Because, most guys don't do that. But for me, man, like, I don't know what it was, but I had, like, McDowell. I had some good leaders in the 25th that were 82nd. I was airborne qualified. And I was like, I told my wife, I was like, I've done regular light infantry. Now I want to go do airborne shit. And at that point, because, I thought I was going to go to the 82nd, get all schooled out, do all this cool shit. And then, I re-enlisted for the 82nd. I think my re-enlistment, I'd have to pull up the document, but I re-enlisted probably maybe not even a month before 9/11. Like, it was right before.
We're gonna go there and just go there in just a second. Before we talk about that, you met your wife inside your first year in.
Yeah.
Married her August 93. Almost 33 years you guys have been married.
Yeah.
After the childhood you had, you said if you ever married, it had to be forever. Something's got to legitimately dig into your heart, is what you told me. I've never had a conversation with you since you and I have met where your wife hasn't been a part of that conversation in some way, shape, or form. She's obviously, very instrumental to you. What was it about her?
Dude, truthfully, the number one thing that like, when I met Diane, that really, like, I fell for her head over heels, because she didn't buy into my bullshit, man. Like, she wasn't like the other girls. Like, the shit I was doing wasn't cool, like, and I don't know. So basically, I met her, man, through one of my buddies. He was dating her friend. I went to JRTC. I was gone for 30 days. I come back, and my buddy's like, "Yeah, that girl was asking about you." So I was like, "Oh shit!" So I hit her up, and we went out on a date, and at that time I was only 20, whatever. But, like, something in my head, man, just looking in her eyes and the way, like, something told me right then, it's like, you're going to marry that girl and she's going to be with you for the rest of your life. And I remember, because I got to the old guard in, actually on December 31st, 92. So, and we met in March. And then we got married in August. And I remember when I was going to ask her to marry me, I told, at first when we started dating, Norton, the guy that did it, he was like, "Man, you're going to marry that guy." I was like, "You never fucking get married. Fuck that shit." And then, I don't know, something just told me, like, you got to be with her. And, like, it's like, my military career, dude, I would not be anywhere if it wasn't for her. Because the times where, I've had bad shit happen throughout the years, and the times where it was bad, I had the rock, like, she was always there. But for me, like, it was so weird, because I always told myself, at that point I'm never going to get married because of what happened to my parents. But I said, like, if I ever do it, it's going to be forever. And when I asked her, we thought I was going to ask her and we were going to be engaged for a while and all that shit. And I asked her and she said, yeah, and it was crazy. And then next thing you know, she's pregnant with Chell. And then we were like, well, we're just going to push up the date. And yeah, man, like, any of the guys that knew me back then and that, like my buddy Bobby's known Diane for 20 plus years, like, they'll all tell you, man, like honestly, she I don't even know how to say it the right way. Like, my dad helped mold me and everything, but she truly made me the man I am, because I knew that I had to step up and, I got a kid on the way. I got this woman that I told, like, that I'm going to take care of her for the rest of my life. And I was like, I got to fucking do it. And, there have been times when she was done with me, like, because you could imagine.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, like, I can be pretty hard to deal with, but at the same time, like, she's always been there to support me. I mean, fuck, dude, when I got wounded, you know, when they let me out of the hospital to come back, when I was down at Fort Bragg, she's still packing, you know, my deep wounds and shit. My wife's doing that, you know, like, and, you know, she told me, I forget, when I got hit, she was like, I'm giving you 20 years and that's it. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? She's like, well, I know you're not getting out. I know you're fighting it, but 20 you owe me. And she honestly, in her head, we were talking about this not too long ago, she was kind of like my family, thinking because of what happened to me that I wasn't going to have to go back. But she also understood that I was fighting to go back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now, like, we talk and everything, like, both our paths went this way for a reason. And, like, dude, like, we've been married almost 33 years.
That's awesome.
And we're happier now than we've ever been. And, like, dude, she's, you know, she's same age as me, a little bit older, a couple months, so I always mess with her. You know, like when
she looks a lot better than you, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Of her.
When we were turning 50, I was like, oh, you're gonna be 50. I'm only gonna be 49. You know, but no, man. I mean, I'm lucky because she's still beautiful, takes care of herself, takes care of me and the girls, and like, yeah, dude, it was just, I don't know, man. Like, it ain't me, it's her.
Yeah.
Like.
Shout out to Diane McAlister. The other one, 3 daughters by 1998. You say you know you did the parenting right because they come back because they want to, not because they have to. But you're also the first to say that your wife's the one that raised them. You still play Call of Duty with one of your daughters. How do you hold both of those things, you know, the closest now, but the honesty about who was home when they were younger?
I think now...
We talked about this in the car yesterday, too.
Yeah. But I think now, like, the girls... You know, they're like, ultimately, like I say, my dad's my biggest fan, but my girls are, you know,
that's awesome.
They're so proud of me. You know, like my buddies, I'll talk about it because they always post, you know, social media about me and stuff. And it's like, you know, like, my oldest daughter, Chell, like we butt heads more than the other two when she was a teenager. But the good thing for me is most of her teenage years I was gone, and she's so much like me. But the thing is they know, like my girls, especially as they got older, and my wife, we kind of had this deal, like, when it was go time, when I did Army shit, that's all I thought about. Like, I couldn't be thinking about Diane the girls and then thinking about if I'm going to step on this PMN mine or all this shit. And fortunately for me, where my relationship was like, you know, I deployed and shit or went out to training and I never had to worry about shit back home.
That's awesome.
Because my wife had it locked down. And then, you know, if there was obviously an emergency, she'd get in contact with me. But like, what she would tell me still today, like even coming to this, she told me, she's like, just do you, be honest. And she's like, everything you do, like you do for the guys. So, you know, so yeah, she's awesome. Sorry, dude.
No, don't be sorry,
yeah, she's the shit, man.
These are awesome things to talk about. Yeah. And I think I told you in the car yesterday, and you and I were chatting about it for almost an hour. You know, it's something I told you I wanted to talk about on the podcast too, because, you know, you have been married for 33 years and that's uncommon, especially for guys from the infantry. You know, the family does have it way worse than we do. I think, you know, we try to kid ourselves sometimes, but like we get to go off, have fun with the boys, do the camping trip, child's taken care of, you got a place to live. But the women and the family, you know, especially with the men, but even the women too that serve as well. You know, we're kind of the anchor in the family when we're gone. I mean, those wives have to be mom and dad. Yeah. And they've got to do their regular job of just momming, but then they also have to take care of the house and fix the washing machine. I swear to God, every time I ever left the house, everything would be perfect. I'm telling you, 2 days to be gone, garage door breaks, wash machines, you know, trashed out. So they had to,
dude, like when I deployed in the invasion in Iraq, I didn't know it until, you know, after it was all over. But, you know, I had a little Blazer and like while I was going, the freaking head gasket blew up in it. And one of the guys that was rear D that knew me freaking called one of his buddies and they fixed the truck and all, but I never knew about it, you know, because that's my wife. When I talked to her, she'd just be like, it's all good. You know,
that's so awesome. September 11th, man. Talk to me about, you know, where you were and what was going on.
Yeah, so I was in 25th. I stepped up. I was acting platoon sergeant. I was asleep. First sergeant gave me a call on the telephone. Had the hard lines back in the house. It's like, I forget what time it was in Hawaii, but it was early in the morning. And he was like, dude, turn on TV. So I turned on TV. I was like, what the fuck? And then, I mean, what the hell? And then he's like, yeah, man, I think we're under attack. And then I started watching, and that's when we all figured it out. And then he's like, can you get in here? I was like, yeah. Dude, I lived on Wheeler Army Airfield, which was literally right across the street from Schofield. Mm-hmm. And it took me, I mean, I don't know how many, but hours on hours, because I messed up and tried to drive over there. I should have just walked. But yeah, it was like everybody else, you know, everything had just stopped. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on. And then
was everybody scrambling, trying to get back on base?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody was scrambling. And then, you know, when we all get, when everything starts dying out a little bit, we had to, we sent guys to guard, like, the hospital. You know, they ramped up security everywhere. We had to go send dudes to get trained on how to, you know, search cars and all that crap. But it was so weird because I'd already re-enlisted for the 82nd. And I remember my first sergeant's like, yeah, dude, we're not going anywhere from here. He's like, because we're all Pacific Theater, man. And at that point, he was right. I mean, obviously, when the war went on, the 25th was there a lot, just like everybody else. But at that point, it was like, no, you know, Pacific, something kicks off, we're going. If not, we're not. So
yeah, at this point, you're a squad leader or a platoon sergeant?
I was an acting platoon sergeant.
So after, you know, you've got all these years of training. You felt like you were on the sidelines while the war you waited for was about to start without you. What was that frustration like? Was that being felt all through the infantry? And
yeah, 25th? Oh yeah, dude. Like all the guys were like, man, we're not gonna fucking, you know, we're not gonna get in the fight. We're not gonna, and you know, I didn't realize, you know, what was going on, but I knew I'd re-enlisted to go to 82nd, and then, you know, I don't know how long after September 11th happened, but, you know, I started hearing about Operation Anaconda and, you know, the 82nd, the 04 jumping in. And
so you had already re-enlisted before 9/11?
Yeah.
So you were just waiting for your orders?
Yeah, I was waiting for orders. So basically, yeah, that's what it is. So I would have probably left earlier, but so I left 25th in I think in July. I got to the 82nd in August of 02. After September 11th, you know, it was that many months, but I do remember why I didn't go to August, because I did extend for 90 days so the girls could finish their school year.
Oh, that's right. I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, I did. I think it was only 90 days. I don't remember exactly, but I did extend. But then I got to the 82nd in 02, and then that's when.
And you finished you spent the rest of your career in the 82nd Airborne, right?
Well, I left in, I left twice. I stayed on Fort Bragg from 02 till
17?
Till 11, till I went to Sergeant Major Academy, then R12, and then I went to 10th Mountain as an Ops Sergeant Major.
That's right.
And then came right back to Bragg. So,
yeah, one of the things I thought was interesting is you kind of described the 82nd as having a spirit pushing you to be more than you are. Mm-hmm. Where does that come from in you? And then in August of 02, when you got to the 82nd, did it feel like you were coming home?
Dude, it felt like when I got there, man, like, I don't know, dude, it's like, this is where I'm supposed to fucking be. Like, it felt right. Like it, you know, the company I went to was the dudes were awesome. You know, I had a great sergeant major, like, you know, and by the time I got there, I would tell I was a damn good infantryman. Like, I was good at my job, but the only thing I didn't know airborne operations. So I was super nervous about that because, you know, I'm going to the 82nd as a staff sergeant, 5 jump chump, you know. Yeah. But I'll tell you this, I got there and I did, they called it, what'd they call it? There was a little, like, it was like a 5-day little class you had to do if you were a leader, and it taught you airfield seizure, like 82nd isms, you know, stuff like that. But so when you get to the 82nd, you know, according to the Airborne Operations Manual, ASOP, all that stuff, your first jump always is supposed to be daytime Hollywood before you do a night mass tack or anything. So you get your first jump, your cherry blast, all that shit. My first jump in 82nd was a night mass tack, full combat equipment, because I told them I wasn't jumping Hollywood, because I was like, I'm not going to let my dudes see me do that shit.
Yeah.
You know, like I was scared shitless, but I did it. And but the cool thing was, man, is you know, like I said, I got there as a 5-jump chump. He's, other than, you know, 3 other dudes, Cavazos is like my number 1 brother. And this dude, you know, by the time I met him, he had been airborne his whole career. I think he started out with the 509th that JRTC is one of the OP4. And he was the 82nd his whole career. But by the time I met Cavazos, you know, he already had his master blaster, 100 plus jumps, all this shit. I had 5. And me and him, man, from the second we met, we just clicked. And it's like, you know, like all of me not being a jump master and not knowing airborne shit and all that shit, like I didn't even worry about it anymore, because I was like, this dude's going to squirt me away.
So
you know?
what, so you get to the 82nd, what, well, I have a couple different questions.
Yeah.
So the war's obviously kicked off. What was, and you know, the Army, to my knowledge, and as much as I've kind of traveled and trained and deployed, you know, you have the 25th Infantry Division, the 10th Mountain, the 101st, and the 82nd. Those are our light fighting units for the most part, right? And each one of those has a very unique culture. And I think 25th Infantry Division doesn't get as much, you know, love as they probably should have, because they're hard chargers as well.
Dude, I never walked. I mean, the 25th, that's where that's all you do is walk. Like, they still do it like Vietnam, man. I mean, I will say, like, walking the hills and all in Hawaii and then coming to Bragg, like foot marching and shit were easy. You know, like, because it's all flat.
Was there a huge culture change between the 25th and the 82nd?
In a way. Like, I don't know, it's just something about it, man, because I think it's because you got to volunteer again. So, you know, you still don't, you know, you still got, it's not like you got dudes that are like total fucking, you know, volunteered to go Delta or none of that shit, but they volunteered to jump out of airplanes. So they're a little bit, in my mind, a little bit more, you know, apt to fucking suck it up and do what they got to do. But I think the greatest thing about the 82nd for me getting there was, you know, the old guard. In the old guard, we learned Army history, right? In the 25th, I knew a little bit about the 25th history, but not a lot, other than, you know, Vietnam, stuff like that. 82nd, like, just exudes history. It exudes, like, the lineage. It's like when you're an NCO there, in the back of your head, all these old World War II vets are looking at you, you know, to hold up the legacy. And I got to tell you, dude, I think one of the special things about the 82nd too is because there's so much ass pain involved in jumping in the regular Army that when you do get to go fight and do your job, you're just fucking psyched to not have to deal with the bullshit.
You have to do gobs of paperwork.
Like, well, dude, like a jump, for example, right? Just people don't understand. The airborne timeline is 8 hours. So from TOT, you're backing off 8 hours. And that's when the jump starts, 8 hours before you're exiting the aircraft. And it's just ass pain, because then you got to get everybody, you got to do initial manifest, final manifest. You got to get everybody to the departure airfield, and then you got to JMPI everybody after they don parachutes, and then you got to meet state. It's crazy, man. Yeah. But yeah.
And then what was the atmosphere when you got to the 82nd? So obviously you have the natural esprit de corps that the 82nd has, but now we're at war. I mean, and the war, and it's, I think, you know, by 02, the snowball's really starting to pick up. What was the atmosphere like from like a war footing?
Everybody there when I got there was saying, dude, we're going soon. Like, everybody knew it. Like, And even when I first got there, the sergeant major told me, he's like, get ready. We're going to fucking do something. We're going to do something, you know? And I was like, Roger, but, you know, we didn't, there were so many rumors. Like I said, I got there, I got to know Cavazos real well.
And who was he? Was he like another, were you a squad leader or platoon sergeant?
I was a squad leader.
Was he another squad leader?
Yeah, he was a weapons squad leader when I first got there. And then he made the 7 list, so I took over weapons squad. And when we deployed, he was just an extra NCO to deploy with us till he got his platoon. But no, dude, like it was.
Was there like an excitement in the air almost?
Yeah, dude, like it's a weird, like it's hard to explain, man. Like, and then, you know, but even in the 82nd, man, I've seen units and guys that come from units that just hate it and it sucks, and I know it's all leadership based. But what I always tell guys, what's special about the 82nd is, like, especially back then, is we could reach back and talk to the old World War II vets, you know, like, I'm sure you've seen a lot of pictures with me and old Rock Merritt. He was like one of my greatest mentors, man. And that dude, you know, that's the lineage that we had to live up to. And, you know, like, I remember talking to old Rock, and I told him, I was like, and this is before I retired, I was like, Sergeant Major, I'm going to retire without my star because of my neck. And he was like, that don't fucking matter. And I was like, well, he's like, hell, I know dudes that only got 2-3 jumps. I'm like, yeah, but they're all in combat, Sergeant Major. You know, he's like, yeah, but your path was different, man. He's like, it ain't about how many jumps you got, man. It's about how you lead. It's about what this place is. And like, and by the time, you know, when I became a jump master and all, I was damn good at it. It's just, you got to have X amount of jumps to get your star. And then you got to have 60 plus to get your wreath and all that shit. So
when you finally told your wife the war was real and you were going after you just re-enlisted specifically to deploy, what did that conversation sound like at your house?
It was, she couldn't understand why I wanted to. At first, like, cause in her mind, why would you want to leave, you know, the girls and me? And, but what she understands now is, like, it's just like anything else. Like, that's who I was, and that's who I was supposed to be. And, you know, like a dude like me, if I would have got out of the Army and never deployed, man, you know, I think that if I would have got out and the war would have started back up, I'd have figured out a way to get back in, you know, because that's just, and I'm not saying that because, like, after I went to combat the first time, I wasn't psyched to go back. I don't think anybody is. I mean, you're ready to go do your job, but you know how bad it is. But at the same time, it's like, that's who you are. And if you can't accept that, then you shouldn't be doing that job, you know? But yeah, for the family, it's super hard for them to understand. I mean, I'm sure it's just like a cop or anything else, man. Like specifically for me, you know, not my wife per se, she understood, but, you know, my other family and friends and all, like, when you get hit and everything, the Army can't make you go back. You don't want to go do that. And it's like, well, number one, they can. Number two, as long as I can physically do it, I'm going to fucking do it. Excuse me. I got to watch my language. But yeah, man, yeah, it's a weird conversation too. When I was, you know, in the 82nd, and then, you know, when we got issued DCUs, like even when I deployed, I couldn't tell my wife where I was going. Like, she had no clue. Like, they all knew we were probably going to Iraq, but they didn't know. And dude, now that you said that, it's probably so. When we were deploying the first day, when we were getting ready to go to the invasion, right? We're all deploying in civilian clothes and all this shit. We get down there. Something happens with the aircraft. I had to call my wife to come get me because we weren't leaving until the next day. Tell me that ain't some Army crap right there, you know?
I deployed the first time to support a Tier 1 organization, and we got the same thing. Don't tell nobody. Don't say nothing. Don't tell nobody where you're at. And then I remember I swiped my AFIS card. I was in Mosul at the PX, and, you know, my wife sends me an email or something like, hey, I know you're in Mosul, Iraq. I'm like, how do you know that? You know? Yeah. And she's like, it was on the freaking debit. And I was like, oh, God, man, the Army sometimes really cracks me up.
Yeah.
Your battalion, man, 2nd 325 White Falcons. You guys got a cool guy mission. Jump into the Baghdad International Airport with the Rangers and seized the airport. Your families thought you were in Kuwait, and you were actually on the Iraq border with the Rangers. And you flew in on the very aircraft you were going to jump from. Then it got nixed. Third ID's Thunder Run made it unnecessary. Walk us through what it was like having that scratched at the last second.
Dude, well, I'll tell you. So we got to Saudi Arabia. It was a little combat outpost out there with all the cool guys. And, I'm a squad leader. I wasn't even a jump master yet. I mean, hell, I think at that point, by the time we deployed, I had like 3 jumps in division, maybe. So I might have had like 8 or 9 jumps. But we get there and, well, actually, let me take a step back. So we don't know what the mission is. We don't know anything. We deployed. We got on C-5s, not C-17s, flew to Germany. But while we were on the aircraft, it was either Battalion XO or Battalion S3 pulled up a map and briefed everybody on what we were going to do and where we were going and all that shit. But they didn't say it until after we left Germany. And we're like, what the fuck? We're jumping in. Holy hell. But we knew something like that because we had went to JRTC in October. And we did like a legit combat jump there. Dude, my rucksack weighed 120 pounds easy. Like, nothing was going to nix that jumping on. And I remember Cavazos was like, dude, we're doing this because we're jumping in, man. And, so we're in RR and, all the squad leaders and up, we had to go to the JM briefs every day, the intel update. And I think we wound up being there for like 2 weeks.
This year in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. And it was, if I'm remembering this correctly, it was the day we were supposed to jump. We got issued 1950s weapons cases, everything. Kitted our stuff up, and then they told us, jumps nixed. We're freaking, and I think it was like that night we got on the aircraft and flew into Talil to link up with the rest of the brigade, which the rest of the brigade had deployed to Kuwait. And they were good. So what we found out was when we jumped into Baghdad, when it was going to happen, when us and the Rangers went in and secured Baghdad International, then the rest of the brigade was going to be a follow-on jump to bring in ass, on the ground. But then all that got nixed. And I don't know, I still don't know. You can read, there's different reasons why it got nixed. Obviously, there was the big bad sandstorms, but most of us, to me included, I think it was because Third ID just bypassed everything. And I mean, they did clear the airport without destroying it. I'll give them that. And they took out a lot of tanks. But what most people don't realize is, like us, when that jump got nixed, and there's some documentaries on it because I've watched some about us, the 101st and the Marines. So it was us, 101st, and I forget what battalion of Marines, but we were all basically online, just moving up from the south, clearing everything up to Baghdad.
It was 3-5, man. My best friend was in that unit. And he was on the podcast.
Yeah, so so they were, we were all basically doing the same mission, clearing town after town after town to get to Baghdad, to kill Fedayeen, Republican Guard, arrest them.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I built Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
You were in a light unit, though. How were you guys maneuvering? That's all 5 tons or what, man?
No, that's the funny part. So we get to Talil, way out in the middle of nowhere. And
the whole battalion flies in. Yeah,
I take that back. It was a battalion minus because each company had to lead back a platoon because we didn't have enough seats on the 5 tons to get everybody in. So we gacked on the back of 5 tons to, I don't know how many clicks outside of Samawah to
For those of you who don't know, a GAC is a ground assault force.
Yeah, ground assault. We were all on the back of 5 tons. And we got to a, detrucking point, and then we got to the assembly area, patrol base, whatever you want to call it. And then that's when we kind of got briefed on the mission, but we really got the you know, the commander pulled out the freaking easel and showed everybody where we're going to hit, what time we're going to hit. I was the weapon squad leader for Charlie Company for 3rd Platoon, but for Charlie Company, I was the senior weapon squad leader and the support by fire for the company. So basically, it's cool for me because I get to say it now, but I was shitting bricks, man, because, you know, as a support by fire, as a weapon squad leader, you know, our job for that one was to go find an overwatch position, lock down Bridge 1, keep the bad guys from crossing it and keep them from sticking their heads up. So the rest of the company could come in and, you know, get across the bridges and clear into the town. And there were 2 bridges right there on, I think it was Highway 8 that went into a Samawah, but each bridge, you know, I think it was Euphrates, not the Tigris, whatever river's there, you know, from one side of the bridge to the other is probably 400 or 500 meters, you know, by the time you get. So it was like, it was so surreal for me, man, because I think had I turned 30 yet? I think I just turned 30 and, or 29. And, you know, I got these 9 kids that I'm in charge of. 2 of them are machine gunners. 2 of them got freaking, you know, javelins. The other ones are ABs. And, oh, by the way, most infantry guys, if you're listening to this, I did something that it worked out for us. Me and Cavazos made it happen. But so MTO for an infantry unit, you'll never see a grenade launcher in a weapon squad, right?
And MTO is like, that's what dictates like what weapons you have, what people, you know.
Task, organization, equipment, all that stuff. And what was I saying about the MTO, man?
You were saying that you did something that most people don't normally.
Oh, yeah. We, was it Beasley was the I forget who was the armorer, but there was extra 203s in the arms room, like that weren't on weapons. And I'm like, I told First Sergeant, I was like, why the fuck can't I use those? He said, what do you mean? That's not MTO. That's for, and for us, I think the SOP was team leaders carried 203s. I'm like, yeah, but that's like a mobile freaking support by fire platform I can have in a weapon squad. And he's like, I didn't think about it that way. I'm like, yeah, if I got grenades, man, while I'm lighting shit up, I can drop grenades on them too. So my ABs had freaking 203s, which was awesome. You know, most ammo bearers just got an M4, but my 203 guys got to shoot a lot of HE rounds and stuff like that. But one of the ABs, I know we talked about this, but he's a stud. He just retired to Sergeant Major out of SF, but he was a private. He lost 100 rounds right before we were about to go out.
Oh, yeah, we're telling that story.
Dude, I skull dragged his ass.
So you guys land in Talil, and then you guys were, I guess, going to clear from Talil to Baghdad. Was that kind of
Yeah, so well, basically what we got told was, so where we were at, we had to gack across the desert to the first big city, which was a Samawah. And what we were told was a Samawah and then I think Najaf and was it Nasiriyah, somewhere else on the other side?
I think it was Samawah, Diwania, Najaf, Ramadi, and then Hibaniya, and then Fallujah.
Yeah. And then, but while we were doing that, the Marines were doing the same thing up some other towns and other ones. But Samawah, the reason it was important is because they had intel that 4,000 to 5,000 Fedayeen troops were there, and their mission was to pull up behind and close out all the supply lines. So after 3rd ID pushed up, because they didn't clear anything moving up, all the bad guys were doing were moving down south and we're going to come up behind. And so that's when the 82nd, 101st, and Marines, we got to do infantry shit and got to come up and clear all the towns. And, you know, you didn't see most of that on the news because 3rd ID made it to Baghdad, and that's what you're seeing, you know. So we went in, Samawah was, I don't know how big the city is in comparison to like Baghdad or whatever, but it was a big city. And they said it was, you know, 4,000 to 5,000 Fedayeen waiting on us, and, you know, that's Iraq's best.
Yeah, Fedayeen was like Saddam's crack force.
Yeah, and they were waiting for us, but, you know, they couldn't shoot for shit.
This was super interesting. I hadn't really heard of this battle, and when you and I were prep and planning, I did a lot of research, and I mean, that was the biggest sustained firefight the 82nd Airborne had had since World War II. Yep. It was pretty crazy. And so I really want to paint the picture, because this is, I didn't realize until you and I had talked what a big what a big battle was. And you guys loaded for it. I remember you talked the company commander into bringing 4,000 rounds per gun, 203s.
Yeah, like basically, man, when we left Bragg and went to Green Ramp to get all our ammo and stuff, you know, you have your, what do we call them? Not the chalk card, but there's another card the guys carry. So if you're DRB or whatever, you just hand it to the ammo guy and he gives you all your shit. So you know what to get.
What's DRB?
Division ready battalion. Yeah. So guys that are on call or whatever. So when we were deploying, we go through Green Ramp, which is where we go to get ready to jump. And then that's where you get issued all your ammo and all this stuff. And I never forget, we're going, you know, invasion. And I go up there and I give him my card and he's like, what do you want, sir? And I was like, what do you mean what I want? He's like, you can take whatever you want. That's the way they were because we were going to the war. They were like, MTO's out the window, whatever you can carry. So we carried what we could, dude. I think I had, and now looking back, it was overkill. I think I had like 14 full mags. You know, me as a weapons squad leader, you know, I didn't fire that. You know, I mean, I had my first full magazine was all tracer rounds, and that was just, you know, shooting a window here, shooting a window there, telling dudes where to go. But, you know, what was awesome about that for me, man, is I got to train dudes, you know, how to be machine gunners, and I got to, like, we were a damn good weapons school. We were really good. And to see him actually do the mission and actually do their job, like you do in training, like that's textbook, was like, it just blew my mind, man, because you don't realize the power that just a light infantry squad has on the ground. You know what I mean? Like what they can do. And then you throw in 2 machine guns and javelins and freaking law rockets, man. Like it was Samawah was like, it was what you picture combat to be in a movie, you know? And, you know, I've been in quite a few firefights, but nothing like that one as far as like length, amount of bad guys, you know, because we were fighting another army then.
What was it that told you to load that heavy for that first engagement?
It was just, I mean, when they told us, you know, we were going to deploy and on, and I got to thinking, and I'm like, well, you know, MTO for a machine gun, I think is 800 rounds. And then, you know, the ABs carry like 200 or 400, you know, you wind up having like 1,100 rounds or whatever. But I'm like, why not have more? You know, because now what we are good at is, so if you don't know anything about machine guns or heavy weapons or any of that stuff, like the machine guns, I mean, I know you know this, I'm just saying it for everybody else. So a machine gun team, it has to be a team because it's not like Rambo. If you go out there and try to shoot a freaking 240 or an M60 from the hip, you ain't going to hit shit, number one. Number two, you're just standing out in the open, you're an idiot. And I mean, that weapon has so much firepower and stopping power. And oh, by the way, if you're using it right, you can keep their heads down until your boys get to them. You know, but the thing that does suck about being a weapons squad and a squad leader in combat is you have the most casualty producing weapons. So where's all the focus from the bad guys at? Taking out those machine guns. So I got to see, and, you know, I could tell you right now, you know, I remember there's thousands of dudes shooting. We were getting shot at by a lot of dudes. And it took me literally like fulls to tell me we were getting shot at for me to actually like really rationalize it. Like it was almost like it was unreal. And to go back to that, so the night, you know, we're stepping off to walk into Samawah, we get told we're hitting the daybreak, and we're like, what the fuck? I mean, what the hell? We on the night, you know, like we're you know, we use nods, we use lasers. And they're like, yeah, but these guys don't fight at night. And we're like, oh. So we had to hit them broad daylight, you know, which was weird enough in itself, but
why did you hit them at daylight?
Because they weren't going to fight at night. They didn't have nods. They didn't have, and they were all like in like bunkers. They all had like fortified positions and all that stuff. And for some reason, the command's like, yeah, we're hitting them in daybreak because that's when they fight. And we're like, We've been trained our whole career that on the night.
I keep hearing you saying they don't have night vision. So to my brain, I'm thinking the 82nd does that. Why do we care that the enemy? Don't we want to fight them because they don't have night vision?
Yeah, but I think the rationale behind it back then was if we went in at night because we hadn't cleared even a foothold or anything, that it could have just turned like really ugly.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I wasn't a commander, but I know as a young, NCO to be walking in the dark. And this is the other weird thing is you're walking through, it's so surreal because we were walking through, it's almost like forest, but it's palm trees and shit. And you got the donkeys coming out and on, you're smelling all the crap. And I'm like, and I can still smell everything. And I'm walking up, I'm like, dude, this is real. I'm really about to, when I come out of here, I'm going to be in the open. And as I'm walking up, I think it was our 1st battalion took contact first, like right at daybreak. And I was like, oh shit, this is real. I mean, the night while we were walking in, because I think we had like I don't know how many clicks we walked, maybe 4 or 5.
So you guys did like an offset infill?
Yeah. Yeah. So few clicks out, we dropped, prepped, and then walked in from different directions.
Yeah. To the best that you're willing to in your recollection, can you really just take me through, and take our listeners really through, right before you guys get there. So take us up to the rally point. You guys are getting off the trucks and you're offset infill and really tell us the story of what happened.
Well, so like I said, we're in Toledo. We get on the 5 tons to link up with the rest of the brigade. We drive to, it was like an old garbage dump or something. It was the Assembly Area Patrol Base. It was night when we got there. And the commander pulled all the leaders in, squad leaders and up. And it was a guy named Carson, now retired Colonel Carson. And Carson he told us all, he's like, yep, hit time, 06, whatever. That's when we're like, what the hell, sir? Blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, all right, our mission, 4,000 Fedayeen or whatever he said, locked in. They're in freaking overwatch positions, they're in bunkers, they're waiting for us. And while he was talking to us, I mean, we're prepping the objective. We got 107s coming in, we got A-10s dropping 500
so you
pounders.
Hear all this.
Yeah, like they're prepping it for us. So when we went in, it already looked like World War III because they had already leveled so much crap. But yeah, we went, so, we get there, we get the mission, and then, like I said, man, I was support by fire for the company for the initial push. And then each platoon in the company had their own support by fire, weapon squad. But we were the main effort for the company as far as getting Bridge 1, Bridge 2. And what worked out for us was, like I said, Cavazos had made E7, but they didn't have a platoon for him yet. So he deployed, and he had been a weapon squad leader. So freaking, I was like, dude, you control one gun team, I'll control the other. And we just talking to guns, man. I mean, this thing about when do you have that? Like 2 senior guys that know what the hell they're doing, in combat. Like we were just, but anyway, man, we get to the detrucking point. We get there, we get the brief. We're doing PCCs, PCIs, getting ready to, whatever our step off time was. And
PCIs are your pre-combat checks, pre-combat inspections. Super important. Make sure you got, all the gear you need. And
yeah, like I tell guys, don't expect what you don't inspect. So if you don't inspect it, that's your fault. But so I'm inspecting all my guys, checking all the stuff, and one of the things you check in combat is ammo count, all this stuff. 100 rounds missing. Oh man, I lost my shit. Because number one,
linked ammo, or
linked ammo. Number one, I didn't want to report it. Number two, I was so mad because that 100 rounds, I didn't know if we were going to need it or not, and I don't think we ever found it. But
did it fall off when he got off the truck or something?
I think so. But Sega learned so much that night. And that kid, like I said, he's a stud. He was just a private, he was an airmo bearer, lost it, but he understood how important keeping track of your shit was. But yeah. But yeah, man, we got through all that, and then we got the mission to step off and go, and whatever hit time was, we had our route.
So did you guys like walk online in like an echelon formation, or?
Well, it's just so each company had a specific target. So like for Charlie Company at the time, it was Bridge 1 and Bridge 2 is what we had to lock down. So our mission was we're going to walk in from the south, come up, lay in support by fire, lock down boats, get the guys to the bridges where they could clear across. And so anyway, we walked in. My job was, as soon as we got to the release point, is me and my AG Fulse and the other one, Gilman, both my AGs, we were pushing up to find a position to set up. So we were the first ones like across the road. And the only place I could find that had cover and concealment was like some rubble from like a fence, or not a fence, but like a wall. So we were behind like bricks and all, and I had the guns set up. And, as we're setting up, I didn't have the guns with me, because that's the other thing. When you're doing support by fire and you're setting up your machine guns and all, you select the location, you bring your team up, and then you bring the gun up. You set one gun into operation and then the other gun. Because if you're just willy-nilly, then you're screwed. But
so you guys do like a proper leader's recon, and then
yeah, we did it. We did textbook, man. And when daybreak hit, I set up the spot. Like as me and Fulse were crossing the road, we were getting shot at, and we didn't even realize it. Like I'll never forget. I heard, and I didn't even put two and two together, but I heard kind of like by my ear, and I was like, "What the hell?" And then, after a minute or so, I don't remember how long, but I was like, "What the hell?" I said something, and Fulse was like, "I think they're shooting at us, Sergeant." And then you can kind of see the asphalt hitting, but I couldn't even really see the dudes that were shooting at us, because they had some good standoff in the windows, because they were smart enough to actually kind of bring themselves back a little bit. So I started, once we pulled the guns up, man, started pointing out targets, and we started hitting stuff. And to go back to is something I forgot that's pretty important, because that's what I tell everybody too. The enemy always has a vote, and so does Murphy. And Murphy got me that day, because back in those days, I had a CCO, which is a weapons squad leader. I should have had, ACOG and shit, but we didn't have them yet. I had, binoculars. But we're walking, and I'm looking at my stuff, and my damn CCO fogged up on me. So I just took it off, put it in my backpack, and used my backup iron sight. So my first big firefight in combat was old school. But fortunately for me, I had 2 machine guns with a lot of rounds, but yeah.
So you guys walk up and start setting in positions. And I remember you were telling me your AG Fulse, you were asking him, "Hey, what's that noise?"
Yeah.
And he said, I think they're shooting at us.
Yeah, he's like, "I think we're getting shot at, Sergeant." And then I started figuring, I was like, we are, holy shit. But we were behind cover, so you could hear it and we could see stuff hitting. But, we were smart enough to be behind bricks and all. And then, when we brought the guns up, the only thing I did was what I was supposed to do, man. Wherever I thought bad guys were at, I was spotting targets, calling out targets. The gunners and the AGs, like AGs were linking rounds like you're supposed to. We're doing everything we're supposed to. And it was, like, I don't know how many bad guys we killed that day, because that's the other thing, man. Like, I've seen so many dudes, we killed this, we killed that. Most infantrymen, after a firefight, you've taken out bad guys or whatever, but you don't know who killed who. You know what I mean? Unless it's just right there, and it's like, okay, we took out a bunch of bad guys. But like the thing about it for me, man, was getting to see like everything that I had trained for my whole adult life and everything that I'd been through, to be able to see that, these guys need to know what they're doing. But if I'm not smart enough to keep them in the right positions, to move them where they need to be and keep their head in the game, then we're screwed, dude. And that pressure as a young guy, man, is like brutal, and then you sit there like, dude, there were so many things that happened that day that were like, it was like shit out of like, you'd be like, how does that even, like, for example, Mokyber, like I'm sitting there, we're taking heavy fire. He's a mortarman with a 60 millimeter mortar. Runs by like, "You need anything, dude?" I was like, "If you get around in that freaking," I think it was a bunker or building or whatever. Boom, one shot, direct lay right in it. Like, and direct lay, if you don't know what that is, that's basically a guy shooting a mortar, just putting it on the ground. Like there's no plate, no nothing. It's just him hand shooting it. And he dropped it just right in on him, man. I was like, holy hell. You know, it was like almost like slow motion. And then the same thing with another kid. He was he was in third squad. We were taking heavy fire from one of the high rises. It was like an apartment building. It was like a PKM, and like my machine guns were lighting the building up. And this one, we just kept taking rounds, and we couldn't get, like I think I shot a law rocket at it. Couldn't get nothing in it. And then I think his name was Evans. This kid was a 203 gunner from third squad, not even one of my guys. Dropped a 203 round right in that window or bunker or whatever it was and stopped it immediately. One round. I was like, holy hell. But that's the shit you don't, you know, like, that's the kind of stuff I remember is the stuff that, like, when a dude does something like, I'm like, how the hell? You know, but yeah, it was crazy, man.
I remember when we were podcast prepping, you had like all these snapshot moments. And I would imagine, I mean, just from my own experience, that's kind of how my memory is. Like you remember there's almost like freeze frames, and it's like everything happens so fast, but you remember it so slowly. It's like it's in slow motion. You were telling me a story about one of the scouts took an AK round.
Oh yeah, one of the scouts took a round in the jaw and spit it out. Didn't kill him, but hit him right there. I want to say they were the 1st Battalion, the Red Falcon Scouts. But yeah, that dude, and then there was another one that I think I told you this in the prep, but this one's a pretty cool, like, and I remember it vividly, and I'm sure I'm not saying it 100% accurately, like we said, you know, somebody, but so from Bridge 1 to Bridge 2 was about, if I had to guess, 3/4 of a mile, maybe a mile tops to get from one to the other. And to get from one to the other, it was just an open road. So the way we did it was kind of like the Mogadishu Mile, man. We had Delta Company from First Bat gun trucks. So it was just light-skinned Humvees, no armor, no nothing, just heavy weapons trucks, 50 cals, Mark 19s. And we just ran by those guys, and they just covered us by fire until we got there. I'll never forget, I got to Bridge 2, and we'd already did what we were supposed to do, and then we got called back into it was this little, like not a colot, all right, but like a little atrium type area. It looked like a nice like back porch area. Mm. And we all kind of linked up there, and we're waiting on it was Denny squad. I think they were 2nd squad, but my buddy Denny, who wound up being a pilot later, him and his squad were running by the trucks, and one of the trucks took an RPG. And I forget, it was like slow motion. We could all see it. It's like, hits the truck kind of bounces up and moves a little bit, and then the other truck just hit him, like, without even stopping to try to push him out of the kill zone, I guess, like we're trained. And everybody got out of the truck that was disabled and got on the other side, started returning fire, you know, doing whatever. And the kid that was up on the 50 cal just kept shooting. And I'm like, dude, he needs to get out of the truck, you know, like, and anyway, from what I understand what happened to the kid, because I wound up running into him later, but when the RPG hit their truck, where that little area you stand on, like the pedestal, like some of it, when it hit, came up and like went through his calf. And so he was like locked in the truck, but I don't think he felt it because of yeah, that kid wound up the whole time just laying.
With a bunch of pieces of the truck stuck
until they finally got him out of there. But I remember if we saw it, like, it was like slow motion, because I think it was Denny, because like once the truck got hit, it actually moved the truck. And the guys that were standing by the truck were like touching themselves, you know, making sure they're all right. And then, yeah. But yeah, I actually ran into the kid that was the gunner of that truck, probably in like 2007, 8 on Fort Bragg. He was in the Guard of Reserves at that point. But yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
One of the other interesting things you told me is only 3 guys in your platoon could even run a law. Law's an old school. They used them in Vietnam's light anti-tank weapon. You, Cavazos, and your platoon sergeant, because you guys, the only reason you guys knew him is you guys had done EIB.
Yeah, EIB, and I think Cavazos used them when he was a opposing force guy down at Fort Polk.
Yeah, you told me the Rangers had a whole pallet of them there.
Oh, yeah, they do. Like, yeah, y'all want some? We're like, fuck yeah, dude. Or, yeah, dude. You know, excuse me.
What does that tell you about how thin the real expertise can be when the shooting starts?
Oh, yeah, dude. It's like, it's amazing how, you know, like even not even just when the shooting starts, when it's all over, man, you get back from deployment. The turnover on knowledge and everything is just so crazy, man. Like, but yeah, like the law rocket's not a difficult thing to use, but if you don't know how to take the safety off and all that stuff, you're just going, what the hell, you know?
Yeah, same with AT4.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you remember most about that engagement? I mean, it was a 7-hour firefight. I know we kind of glanced over it.
Truthfully, what I remember most about the engagement, and it affected me for the rest of my career, was how smoked I was when it was over. Like, dude, like when we got the call, you know, when the I don't know if it's 4th ID, whoever the mechanized guys were that came in with the Brads and all, you know, we went back to our patrol base or whatever, and it was only, you know, X amount of clicks, however many. Dude, it could have been 1,000 miles. Like, I had never, ever, I don't think any of us had ever felt an adrenaline drop like that. Like, because, you know, you think you got an adrenaline high jumping out of an airplane. You think you got an adrenaline high, you know, shooting live rounds on the range, you know, getting in a fight, whatever. There's nothing like living like 100% switched on, like for that many hours, you know, just like, what I tell guys now is, you know, you always hear you know, you got to be in shape so you can get to the fight. Nah, I think that's BS, man. You got to be in shape so you can get to the next fight. Because that fight that you're going to, your adrenaline and everything is going to get you to that one. Like, it's going to get you there. But when you got to leave and you're done and you just got to walk to point A to point B and your body is like, dude, F you, I'm done. How do you keep moving? The only thing that keeps you going is this. And your body being in shape, man. Like, it was, yeah, like, and I've talked to other dudes over the years that have been in similar situations. Like, you don't realize, like, dude, I will never forget that feeling. Like, still to this day, I've never felt like that again. Like, literally to pick up my damn rucksack, like, it felt like it weighed 500 pounds.
I remember you told me one of your buddies was telling you that, you know, you guys were walking out. And
he's just like, leave me, man. I can't fucking move, you know? And then, and speaking of that, we were also smoked and everything. And I forget, you know, back then, like, and here's the other thing, which people can't fathom now, and we tell them. But like, when I went into a Samawah, the battle, right? Number one, we were a infantry brigade minus, right? No division support whatsoever. We went into a Samawah with one water bottle and one MRE. That's it. Like, and when we were walking out, I remember Cavazos, man, because we were talking about it. His favorite MRE was chicken with salsa. And all he kept talking about was, dude, I can't wait till I eat my chicken with salsa. Because we were so hungry. And then we're walking out, and all I heard him was, F this, F that, what the? I was like, dude, what's wrong? He's like, I lost my freaking MRE, man. Like, it came out of his bag. But yeah, like, so our first few months in country, man, like, we were drinking and eating what we could find in country. Like, I'm not making that up, dude. Like, that's why you will meet some of my guys, but I did as a first sergeant. We were doing a 20-mile foot march, full combat equipment, body armor, rucks, everything, as a battalion competition. And we were stepping off at like 03. I walked in front of the company with my new commander there and dumped out all my water in front of him. All of it. My Camelback, everything. And all I said was, be the asshole that falls out, because I ain't going to fall out. And I did the 20 miles without a sip of water. And then I explained to all the guys after, I'm like, what you got to understand is you're not hydrated by the time it's go time. It's too late. And then the other thing is, when you're on that mission and it sucks and it's hot, you're not always going to have that water to drink, man. Like, you got to keep moving. Now, granted, you know, according to the Army, is that the right thing to do? No, but you got to, you know, as a leader, you have to make guys understand that, like, and that's the other thing, you know, a lot of guys have deployed in this war. A lot of guys have fought in the war, but not a lot of guys have lived the expeditionary life, if that makes sense to you. Like, a lot of guys that are deployed have fell in on infrastructure, FOBs, you know, combat outposts, stuff like that. We had nothing. we had what was in our rucksack. That was it.
Yeah, my really close friend was on here, talking about Fallujah. And basically, they just house hopped, and then every night they would stay in the house they took over, eat whatever food they could find in the house.
That was us, man. Like, yeah, we called them, like we call it an NAI. Like we're gonna set up a named area of interest, basically an ambush position. But it's like find a house that can overwatch it, that'll get us out of the elements, And yeah, it was crazy, man. It was like the invasion in Iraq was what you would picture it would to be like. And then, as the deployments went on and, night and day different.
Was that first combat engagement, was it what you thought it would be in your head? Because I think we all have this idea of what combat's going to be like. And then, once it happens, it's sometimes it's a lot different than, what we fantasize about or, because when you're waiting all these years and training, that's all you think about. I mean, I remember I also joined pre 9/11 and, before the wars kicked off, we would do rotations in between Desert Storm and Iraqi Freedom. The U.S. Army kept a task force on the Kuwaiti border. And I remember my unit got assigned to go and there was only a platoon and everybody was fighting because it was just like, it was something besides the National Training Center. It was something like, you're going to go do something real. And so we have this idea of what it's going to be like. Was it what you thought it would be?
Yes and no. Like, I kind of expected it to be like, kind of like when you watch the World War II movies, the bad guys coming out on line so you could just shoot them and, granted they couldn't shoot for crap, but they were smart enough to take cover and have bunkers set up and all that stuff. But what I will tell you is to experience that, because it is an experience that a lot of guys, even in this war, didn't get to experience, is something like that. And it was cool, man, and it was kind of what I expected, but it wasn't as sexy, if that makes sense to you.
It makes a lot of sense.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nothing was pretty, nothing was...
It is not the movies.
No, and I mean, like, we say we did stuff textbook, but, at the same time, you got to figure stuff out, and you got to do what you got to do. But it was, I guess it was like I thought it would be in the fact that I honestly knew, like, that I knew that if they came out to fight us, that they had no choice. Like, I knew, I was like, if they face us head on, dude, I'm not worried one bit. I honestly wasn't. But it was, and I think that was what was kind of cool about Samawah for most of us, but it kind of, when I look back on a Samawah too, kind of hurt me in a way because of all the crap we did that day. And like, there was a lot of stuff where, a lot of us shouldn't be here. And, you look back on it and you're like,
what do you mean by that?
Like, when a rocket hit here and you're right there or freaking, like, dude, I saw so many things that day that like 1 millimeter here or, this dude, if he wouldn't have moved a split second before or this or that, like we just saw so much of like what could have been bad, but wasn't. And I tried to rationalize, like, how did we kick their ass so bad? Like, because they're supposed to be the best. They're supposed to be good at what they do. And I mean, they were coming out fighting us.
And they had the home field advantage.
Yeah. What they didn't have is what we have. And I saw it later on in Samawah when they all started giving up, was they didn't have the will to fight for their brothers like we do. Because most of those guys were forced to be there. So once they could give up, what were they doing? Because they didn't want to get killed. Even the Fedayeen guys, like, from what I understand, if you read about Samawah, I know like a few days into it, a lot of them gave up and I think the commander had put out on like loudspeakers or whatever with the PSYOPs guys, like if you want to give yourself up, I think it was the Olympic pool they had there because they did Olympics or something. So from what I understand, I didn't see it because I wasn't in that part, but a shitload of them gave up. Like, I don't know how many days into it, but
did you guys take casualties on the objective?
No.
That's awesome.
The only casualties that I knew of was like the one kid that got shot in the jaw, and then the other kid
Yeah, you said that kid that got shot in the jaw, he like spit the bullet out.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like it just went in, hit him. So it's probably a ricochet or something because it didn't go all the way through. Like it didn't even chip his tooth, I don't think. But he had a hole in his. Speaking of that, one of my buddies, he's a retired sergeant major like me now. But when we were first sergeants together, he got hit with a suicide bomber, and the dude's bone went through his face, and he had a hole like you could see his teeth, but it healed up in like a couple weeks, and couldn't even tell. It was crazy.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
Yeah, do you have any other like memories of things like during that battle that kind of sticks out in your mind?
Yeah, as we moved into that city, so the first initial battle was like 7 hours. And then the Brads and everything came in. They pushed up, gained a foothold. We pulled back to refit, and then that's when we moved into the city to start clearing. And when we started clearing in it, that's when they were starting to hide in the houses and all that stuff. And then went from the guys who gave up to the Fedayeen generals and all who were hiding. So we were fighting house to house to try to get them. And then they had their I guess their loyal dudes that were like their guards and all. So, we like, dude, Samawah, WWII, Ramadi, freaking Baghdad, dude. I've done so many raids on houses and all, and like I tell dudes too, I'm like, that's the other thing people don't understand is like, as the war went on, units like Regiment and all started doing all the raids and all that stuff, right? But whose job is that? That's an infantry job because that's their battle space. They're supposed to go clear the house, take the bad guy, do this, do that. And, like special forces and all, like those guys are combat multipliers. They're advisors. Now, one battalion or one company in each battalion of special forces, are direct action guys that do shit like that. But what was weird for me is like, as the war went on, I'm just saying this so I don't forget, man. Yeah. As the war went on, the missions kind of flip-flop. And they started having regular infantry units do like advise and assist and all this stuff, who is not trained to do that, number one. Number two, it's like, dude, they're young 18, 19-year-old kids. The only thing they should be trained to do is pull the trigger, shoot, move, communicate, and come back. And that was the kind of, that's what I didn't like as the war went on, man, is how a lot of commands and stuff started going out to purposely get CIBs and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, that's not what it's all about,
Yeah, you said something to me that was interesting on the prep too, man. Your Hawaii First Sergeant McDowell, he had a lesson, and it was a test. If you get shot at and you do your job without thinking about it, then you're a combat soldier and you're ready for combat.
Yep.
Samawah was, where that kind of paid off. Did you pass your own test that day?
Yep. Yeah, and it was and it actually wasn't McDowell that told me that. It was a guy named First Sergeant Zavosky. So he was, because when I was talking to who was it last week? But it was First Sergeant Zavosky. He was I want to say he was the HAC First Sergeant in Hawaii, but he was an 82nd guy, Panama and I think Grenada. And I asked him, and I was like, how do you really know if you're ready for combat? Because I knew I was going 82nd on. He's like, you get shot at, you shoot back, you do your job, then you know you're good. And then he told me a vignette. He's like, I had a sergeant major, we got shot at, he wasn't good. He's like, he hid in an ice cream truck. I was his RTO or driver. He's like, so you could be in the Army 30 years, but you don't know if you're a combat soldier till you get shot at. And he's right. Like, I saw dudes, I'm sure you have too, I've seen dudes that did their job, but they realized, yeah, this shit ain't for me. And I mean, I get it. but
I remember hearing people, saying, we're deploying on my first tour, and all the guys talking about all the heroics they're gonna do, and then shit starts happening, and none of that happens.
no, like most of the guys that talk that crap are so full of it, man. It's like,
And anybody, who says they're not scared initially, they're either full of shit or they're a psychopath.
no, dude, like till the day, even my last deployment, I was, it was gravy, but I still had fear some days, when we're taking rockets and all.
Absolutely. So you guys end up taking a Samawah. How long were you guys in there before you guys went to the next city?
I want to say it wasn't 2 weeks, but it was probably about, over a week, maybe. It was around there because we cleared all the way into the city, and then once it was deemed clear, and we had other units come in, and they had like some officer was the mayor of the city, they're doing or whatever. We moved on to the next one, and what we were doing was gacking between town to town because light infantry unit, we're on the back of 5 tons. So we get to, I want to say it was Demonia. Commander pulled me, Cavazos, Denny, a couple other dudes out, and was like, "Hey, man, we need some vehicles." I'm like, "Yeah, we know. What do you mean?" He's like, "No, we need vehicles. I need you to get me." And he wanted one of the orange and white suburban taxi trucks. He wanted different things. So asked him, what the parameters were for taking the trucks or cars. And he's like, "Hey, man, if they got an illegal weapon or the windows are tinted or anything like that, tell them you're taking it." Roger that.
I laughed when we were podcast prepping. You're like, "Yeah, man, that was Grand Theft Auto Baghdad."
Yeah, like I told a dude one day, I was like the Galloper truck, which we'll talk about that one. But the guy we took it off from had like a nickel-plated Saddam AK in his car. So I took the gun, and then I'm like, "Hey, dude, your car's ours now," And I told the Terp to tell him, and dude's like, "Whatever." I was like, and I told him, I was like, "Move the fuck out of the way," and then I got in the truck and just took off. But yeah, so I want to say within not long, man, we snapped TCP. We had the Galloper, which was like a little SUV. We had the orange and white taxi. I think we had like a Mercedes.
I know you guys got a Hilux, bro. Right?
Oh yeah, no, the Hilux. So the Hilux we got when we got to Baghdad, and that's when it got serious. So we're clearing all the towns from Samawah all the way up, and then when we get the vehicles, we're using the vehicles while we're in town and shit, and we're moving, gacking from point A to point B. Like the Galloper moved all the way to Baghdad with us. But yeah, like the crazy thing about it, man, is I did 24 plus years in the Army, and I've talked to a lot of dudes who have been in combat, to include special guys, and hardly any of them have ever jacked a car in combat. I don't think I've ever met one. And we did, man, because we're in a war and we're in an invasion. And we had no support, no anything. We need to get around. And
yes, all you idiots in the YouTube comments got something to say about you guys stole cars. Yeah, you've never been to war, and you have no idea what it's like, so you can suck it.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, you're over there and you got to survive, and you got to conduct your mission, and you got to get things done. And it's just like in the movies, man. I mean, like there's nobody coming to save you. You got to figure it out. And with us, we needed vehicles. So we took vehicles, and there was parameters to take them. Just like when we got to Baghdad, we were told one day that every motorcycle was stolen to confiscate them all. So, dude, we confiscated like hundreds of motorcycles because that's what we were told to do, But the vehicles, so when we got to Baghdad, we had by that time we knew we were going to be staying, so we found the vehicles that we were going to be using a lot. So we had a Hilux. I took the doors off, kicked the windshield out, put 100-mile-an-hour tape on the front lights, put blackout drive on it so we could use nods, everything. We still had the Galloper, which broke down a lot. We had a little Nissan Sentra-looking car. I think it was an Opel. I have pictures of me in a Mercedes that the guy that owned the benzene station, the gas station, was overcharging people. And I told him, I was like, you overcharge people, I'm going to arrest you. And then I found out he was overcharging people. So I arrested him, took his car, brought him to the cop. And I think the Mercedes stayed there because we needed it.
It was like running your own 82nd Division motor pool.
But we get, when we left, the cars got given back to the populace or whatever. But we did get, ways into it. They finally got Humvees, and we had to stop using and to whoever leadership's credit that made that call was right. I mean, the whole time we were using civilian vehicles, we didn't have to worry about getting IED'd and shit because the bad guys didn't know it was us. But what about the other units out there? They see a vehicle running around with a bunch of dudes with guns at night. They're gonna light it up. But when you're a kid, you're not thinking about all that. You're thinking about getting the mission done and moving from point A to point B. And that's where the leadership comes in and the passage of lines and all that stuff. But yeah, man, it was
You had a wild story, dude. You and Cavazos were the Galloper. Tell that story.
So I think it was somewhere around Ramadi, somewhere like that. We were held up. We did a big clearance operation, and then the company or battalion was staying in like some blown out palace. And we had to send a squad there was a women's hospital there, and they were talking about they were going to attack it and overrun it. So we sent a squad there to guard it. And Cavazos was a platoon sergeant. I was the squad leader because Dilks had to move up to be first sergeant. And this is before I moved over to Alpha Company. And so we drive to the hospital, so a couple miles away, check on the squad that's there, everything's good. We're coming back. I'm driving the truck. It's just me and Cavazos, and then the truck breaks down. Right in like middle of freaking Iraq. No U.S. soldiers around for a mile or two in each direction. Like we're just out flapping. And we had a dude came out of his house and was trying to talk to me, and I'm like, I don't know what he's saying. We didn't have a terp or nothing. Finally, long story short, a dude comes out that could speak English and was like, hey, he's a mechanic. He said, pop the hood. So popped the hood, and he said it was something to do with the, I don't know if it's solenoid or whatever. But anyway, he asked if I knew how to pop the clutch. So I'm like, yeah. So this is stuff you can't make up. You got two meathead grunts in a truck that broke down with like 6 or 8 Iraqi dudes jump starting you, pushing it off in the middle of the invasion in Iraq. And then when it cranked, I just hauled ass. And then we almost get lit up by Horn's platoon because they were out on a TCP outside of where the company was staying. And like I said, we're in civilian vehicles and hauling ass. And it's us, asshole, but yeah, that was crazy. And
how'd you guys not to get shot? Do you guys have a VS-17 panel?
Yeah, we
or
put
something?
VS-17 panels, and I put some of the pictures on the thing, but we put like US with 100-mile-an-hour tape on it and stuff like that. But still at night, you ain't.
Yeah, the trucks had personality, and it was funny because Vice City, I think,
Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto Vice City had just come out, and you guys had like dropped some Maxim magazine stickers on the side of them, and I know you mud painted some of the Humvees to make them look tan. You had a curtain bus you guys use as your like night raid
that
bus.
Was the bus was the best. One of the silliest things I ever had to do in my career was grab the buckets that we use to wash our clothes in and tell my guys, hey, them 2 Humvees they got us, I need y'all to put mud all over them. That was some of the, can you imagine being a leader and like, hey man, go get some mud and put it all over the Humvee? And they're like,
oh, that wasn't your idea?
No, that was.
That sounds like an officer's great idea.
And the idea was, because we had green Humvees that the bad guys knew all the tan ones were armored, so if ours looked tan with the mud, they wouldn't attack it. That was the idea, which was silly. But yeah, you're a young guy and you got to tell your guys, hey, go put some water and mud in here and rub it all over the truck.
Looking back with hindsight, I mean, you guys were driving civilian vehicles through a combat zone for months. You were successful because you snuck up on the enemy a lot, but you also could have been lit up by your own conventional forces at any time. How do you weigh it worked against we were lucky?
Yeah, well, I mean, it worked in our AO because, the battalion AO was pretty small and everybody knew where everybody was at. But at the same time, just like, us one day, we almost get lit up by a National Guard unit because we're in civilian trucks, like because there's so many moving pieces out there, man. Like, if I'm a dude in a guard position at night and I see a civilian vehicle hauling ass with guns on the back of it, I'm thinking it's the bad guys,
Yeah.
So that's the one thing, like, that, and I think that's when the Humvees came and all, it's because, everybody was in Baghdad and they started realizing, like, hey, we're going to have some bad fratricide incidents and stuff like that, which makes sense. But when we kept the civilian vehicles, we still used them, but not like we used to. But the thing about it was, like, I could put a whole squad on a little Hilux truck,
Yeah.
pull up in front of a dude's truck, and he'd never know. I mean, a house, and they'd never know I'm there.
Wow.
Got a couple Humvees coming, they know you're coming from a couple miles out.
It's a great point, man. Yeah. It's that I think that's one thing the U.S. Army does, the U.S. military. Like, we improvise and adapt probably better than any army in the
And
world.
you have to, man.
Yeah.
Because like I said, you get in that situation, man, you're out flapping. You got to do what you got to do.
Talk about the raid that almost killed you, man, with your new lieutenant who sucked but meant well. You guys were going up to a house, and you and the LT, you needed to drop a chem light.
Oh, yeah.
This is a funny story.
Yeah, so we're doing a big clearance operation in Baghdad. I had just taken over the platoon in Alpha Company, and we got intel that one of the bad guys that we were looking for on, I think it was Muhammad's Army list, was in X house. And the way we did our AOs is, like, we mapped them all ourselves. Like, we numbered the houses, everything. Take the satellite imagery, write it because we patrolled to know it. And so I told the mission was, PL's going to be in the lead vehicle. He's going to drive by and just throw an IR chem light out at the door, so the guys behind him would know, third squad coming up in trail would know what house to hit. Well, he just bypassed it, didn't drop the chem light. I was in the last truck, and the rest of the guys were on foot, so I hauled ass up there, jumped out of the truck, went and threw the chem light, and as I threw it, the bad guy was up on the roof and started shooting, but because of how those walls are and the gates and all, there was no way he could hit any of us physically because of the physics of it. But it was loud as shit, and he's like, And I never forget, I was just hearing it, and then I want to say I heard the two shots that Wise did. I don't know, but I remember everything just went quiet, and I was like, what the hell? And then Doyle squad was in there. We cleared it, all that. We get up to top, dudes bleeding out. I made the guys evac him out, even though we knew he was going to die, because that's what you have to do, give him first aid. And what was awesome about that, man, was, I was, and any old school guys that know anything will tell you, like, back in our day, like, all our weapons had lasers like we got now, but like a PAC 4 or a PEC 15 or PEC 2, every day is going to be off. Because all you got to do is hit the laser and it's going to be off. So what do you do before you go out on a night operation? You do what we call bore light. You bore light your laser. You lollipop it. If you got the actual bore light kit, you do the bore light. So you stick it in the barrel and you make sure you bring your red dot in to where it's lined up with your optic. You do all your stuff you're supposed to do. And a lot of units don't do that because they get lazy. And then when you're shooting at something at night and you put the laser on it, you don't hit it, right? Well, Wise, to his credit, all the guys did what they're supposed to do. They bore light their shit like they're supposed to. He saw the dude shooting. He was about 100, 150 meters away on one of the corners and said he put his freaking laser on the dude's forehead and pulled 2 shots and it stopped. And anyway, we get it all clear because it's a big brigade operation. The brigade commander pulls up with his, RTO and one of the captains or whatever. And he's looking for me. He finds me. He's like, "Hey, Sergeant Mac, who made that shot?" And then I told him, and I called Wise's squad leader, told him to bring Wise up. Brought Wise up there, and it was Colonel Fuller. Colonel Fuller freaking shook the kid's hand, gave him a coin, and was like, "Hey, you just saved all these guys' lives." And then he looked at his driver, and he's the only dude I've known throughout my career that no bullshit has a confirmed kill. Because the commander was like, "I want that on his ARCOM, confirmed kill of this guy." So he got an ARCOM with it and all that stuff. But, for Wise as a young kid, it kind of messed him up because, we had killed a lot of bad guys, but he had never, walked up and seen the dude that he shot and stuff like, you know, and like it was for a kid, like he knew he'd taken guys out, but he got to see it up close and personal. And, you know.
What did you tell that kid? I mean, he saved your life. Dude.
Yeah, I told him, I gave him a hug. That's and I told him, I was like, dude, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for you, you know? Like, but the coolest thing about that, though, was you flash forward to, I think it was 04 summertime. I'm in ANOC, and the infantry conference was going on. And we all had to go sit through the infantry conference as ANOC. And then just so happened, Colonel Fuller was giving a talk on the night and how bad saws suck and stuff like that. And the vignette he brought up about owning the night was why is killing that dude, and about how important it is to understand your optics and your lasers and make sure you bore sight, make sure guys can actually use their equipment, make sure the equipment's functional. Like, but it was so cool to be there, and I had literally told guys this story, and then they're hearing it from the horse's mouth, you know, at infantry school, which was like, so it became a vignette, I think, because of him, you know, in the officer courses and stuff, which was cool.
Yeah, what was it like to have your own story be handed back to you as Army doctrine?
No, it was weird, man. Like but it's cool though, because it's like, you know, a good leader like him knew that that's the kind of thing that leaders need to hear, is like, this is why that was successful. And then he brought up other stuff that wasn't successful that other units did. And it's like I said before, man, it's all the little minute shit. Like I'm telling you, dude, any of these dudes, you'll meet some of them, but they'll tell you, dude, like most of the guys did not like working with me when it came to like getting stuff done, because I didn't play. Like I'm like bore light this time, everybody better be out there. I'll be out there. I'm gonna be watching freaking, you know, whatever, every time. And it's just like, if you're an infantryman or you're a go to war person and you're in the military right now, and your guys are going to conduct any kind of mission, if you haven't went through every piece of equipment they had, do your PCCs, PCIs, make sure it's functional, make sure everything's zeroed, you guys are locked in, then you're failing them. And you have to do that every day. Not just once a week, not just but every day. And it has to become, just like anything else, man, a battle drill.
Yeah, and talk to me about being a hard ass on the small things that turn out to be the whole thing. I think so often, we often think about like things in the grand scheme, the big thing. But being successful, I mean, definitely we're talking about combat, but being successful in life, in the world, at a job, at whatever, it's a lot of success and wins over small things. Mm-hmm. You know, it seems like you're a person that really grasped that concept early in your career. What do you attribute that to?
I mean, dude, it's just understanding that, you know, like when you go into a position, like any position, whatever it is, what you're doing, you have to understand that, like, it doesn't matter if you're a PFC and I hand you an M4 or a Claymore. You as a man and as a soldier, or if it's in the civilian world, when I hand you that, your sole job, your sole responsibility in life should be the expert of that. But in order for you to be the expert of that, I have to teach you how to be that expert. And I can't teach you to be that expert if I'm sitting there, I don't know what I'm doing, number one. And number two, like, you know, like, I kind of say it like this to guys. And I told my first sergeant this when I was a sergeant major. It's like, you have to remember that taking care of soldiers is not taking care of them, if that makes sense. You have to teach them to be autonomous. You have to teach them to think for themselves, but also understand that at the end of the day, if you're not in charge, you don't make that call. You just fucking, you accept it and you do it. But you're doing that with everything that's led up to that has set you up for success to make that happen. But the problem is like, and I was guilty of it too, man. It's like, you know, you get, like, for example, if I had guys out in the field, man, and we were smoked, you know, I was a young leader, Hawaii or whatever, we'd chill out for a minute and bullshit and joke and all. But in the grand scheme of things, I wasn't helping them. I was hurting them that way. And I think the reason I would say now, like the guys that, just like with McDowell, that a lot of them hated me while I was in, as far as like the way I led stuff. A lot of them that are still in are ones that got out now. Just like with McDowell, they understand that everything I did was for them, and every decision I made, their whole well-being went into it. They just didn't see it.
Yeah.
You know, and at the end of the day, the other piece to all that is, with like even that, just, you know, making sure you guys are doing PCCs, PCIs, but it's the ownership aspect of it. You know, I understood that as soon as the Army gave me a soldier that I was responsible for, that I had to own it. Like I had to, like for example, how many times have you been somewhere, you know, especially in the military, and some leader says, well, we got to do this. Sergeant Major Max said we got to go do this and drinking that. Right there, you just failed.
Yeah, no, you got to own that leadership. You got to sell it to your guys like it's yours.
Yeah, you just say, hey, we're going to do this. And this is why. Not because such and such, but because this is what needs to be done. This is why we're doing it. Here's the 5 W's, blah, blah, blah. Like, I will say this. I did do that, just like a lot of guys, you know, I'll go do it now. I ain't got time to explain it. But a lot of good leaders, what you realize when you get older is, if you give guys a task, condition, and standard, the 5 W's, then there's no excuse. But if you just say, hey, go get that done, then okay, but does he know what you want? Does he understand exactly what needs to be done? How about grab him and give him the 5 W's, say, I need this. This is the time I need it done by. I need it here, and I don't want to hear anything else. Roger. Just like, you know, I learned this a long time ago. For example, like if I was a leader, like say a first sergeant, I had all my platoon sergeants in the office. You know, platoon sergeants could speak to me freely in the office with the door closed. But at the end of the day, they could bring up suggestions. But they knew if I said noted, but we're still doing it this way, that was the end of the discussion. Because after that, there was no discussion. It's like, you get out there, you want it, you do it. And if they were right and we made the wrong call, I would tell them, hey, man, that was a good call. I just didn't have time to look into it, and we had to just make it happen. But I appreciate that. But you have to be the guy that's willing to, like, you're not there to be their friend. You're not there to win a popularity contest. You're there to lead them and teach them how to do their jobs and to teach them to be you one day. And if you're that cool guy, like a lot of young kids love the cool guy, but those kids are the ones that, as they move up in rank, are set up for failure because they're going to do the same shit. And, you know, it was told to me when I was younger, and I 120% believe this. In the military, you can hide it until you're an E7 or an 04, if that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is those are the two positions, officer and enlisted, where, you know, as a PO, you got a platoon sergeant to cover you. As a captain, you got a first sergeant to cover you. But as a major, you're a battalion. You're expected to know your job. You're expected to know what the commander does. You're expected to train guys on operations. You're expected to plan. You're expected to do all this. But if you've never learned how to do that, when you get to that position, everybody's going to see it. And I've known quite a few officers and NCOs that get up to those positions and they're stacked, badges out the ass. But you'll see a lot of times, a lot of those dudes will retire as a major or a freaking E7 because they reached the pinnacle. Because what you have to realize when you get to those positions is everybody, not just the Army, your soldiers, everybody is looking at your leadership. And you can, I mean, just by how your soldiers operate, that tells the Army, do you have, because you never get, like, to get promoted to sergeant major, you're not getting promoted to sergeant major because of what you did. You're getting promoted because of what you can do. And a lot of guys forget that. It's not about what you've done, man. It's about what you can do. And what I mean by that is when you're sitting there, you're looking into all these things. Well, when you go up to this position, you're supposed to know this from this. And if you don't, everybody's going to see it. And then, you know, and guys make it, but, you know, in my opinion, when you get to all this stuff, and I know we kind of went around a circle on it, but in my opinion, like even when I went to Sergeant Major Academy, they were talking to us about toxic leadership and everything like that, right? And according to the Army at that time, they were trying to say a dude like me was a toxic leader, right?
Why? How so, though?
And I would tell you. So what they tried to explain to us at Sergeant Major Academy, if you cuss at your soldiers, if you call them names, if you do this, yeah, you're, and I'm like, I promise you, I'm like, can I say something? Roger. I'm like, number one, every soldier that ever worked for me, and was either a-hole, it was some kind of crazy name. I never called them by their name because that's a rite of passage, man. It's just like being on the football team. Does coach ever call you by your first name? No, it's like, hey, butthead or shithead or whatever, get your ass over here. But if coach or me says, hey, special such and such, get your butt over here, you're like, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Because it's all about understanding the dynamic of, you got these little meat-eating kids that you have to be the ultimate meat eater, but you got to let those kids know that you're there to make sure that they're fed, if that makes sense to you.
And I think leadership, again, man, we've started to really talk about leadership on this podcast because I think leadership comes in all shapes and sizes, right?
Yeah.
I think it really depends on where you're at in the culture. Like 82nd is a very unique animal, especially in the U.S. Army, but I would articulate maybe in the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, because of what it is. I mean, they are the nation's 911. And so I do think that there's a higher esprit de corps. Then you take the infantry, man. I mean, what's an infantryman's job? We talked about yesterday, close with and destroy the enemy.
Yeah.
I mean, so I do think like it is a different culture. And to treat, again, man, you look at a logistics and support company versus a line infantry company. Man, there's two different jobs, two different type of people.
Yeah.
And I think some of, because I don't think there is a one size fits all for leadership.
No, there's not.
And as a guy who was a squad leader, platoon sergeant, first sergeant, the more kids, as a dad, you got 3 girls. I guarantee all 3 of your girls are the same, but all 3 of your girls are completely different.
Completely
the way you discipline,
different. Yeah.
the way you talk. Now you multiply that with 30 meat-eating dudes, then a company, you know what I mean? And so
it becomes an art, man.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Like you got to understand, like I said, man, dudes say I was an asshole as a leader a lot, but they say it now in like a joking way. But they knew that, all right, like say, for example, if I walk up to you when I was a platoon sergeant, the kids were doing their job and doing what they're supposed to do. I'm like, hey, bud, how's it going? Airborne, y'all got this ready, that ready? Yeah. Roger that. Hey, keep doing what you're doing. That's how I would talk to them. Not like, hey, man, how you doing, brother? No, I just go up to them and let them know, hey, I'm here and I care. And if they were jacked up, I'd make them feel like they were that big. And then I would help build them back up. But they wouldn't see me building them back up. Because the whole point is, man, is like, when you're a leader, like I even tell guys now, like, everybody's a leader in the military. Everybody.
I was just talking to my kids about informal leadership.
Yeah, everybody is. Everybody's leading something if it's not just themselves. But the thing about it is for like a guy like me, man, like, I don't know everything about leadership. I never will. Nobody will. But what I did know, and what I will say, I've met a lot of good guys in the military that do know that when you have a certain amount of knowledge and you get to this certain point, like, that, you're not there to win popularity contests. You're not there to be their friend. But you also have to let them, you have to let them know that, I love you, man, but I love you like a dad, not like a buddy, not like a friend, but like a dad. Like, you're going to let me down.
I may not always give you what you want, but I'm going to give you what you need.
What you need. Yeah, just like I'd always tell every officer that ever worked for me, like you could ask my last battalion commander. First thing I told him, I'm the guy that's going to tell you what you need to hear, sir, not what you want to hear. And that's it. Because that's the other thing too, that's the other thing hard about being a leader, especially as a young guy, is like having the candor and the intestinal fortitude to actually speak up when you need to.
Mm.
And by that, I mean, not like saying this is stupid, blah, 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 but like saying, hey, sir, we might want to take a step back and think about this from this angle, because if we do this, this is what's going to happen. But if we do this, this is what's going to happen. Always have a fix for it. Always have a solution. And everybody is smart. Just like when you're in combat, man, you want that youngest private. If something's out of the ordinary or something don't seem right, you want him to say something. But at the same time, like if you're a freaking first sergeant or something, you don't want him to feel comfortable enough to walk up to you wearing a shitty uniform and say, hey, what's up, first sergeant? No, because then you just failed. And I've seen a lot of that in the military because guys get to those positions and they, in their mind, they're truly leading and taking care of guys. But in the grand scheme of things, you're hurting them, man.
Yeah, I think you as a senior leader, dude, you started, at some point you started absorbing, whether it's team leaders, squad leaders, platoon sergeants from other places. And then, then you have to contend with, if that person came up in a shitty leadership environment, now you have to retrain somebody on, what your expectation of leadership, whether that's taking care of people, whether that's being too friendly, toxic. And so that's something that, senior leaders have to balance as well.
And then, like me as a senior leader, man, I look back on it and I could have, I could have been a lot more personable, but in my mind, I was personable, but not to the point to where guys felt at ease around me, if that makes sense. And
but you obviously figured out something because you're now close with a lot of those guys.
Yeah,
so I think there is a mutual respect. And it kind of goes me back to this story. I want to drag us back into Iraq. I want to talk to you. There's a Metallica hat. 2003, you guys are in the invasion. You're with the battalion. You guys are clearing north toward Baghdad. I think you're in Diwania.
Yep.
And your paratroopers clear a building of a suspected enemy and find a box of these ugly Metallica hats in Iraq, of all places. They knew exactly what Metallica meant to you.
Yep.
So they brought you on, and you decided to have the whole platoon sign it. You carried that hat inside the front plate of your body armor on every patrol through all of it, all the way up until you got hit. And the guys made, they made sure that hat, followed you.
Yeah, they made sure it came back.
And I remember you told me too, there's nothing but a bunch of, badass names that are on that hat.
Yeah.
Some of those paratroopers aren't even with us anymore. Walk us through that hat, what it meant to you when you told the platoon one day that Metallica will see it and what that hat represents to you personally.
Yeah, dude, I'll never forget. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Jason Grammer. He was one of my javelin guys. He comes up to me. He's like, hey, Sergeant, I got a present for you. I was like, what? And, it was a little different back then because I was a squad leader. I don't think I was as much of a as I thought. But he's like, yeah, I got a present for you, Sergeant. I was like, what? And he's like, check this out. And he pulls it out. Teal green, like pink puss head Metallica skull on it. And I was like, what the hell? And then he found a whole box of them. And I was like, dude, this is wild, finding that in Iraq. And, what we found out later was like all of the leftover stuff from over here gets shipped to those places. But no, I got it. And they thought it was awesome because, I always said Metallica rules, head feels God, stuff like that. And I got it. And it meant so much that the guys would even think about to bring it to me. So, I had everybody sign it. And the funniest signature on it is, and this is not politically correct, but it says, I beat the midget. And it's signed Sergeant First Class Cavazos, right? And, the reason it says that, because I think it was the same day they found the hat. Might have not been, but me, him, and Mo Kyber, the big mortar guy, and Denny, I'll never forget, the commander grabs all four of us and was like, hey, these assholes we were staying in the school, and he was like, these dudes keep walking back and forth. Go hem them up. See what's up. So we went to go hem them up, right? I grabbed, me and Denny got like two dudes, and there was another guy, and then there was this little person, right? And he was wearing like a rebel flag shirt, like Leonard Skinner shirt or some crap. And, I got the other dude, zip tied him, did what we're supposed to do. And the little dude was like giving Cavazos hell, right? I'm like, this little dude, and I'm looking over, and this is 2003, so 300 hadn't been out yet. But dude, I can still see it in slow motion. He 300 kicked that dude, picked him off the ground, and them deep canals in Iraq, that little dude just rolled all the way down it. And the reason he did it, dude had a knife in his stuff. But anyway, when we peeled back the onion and started questioning all the dudes, they were just idiots wondering what we were doing. They weren't bad guys. They were just dudes that lived there. But yeah, it was funny because Cavazos wrote, "I beat the midget" on there because we were all like, but yeah, I still have the hat, and I've been working to get it in front of Metallica for years. I've had some big names see it, not Metallica yet, but one day. And I told the guys, I'm not going to give up till one day they see it. Because, like, the names on the hat, dude, like, that's history, man. Like, Mersman's not here no more. Vic's not here anymore. Like, who else on it? Meyer's not here anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's history, man. It's cool. And I have it in my man cave.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
That's awesome, dude. October 8th, 2003, the day that changed everything for you. Can you kind of set that day up for us from kind of the very beginning up until the incident?
Yeah, well, so while we're in Iraq, I made the sergeant first class list. I was a staff sergeant still. Got sent over to Alpha Company to take 2nd Platoon. Like that's when Wise killed the dude now, after I took 2nd Platoon. But we had our own platoon sector, and I had the new PO. We had some guards at the Al Rashid Bank and Outdoor Market in Baghdad. And the PO was going to go check on them with one of the squads, and he came in there and was like, "Hey, Sergeant, you want to go?" Because I told him to let me know anytime he was going to roll out to wire or whatever. So I'm like, "Yeah, sir, I'll ride." So we had the 2 Humvees, no doors, no tops, no nothing. Right out there with him. On my truck, it was me, Bergner, Fred, my terp, Sergeant Reed, my driver, and Friesenberg was my gunner. And we, check on the guards. Everything's cool. Matter of fact, me and Conklin, we had got a Hodge PlayStation 2, and we had the, it had the chip in it where you could play all the games. Mm-hmm. So we had a little bitty TV, and we were playing Madden 2004, I think. I had my LSU dynasty going, man, when we were in Iraq. And I paused that to go out. And, when we were coming back in, Sergeant Bergner, so the way his trucks had, they were just like regular trucks, regular Humvee trucks, just no canvas on the back and just the canvas over the front 2 seats. So I told Bergner, I'm like, "Hey, man, you sit up front, get a little cover. I'll jump in the back," because he had been outside on guard the whole time. And it was kind of hot. And, right as we were heading out of the market, right by the powered substation, about not even probably 1,000 meters from the cop, we got hit. And it was, from what I've been told, it was 5.155 rounds wrapped together, buried underneath the asphalt. And I don't know exactly how many dudes had been hit with IEDs before me, but I was one of the early ones. So we weren't even really schooled up on them yet. And so we're coming out of the market. I'm in the back of the truck, facing out, my leg over the thing. And to me, it's just a routine. We're just going in and coming back. And I still, to this day, I don't know what I missed. But yeah, we're coming out, like, power substation right here, the road to the market, like all the people are here. Like they blew us up, like right with people in close proximity. And what was crazy about it, and I still remember this, is how it was almost like time stopped. Like, I'm on the back of the truck and I'm looking at people, I'm facing out, got my weapon. And then I just felt like heat, pressure, and then I couldn't see. And I remember like trying to do that and reaching for my weapon, and I could barely see, like, just blood going everywhere. And what I didn't know was as all that was going on, the vehicle was flipping and I'm like flying. And I landed like, I guess like 30 feet from the truck is what they said. Fred, my terp, took around, a big piece of asphalt or shrapnel went right through his chest, like just took him out completely. Friesenberg was up on the what do you call it? We called it air guard back then, but he was up on the gun. He had a saw up there, and we didn't have any pedestals on the Humvees or nothing, so we did what we did with the trucks. He was locked in with his little 1/4-inch webbing, and in case we got in a wreck or anything, dudes would get thrown out the truck. Well, when the truck flipped, he had to ride it. He rode it in, and it landed on top of him, and he didn't get a scratch. Just busted his eardrums. Ain't that that's crazy. But Reed, the guy that was driving, his legs, because it was all on our side, on the driver's side, his legs just got tore up, man, because of the way he was at and driving. And but he healed up, and he didn't, I don't think he deployed again, but he stayed in until retirement. I think he went and did like a retention job or something. But anyway, man, I got hit. I'm down on the ground, and I can remember this stuff. I remember looking up. I don't know how much time had passed. And I remember Bergner's big ass was looking down at me, and he's like, "You're going to make it, Sergeant." And I could see in his eyes, like, he was scared. I was like, and so he's like wrapping me up and all this stuff. And then I don't know how much time had passed, but then Johnson, my buddy, who's a retired sergeant major now, he was one of the other platoon sergeants. He was the QRF, came out, and I remember it was him and Lacuna. Lacuna was my weapons squad leader, was platoon sergeant. And Lacuna came out of QRF with him. And Lacuna, like, this is so surreal, man, because now I'm envisioning in my head, but like, I could barely see out of this eye. And Lacuna's like, "God damn, you look bad, dude." And I'm like, "Dude, tell me something good, you know?" But I could see in his face, he thought I was going to die. And but anyway, long story short, freaking Johnson shows up with Lacuna QRF. They get me on the back of the truck. They're trying to evac me to the 407th, which was the brigade cache. And so Melton, little dumbass, like, again, it's happened a lot in the war. And I even told him after I saw him, after it was all over, I was like, "You probably did that shit on purpose." Because he said I made him hit himself with the morphine because I was being so combative. Yeah. But Johnson still said he just wanted to get high, man. But he wound up getting out and killing himself a few years ago. But yeah, man, like, it was just crazy because, you know, I got Johnson like, "Motherfuck, we're going to get you out of here, dude. You're going to make it," you know? And then, you know, I get to the cache, and the reason I'm being like emotional right now is because the family.
Take your time, bro.
You know, I was sitting there, like, literally, you know, everybody was telling me I was dead. So all I could think about was the family, you know. But anyway,
good,
shit, dude. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all, man.
But anyway, the reason I'm so emotional about it, man, is because, you know, I got sent to the cache. I got put in emergency surgery, all that stuff. And the only thing in my mind was getting back to my kids. You can tell I never hardly talk about this shit, man. Sorry.
No,
but anyway.
Don't apologize, bro.
And I tell people, this shit don't mess me up, man. I've never, like, but it's the family, man. Like, so, you know, I'm laying in the cache. I get out of surgery. Brigade chaplain comes up, and he's like, "Hey, Sergeant, you're going to be okay," you know, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, couldn't move, couldn't see. I could barely see out of this eye. And he was like, "Let's call your wife." So he called my wife. The only thing I said to her was, "I'm all right." And then I got off the phone. That was it, because I couldn't talk to her. And then I got to Germany, and I had the doctor there, the nurses, everybody told me I never looked the same again. Because I was messed up, man. And I was like, fuck that. That's not going to happen. And I was literally about to go into surgery to take my right eye. And the dude that was the resident at Launchstool called a dude at Walter Reed, and his name was Colonel Dick. And he was an ocular trauma specialist. And he's like, get that kid here. I think I can save his eye. And they got me there, and he saved it. But, the hard part for me now to talk about it is no one would have put my family. I didn't expect this, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't.
Not like no one would have put my family through, man. And back then I didn't take that into account. But anyway, let's get back to it. So anyway, I get to Walter Reed. He told me to save my eye. My family gets there because this was like probably less than 48 hours after I got hit. And I'm in the hospital. I got a piece of shrapnel like this big, up in here, my leg, my hips dislocated.
So you had one in your groin?
In my groin. This arm, couldn't move it. Couldn't stand on my left leg or this hip. Freaking, my face looked like the Elephant Man. And when my wife and kids showed up, I told the doc, I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm standing up. So when they came in, they saw Daddy standing there. But yeah, man, you know, all those years, man, that's what we forget about is not the pain on me, but the pain on them. And then to top that is you're a guy like me, and that's all I do, dude. And but anyway, I fought through it because I had the family I got, the buddies I got, and nobody, and I'm just going to say it, nobody but Cavazos, my wife could understand why I wanted to go back. Nobody. Like, nobody could understand why I couldn't just get chaptered out and all that crap. Because I knew, man, that's who I was, but anyway, I was jacked up, but fortunately for me, everything was bad, but not bad enough to kill me.
Let's just take a quick break, bro.
Yeah, man. Sorry, dude.
Don't ever apologize again, man. I know it's hard, man. I know you and I had talked leading up to the podcast, and even just being here, I know it's hard to be vulnerable, man. But you're also very courageous, so it doesn't shock me that you're willing to have this conversation, in spite of who you are and who people think you are as well, right? You have this larger than life persona, but it goes to show that man, that even a person like yourself with the things you've done and the high esteem that people hold on you still deal with stuff, right? And I think it's we feel blessed that you're willing to to be able to tell your story, man. I want to kind of go back to the crash side a little bit. There's a lot of things. You and I talked a bunch about this when we were preparing, but there was all these like little things, and yes, you got brutally injured, and there was people that were mortally injured. But the reality is, even the small little thing that you did where guys were strapping in. I mean, one of your guys barely got a scratch.
Yeah.
And so, that IEDs were new. I think you got like maybe the second or third vehicle total in the country that had gotten.
Yeah, I know we had, for us, I know we had one KIA from IED before me, and that was Sergeant Keith from Delta Company. And he was one of those where the IED hit him. Didn't even hurt the vehicle, but the blast killed him. Like, just went through him.
And there was other things that happened, right? I mean, I think the only reason that your vehicle wasn't decimated is I think they were daisy chained, but they were buried, right?
Yeah, I think because they weren't trained properly at setting up their IEDs yet. Because like I still have it in a little jar, but about a year after I got wounded, I had a piece of, they thought was shrapnel in my, my eyelid for a long time, and they didn't want to do any more surgeries because of the shrapnel in my eyeball. And then I finally got the surgery at UNC Chapel Hill, and they took it out, and it wasn't shrapnel, it was a piece of pea gravel. I still got it. He polished it up for me and everything. It's like cut in half. But I had that in my eye for almost a year. It was aggravating. But yeah, like, looking back on it and knowing what I know now, like 5.155 rounds, if they would have been set up right, would have obliterated that Humvee. But they had buried it under the shoulder of the asphalt, and I think the asphalt and the dirt took a lot of the blast. And that's why we got a lot of asphalt in us, I guess, because of the...
Yeah, and then you caught an AK ricochet in your left leg because they did a drive-by right after the IED.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know for sure if it was a ricochet or what, but the doctors at Walter Reed, because I could show you the hole, when they took it out, told me it looked like a bullet. And it didn't go all the way through. It I have fragments of it still in my calf, but they're tiny. But the hole where it went in was big, and they took it was about like that.
There's a photograph. Apparently an Iraqi woman had photographed the whole scene, you on the ground, and brought it to your colonel, who later gave it to you, and you still have it. You've said for years later, you looked at it and think, crap, man, this sucks, but it ain't that bad. Why keep it? What does that picture do for you?
That picture, man, like, I force myself every year on October 8th to post it and talk about what happened. And what that picture reminds me of is that, number one, I was a kid, and I say I was complacent, probably was because we missed something, but that's just, human nature. And like we said, the enemy's got to vote. But the picture, man, for me, like, I still like to look at it because it not only lets me know that life ain't that bad anymore and that shit ain't that bad, but it also gives me a sense of, like, you got through that, you can fucking get through anything, and to be, to get hit like I did, and then when the battalion got back, and I made sure I was on a cane, everything, but when they came back from Iraq, I got the detail. I was the LNO because I got myself back to Fort Bragg, so when everybody came in. But yeah, dude, that day, it, like, the Mac that I knew before that day never existed anymore, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, yeah.
It changed everything for me. Like, that's truly what made me, I want to say, like, after that too is when I really started understanding why the old school guys would say what they did, and why, like, don't take anything for granted. Like, and Joe's going to be Joe. You got to watch him. You got to do all, and like, and you can't treat anything as routine. And that's what I did that day,
Yeah, something I wanted to ask you about, you're kind of hard on yourself because you feel like you missed something. And, those of us that have been in that crappy country know that, dude, they were hiding IEDs and everything from dead animals to trash. So who knows if you would have ever found it.
Yeah.
But you've also said, and I've also said that, in my own life, the enemy gets a vote, right?
Yeah.
How do you hold those two truths, right? One, you kind of hold yourself hostage that you missed it, but the other things, sometimes the vote just isn't yours. How do you reconcile that? And what do you say to people that, are out there still struggling from their injuries?
Yeah, man, I mean, you just gotta, the way I look at things now is I truly think, like, that we as humans have like a sixth sense. And when I was that kid in Iraq the first time, I didn't know how to use it yet. And what I mean by that is, like, they talk about hypervigilance and all that stuff, but, when you get hit and it's severe, and the Army's asking you how your transition is and all that stuff, like, it changes you, but, you as when you got hit, just like guys, when we'll talk about the Arghandab, is like, You know, just like Murphy gets a vote, the enemy gets a vote. But the hard thing about the enemy getting the vote is that we're always trained that we're so much better than he is. And when you're a young guy and you feel like he outvoted you and you missed it, and then that's what really weighs on you. But then when you mature and you get older and you look back on it, like I still, you know I missed something. There was something that could have been found, obviously, because of the IED. But at the same time, you know, you're a human being, and, you know, the bad guys are trying to hit you and you're trying to hit them and you're trying to do everything right. And fatigue, not just physical, but mental, all this, everything comes into play. And then, you know, my piece of advice to dudes over the years and a lot of the guys that worked for me over the years, like especially later on, didn't even know about half of the stuff I went through, you know, and like, but it's hard to wrap your head around that, you know, some days the enemy's going to win. And it happened to me later on in my career where the enemy really did kick our ass one day. And when you're in those situations, man, like you got to get past it. You got to look at it. You got to be like, all right, this event happened and it made me who I am today. But that bad guy that hit me or did whatever, he made a bad mistake because somebody's going to find him. Somebody's going to get him. And at the end of the day, he's just trying to do his job and you're trying to do yours. And, you know, yeah, man, like just if you're struggling with stuff, like, dude, I struggle every day. Not just like a lot of my problems is, I mean, you saw my family, it hurts, but, you know, my soldiers, but, you know, for like a guy like me, it's pain, man. Like pain kicks my ass. And for any of you guys out there like me, the worst thing we can do is stop. And a lot of guys like me, and I say like me, like my age, retired and all, they just stop. And, you know, if I would have just stopped when I got hit, are you out there watching? Like my boy Jared, when he got hit, if he would have just stopped, he wouldn't be here anymore. And when you become that guy, you got to realize, you know, he's going to try, I'm going to try, I'm going to be better than he is. But at the end of the day, if he won that fight, he ain't going to win the next one, you know, and that's, but yeah, to marry the two, or even, it's almost like a Joker says in Full Metal Jacket, you know, where it's the duality of man and stuff, because you're always going to blame yourself, but at the same time, bad guys are trying to do the same shit you're trying to do, you know? Yeah, does that make sense?
No, it makes total sense. Charlie Company, your old company, later raided and got the bomb makers off the intel. Did that close anything for you, or by then were you somewhere else with it?
Yeah, by then I was somewhere else with it. I thought it was awesome, but it, you know, it didn't change anything. But, you know, to those guys, Cavazos was one of them. It meant a lot. And the coolest thing, man, is out of all that, you know, my wife had to nurse me back to health and everything. But when the battalion got back, my battalion commander and Sergeant Major Flowers took all the wounded soldiers' families and brought them to, I want to say it was York Theater, and pulled up the map of where every one of us got hit and briefed the families on what happened to us. Like the colonel pulled up that picture the lady gave him, showed my wife on the map, on the market, what happened, how it happened, what they did to find the guys and all that stuff. And I thought, you know, as a young platoon sergeant, to see that and to see that that guy did that for the families, like, because the Army don't make you do that shit. I mean, he gave them unclassified briefs, but it gave them some closure to let, you know, because I couldn't explain it that way, you know. But yeah, man, you know, most guys will tell you that they got hit, especially, you know, if you're an older guy, a little bit leader, and it hit you, man, it like, it made me a great combat soldier, I think, because like after that, man, like complacency didn't exist, you know, and it made it hard on some of my guys, but I think now that's why they love me, because they knew, you know, if I was yelling it, I was going to do it, you know.
Yeah. Command Sergeant Major Flowers, you and I talked a lot about him. He's been very instrumental in your life, kind of obviously a mentor to you. When you woke up in the cache and he was standing over you, you know, you explained he's 6'5" and could rip your head off. But when you came to, he was standing there with tears telling you you're going to be okay, Mac.
Yep.
What did it do to see a man like that, somebody you look up to and you hold in high esteem? What does it mean to see him in tears over you?
It's like, dude, like I said, he's like a second dad to me, you know, and like he, you know, to be that young squad leader, because I knew the sergeant major pretty well, because like I said, I was an old guard guy, and when I got there, he made me his color guard dude, you know, so I got to know him pretty well, but, you know, I'll say he's the type of guy that he was content with me getting out, because he knew what I'd been through, wanted me to get out. But when he found out that I couldn't, then he supported me, you know. But for him to be there as the sergeant major, the battalion sergeant major, when I woke up, and to tell me, you're going to be good, Mac, and we're going to get the assholes, and we'll see you soon. Like, dude, that's, you know, and I made sure when I became a senior guy, like, we'll talk about the Arghandab, but like when I had to got hit, me and the commander tried our damnedest every time to get to wherever we could get to see him, you know, or after we evac'd him, which sometimes we didn't get to. But, you know, like for example, I had a kid, Sergeant Anderson. He's a badass. He's a pilot for the DEA now, I think. He lost his leg, and I'm just saying this so I don't forget. But I got to go to the cache and see him. This was in Afghanistan. But, you know, I did the Sergeant Major Flowers thing. I went in there. I was first sergeant. And so Sergeant Anderson, because I always took, as a first sergeant, I took NCOs on NCO PT, and I would destroy them. Like, because I had the highest PT score in the company. I'm not kidding. Like, I could show you that on paper. And that mug, without skipping a beat, as soon as I saw him in the bed, he's like, "Hey, first sergeant, look the bright side. At least you can outrun me now." I was like, "You know, like." But that's the kind of, you know. But talking to him, like, dude, I promise, it was about a year ago. He called me out of the blue from Puerto Rico, and we talked about that day. And he said it was so cool that I was there. And it's kind of the same thing, the Sergeant Major Flowers thing, because, you know.
But you remember what you went through and what it was like to have somebody there, and you obviously took that lesson forward, and that's the reason why I have a podcast, right? Amongst many other reasons, right? Is so that we can, you know, plant those seeds for other future leaders, and maybe guys that are listening now that are in a leadership position.
I was going to tell you the other thing too. You might be getting to it, but when I was in Walter Reed, it was so impactful to me. And I wish I knew the guy's name, but there was I want to say he said it was a first sergeant. He was in civilian clothes. He was in 1st Brigade, I think. I don't remember exactly what brigade, but I think 1st Brigade. But I was wounded in the hospital. He saw that there was an 82nd guy in there because it's early in the war, so there wasn't a lot of guys. And he came into my room and just wanted to talk to me, figure out what unit I was in, freaking asked me about my family, you know, this is before they got there, and left. But, you know, what he told me was, he's like, "Yeah, man, I was visiting some of my guys," because, he was 1st Brigade because they were in Afghanistan. And he's like, "Yeah, man, saw you there. I figured I'd come in, say what's up, see how you're doing." He even asked me if I needed anything, you know, and but I look back on it, you know, and like, that's the shit that, as a leader, nobody tells you got to do. Nobody teaches you. But like him, he was like, "Dude, I'm a first sergeant. There's a kid here. He's a young staff sergeant. Nobody's here for him. I'm going to go see him." And, you know, that's powerful, man. That's important. And
that's the human side of leadership.
Yeah. And with that, man, I'll say, and that dude lived it. Flowers gave me a great piece of advice when I was younger, and I give it to dudes all the time still now. The number one thing being a leader is making a decision, right? But what's the number 2 thing? Be present, be seen. Like, let the boys know you're there. Whether or not they want you to be there, that don't matter. Let them know you're there because they're going to want you to be there. And like to that dude, I wasn't his soldier, but I was because I was a paratrooper, and that's where, not just the 82nd, but combat arms, we all have that brotherhood. But at the same time, even if that guy would have been a truck driver, he's a senior leader, and we all come from I got to tell dudes like the old rap songs and all, we're all in the same gang, man, regardless of what the job is. And if you're a leader that gives a crap enough to be there, guys are going to remember it.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settle for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
And this lesson goes way off the battlefield, right? Like law enforcement, first responders, but even a business, man. If you own a business and one of your employees is battling cancer or the wife's injured, how much time does it really take to go spend 20 minutes? And even if you don't care, the perception is that you do. And
perception's reality.
And people will run through a burning building for you if they think you care, and it's, I've never understood why that lesson is lost on some people, but I also do realize that, who you are, how you were raised in the military, and that all plays in as well.
Well, and also, the weight of it too, man. Like, some guys, it's just not in their wheelhouse, man. They don't want to,
But that's a different conversation. You can't teach people to not be selfish.
No,
people are just...
No, but, it's just like anything else. Like when the military, when you hear people say lead from the front, it's not meaning you're the guy way out front running. Lead from the front means setting the example, doing everything you expect them to do, being the guy you want them to be when they're you. And when I was a young staff sergeant, I didn't understand how important, just the sergeant major being there, as a, even like when I got ready to retire, I'm a CSM. Sergeant Major Flowers is retired, but I call him and he shows up right on the split of a dime to give me his advice, and he didn't have to. One of the most badass warfighting dudes I ever knew, first words out of his mouth was retire, Mac. It's time, like I said, man, I've been so fortunate to have guys like him in my career. Like
But I'd be willing to bet that you became that guy to other people. In career.
I have, because dudes have told me. Like I do know now, and I will say this, man, with everything I've done in my career, like I'm, obviously I've made a lot of mistakes just like everybody else. But the one thing I do know is that the guys that work for me, I'm pretty sure that any dude that ever worked for me, I hope, at least the ones I still talk to have told me, they knew that every day that they're what mattered, even though like they might have not understood at the time, they understand now. And that's, that stuff just don't come natural. But what does come natural is and this is another, because I know we'll get out because we got a lot of stuff to do, but the leadership piece, man, like I truly believe after everything I've seen and I've done is that you either are or you aren't. Like you can be in a position, like in the military, you can move up as long as you don't F up bad enough, right? But sometimes guys that make it to those positions, do they have the wheelhouse or the ass to back up what they should be doing in that position? And, I think what I learned from it is like, dude, and most guys that have led a lot of guys, especially in the military, like I could take 40 dudes and put them in this room right now, They don't have to say a word. I could tell you who the leader is in the room.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, people talk about teaching leadership and all that stuff, and you teach leadership styles, you teach leadership principles and all that stuff, but you either have it or you don't. And there's nothing wrong with not being that guy, because some people just aren't. But don't act like you are if you're
That's
not.
the real problem, right?
Yeah.
That's the real danger. The guys that are pretending to be the person that they're not.
Yeah, and you see
then
a lot of it.
everybody's suffering around it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like in any job, anything, you know, if you move up because you got the right credentials or whatever, just because you have that doesn't mean you're, you know. So.
Let's go back to 2003.
Mm-hmm.
You're at Walter Reed. There's really no system, man. There's 8 different doctors, nobody in charge of anything, and a fat rear detachment staff sergeant medical, PSG, who's never done anything, walks into a room and tells you to report to him every morning, and you kind of went off. What was going on, with your head?
Yeah, right there, man. I probably could have, if I could have swung on him, I probably would have. I was so mad. So this dude showed up. This is I want to say it was my second night there. They got me like general surgery ward or whatever. And this dude comes in and is like, yeah, you'll report to me in the morning, blah, blah, blah. And some fat staff sergeant. And, I don't remember what I told him, but I was like, yeah, that ain't going to happen, you little, like I went off. And anyway, there was a female company commander, because the way it was in Walter Reed in 2003, anybody that was there will tell you, like, I was fortunate enough, well, not fortunate, because I don't want to say fortunate because a lot of my guys were hit, but I got to go to Walter Reed and see the progression and how they fix things. And because like when I was there, man, I got there and I had the eye doctor, I had a general surgery doctor, I had an orthopedic guy, there was like 8 different doctors and none of them were in charge of my care. Like I had where I looked like I had a hair lip where the shrapnel went through my cheek, and they had done right here, they cut me, they fixed it all and sewed it back together in Baghdad. And I had stitches that were like starting to just like dig into my skin. And Dr. Dick, the ocular guy, was like, are they going to take your stitches out? I was like, who? And he's like, what do you mean who? I was like, I don't know who my doctor, I thought you were my doctor. And finally he was like trying to figure it out. He's like, well, I'll take them out. And like he took my stitches out and all, but it's like, and I get it. It wasn't set up for mass casualties and dudes coming in and,
Yeah, and that kind of goes me to the next question too. Your wounds list was long. Shrapnel through the eyelid and forehead, a piece in your lip. You had a piece behind your retina. You still carry some of it. The bad one in the groin, the AK ricochet in the leg, a dislocated hip, a torn shoulder, an arm you couldn't use for a month and a half, the stitches in your lip that sat in there for weeks like you just explained. What did that tell you about how unready the system was for a war, I guess?
Oh, dude, like, I could tell you, like, even though my family got to see me, I was still stuck there. They were going to, because my girls were in school, they were going to try to get us in the Fisher House back then. But fortunately, my wife's Uncle Dio worked at the U.S. Printing Office, and they lived right outside of Maryland. And he had the gift of gab, and we talked to that female captain, and she let me kind of go back and forth with them. But
she probably knew keeping you caged in that hospital was
she didn't like but no, man, it was and it was so lonely, man. Like I felt so alone, and then the other hard thing, like for a dude like me, like when I was getting out of Walter Reed and going back to Bragg to do my care there was a kid that was I want to say he was a truck driver that wasn't hurt that bad. And when I was walking and getting ready to leave Walter Reed, that kid was still acting like he was hurting on. I told him, I'm like, dude, just step up and do what you got to do, man. They're not going to med board you. Like, cause he was trying to play the game. And I'm like, dude, like, no, like, how much time you got left in the Army? He told me. I was like, well, go do your time and get out. And then do your VA shit, because he was trying to milk the system. But yeah, but I got to see it later when they had, a guy would come in and they had a doctor that was responsible for all their stuff. They had a case manager. They had all that, it was good, man. But to your question, no. Walter Reed, none of those military hospitals were ready for what was about to come, man. Because, like, it was just, I mean, fortunately, in the invasion, when we were just fighting the Army, we didn't take, mass casualties and all. But as the IEDs and all started, that's when it got. But yeah, it was weird, man.
You could have been medically retired right there. Something told you, if you let them boot you out, you're going to die. And your wife watching you, she had to watch you stay in, knowing what she went through as well. Yeah. And she finally told you, I think you told me this off camera. I don't know, maybe we talked about it already, but she said, I'm giving you 20. And after 20, you owe me.
Yep.
Walk me through that decision to stay in the military. I mean, I know you've hinted about it, but there is a lot of people that give up. And I'm not saying, there's some people have gotten injuries that probably they couldn't have stayed in.
They couldn't get past them.
But tell me about, like, was it for the boys? Was it for you? Was it for both? Was it, what was it?
For me, it was, I think it was a little of both. We also get back there for the boys, but I think the other piece to me is the way my brain works, man, is like, I felt like that something did that to me for a reason. And I knew I had the capability to get back in the fight. And something in my psyche was like, you have to stay in the fight, man. If you get out of the fight, you're not good. And like I said, fortunately for me, man, all my stuff looked bad, but I was able to heal up from it. I'm feeling it now that I'm old. But, yeah, dude, it's, when you're, that's the thing, like you can't train anybody for it, and you can't equip anybody, and you can't get them ready for going through that. Just like, man, all those guys I had, their amputees, man, like I couldn't imagine, but yeah, dude, is, yeah, it's, it was, I had to get back in the fight with the boys. And I will say, now that I think about it too, I think one of my other pieces is I was given an infantry platoon. And to me, that was the honor of a lifetime. And I was so scared that I wouldn't have my platoon anymore, Yeah. And Flowers told me straight up when they got back, he's like, you take as much time as you need. The platoon's going to be waiting on you. But, I didn't listen. I still was doing all the stuff with the boys. Like he called me one time. I think I was foot marching with him or something, and pulled me off to the side and told me if he catch me doing it again, he was going to make me work in the S2 shop or some shit, because I was on profile. Oh,
you were rucking?
Yeah. Well, because my platoon was, and I was getting better. But the thing about it is, like, what I did get to learn, and I didn't understand all that then, is in order for them to, like, med board you, like, at least back then, is you had to be on the profile for a year. So they were trying to keep you in the system so they can, I forget what they called it, but there was some kind of regulation where they had to keep you on profile for X amount of time, and then they initiate the chapter or whatever. And for a guy like me to keep from doing the med board, it was mainly just getting like waivers and stuff signed by like surgeons, division surgeons and stuff. Like my buddy Cavazos, his eye got shot out and he stayed in, had to kind of go through the same stuff. His was harder than mine to stay in. And he was, it's just his eye. Everything else is perfect, but still missing his eye, But yeah.
What was it like to come, like, you go through rehab, you get to Walter Reed, then you do your outpatient at Walter Reed, then you finally get transferred back to Fort Bragg. What was that like, getting home and then getting reunited with your old unit?
Dude, that was one of the best feelings in the world, man. Like when, so I got back to Bragg, and I was first sergeant, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, but the guy that was the rear D, he was an old first sergeant about to retire, and he was a cool dude. But he's like, yeah, I don't really have a job for you, man. You just chill, do what you got to do, because he knew what would happen. And I was like, first sergeant, I needed something to do. Like, I'm not on convalescent leave. Like, I'm here. He's like, what do you want to do? I was like, I don't know. I need something to do. And then he showed me the calendar. Everybody was starting to redeploy within like 2 weeks or whatever. So I think I got back to Bragg in January, I believe. And I think everybody was coming back late January, early February. And, or I might have got back to Bragg. It was either right before Christmas or right after Christmas. I don't remember exactly because I was in Walter Reed for about a month and a half. And,
Did you greet your unit when they got back?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. I got him. So they needed an L&O to go link up with the ADAG over at Green Ramp with the Air Force to kind of see all the birds coming in and make sure everything was on time and coordinate with the people bringing in the families and all. So I was like, let me do that. So he let me do that. So everybody that came in, I was there to greet them. And I'll never forget when Flowers came in. Dude, he like picked me off the ground when he gave me a hug. Like literally he looked at me, he's like, it's you, Mac. Like it looked like me again, you know? It's like, but yeah, I was there, you know. Cavazos had already got back because they sent him back early to go to ANOC. But yeah, I was able to see my boys, you know, like it was, for me, it felt like I was back in the fight, even though I technically wasn't, but I was there with them, you know, and all of us knew if any of that happened to any of us, we'd all be fighting to get back, you know?
Yeah. You find out you're going back. I think you guys are on, you're on Ready Force, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's December 04. I think the Iraqi elections are coming up. What was it like to know you're going back after you just fought your way?
Well, dude, I'll tell you, it's a funny story about that. So yeah, we deployed December, it was early December of 04. And we found out like Thanksgiving weekend that we were going. But the crazy part about this story is about 3-4 months before that. So like I said, hell, until probably a few years before I retired, every like 6 months, I'd get a call from somebody asking how my transition out of the Army was. So because I was on this severely injured list, right? I get this thing in the mail for a big event they were doing in Orlando. And I got invited with my family to go hang out with Toby Keith and all these other people. And it was from the Military Severely Injured Center. And they wanted me to go because I was in E7. I'd got pinned. And so it was going to be a badass trip for my whole family and me. And so I went and talked to the First Sergeant Commander about it. And I was like, do we need to go talk to JAG? Like, is this even a thing? And they were like, yeah. So First Sergeant Love, we went and talked to JAG. They're like, yeah, you can do it, man. The Army wants to do it for you. Cool. So I had this badass thing lined up. And I think we were supposed to go like December 8th. And Thanksgiving weekend, I come home and tell my wife, I was like, yeah, we're not going to Orlando. I'm going to Iraq like next week or whatever. And, but to that, you know, when we got the orders to go, I knew we were in DRF and I was already back in the platoon. You know, we've been training, doing everything. Like, you know, I didn't really tell dudes this in the Army. You know, I say his name a lot, but because he knows me in and out, Cavazos, you know, but I remember it was before we deployed, when we got the word to go, I was talking to Doyle, who's one of my squad leaders. He's like same age. We're like bros, but, you know, in front of people, I'd chew him up and spit him out. But he was my boy. And I told him, I was like, dude, if I freeze up if I ain't got it in me, like take over. I was like, because honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna react. Because I was literally scared. Not scared of getting shot at, not scared of getting blown up, but scared of not being able to do my job. Afraid, like, I had it in the back of my mind, like, will I be one of those guys that freezes up because I think it's going to happen again, you know? And we got deployed. We got sent to the green zone well, not green zone, but outside of green zone, highway of death, highway, whatever the hell it is over there. We got sent to clear it because everybody was getting jacked up on it. Well, for the 2 weeks we were there in December, nothing happened. The bad guys knew we were there, so they kind of stepped down. Like my platoon, we found a V-bid from a guy's house. We searched, found a couple sniper rifles. One of my guys, Sarn killed a bad guy. Like that, it wasn't much. And then we get to Mosul. We get the word their Chowhawk got blown up. The 25th was in the fight of their life up there. I think it was 4th Brigade, 25th. It might have been 2nd Brigade, but I don't remember. I got the coin. I'd have to look. But yeah, so we were told we're going up there and we're going to go out and clear old Mosul because they had strikers up there, but the strikers they were in a hell of a fight. So we push up to Mosul, Camp Striker, and then when we're pushing out in the sector, we go and we found this vegetable ghee factory. That's where we're going to set up. And as we're pushing out, my platoon, I think we got tasked. We had to clear this. It was like an industrial compound with like big heavy equipment, stuff like that. So we go in to clear it, and then we get attacked. And it was, I don't know how, it was a good firefight, like sustained, good. We fought through it, got through, cleared everything. And I'll never forget, Doyle just walked by me and put his hand on my shoulder. He's like, "You're good, boss." I was like, "Yeah, man, I know. Thanks." But literally, I was terrified, man, because I didn't want to punk out. I didn't know if I would punk out. And I will tell you, like, when I first got out of the hospital, I remember one time I was getting some food somewhere and somebody had a motorcycle and it backfired and it kind of freaked me out. But then after I got back into training with the boys and shooting and live fires and everything, like none of that stuff bothered me anymore, That's why so I just, if you're a leader out there and you've ever been in that situation, you know what I'm talking about, man. Like you got that, you know what to do. You're not like, it's not so much being afraid of dying. It's like, it's being afraid of letting your guys down,
Yeah.
And if you're a guy that's been through shit like me and then your boys know it, because most of the guys were still there from the first deployment, they're going to follow you, man, because they know, you're willing to fucking do it. And but that was, I never really told a lot of people that, but Doyle could tell you, like, I was nervous, man. I was scared. I think I even told my wife at that time, like, what if I can't do my job? But I did.
Just, you described Mosul, Iraq as a multi-tribe civil war. That's where you guys ended up. I spent some time in Mosul. That place has, you guys had Kurds, warlords, foreign fighters, all fighting for control of the city. And the big warlords were hiring Chechen snipers to take out their rivals and take out U.S. troops as well. How do you fight a city where the enemy isn't one enemy, where you clear it and a different faction just rolls in behind?
No, that's a true asymmetric fight, man. Like it's, like for us, we're just bad guy's a bad guy, right? But, we got up to Mosul and we're here. Like the 25th guys were telling me before we did our left seat, right seat ride, because we went out with them on their strikers. They're like, "Yeah, dude, when we get here, we're going to get hit. It's going to be all this." And then, if you've ever been a leader and you did your right seat ride, the unit before you, you're like, "Yeah, whatever, dude. They're churching it up, whatever." Nah, dude, wasn't full of crap, man. As soon as we turned the corner, we started taking rounds. And, Mosul, man, it wasn't like, Samawah and Baghdad. It was more Wild West in the fact that, like, everybody out there was trying to take control. Not just the Fedayeen Republican Guard. It was like, this warlord wants to own this, or this dude's got these Chechenian dudes freaking because somebody's trying to take his compound, or like, dude, like those Chechenian dudes they had out there would fight. Like, so guys that were in Mosul in like 04, 05, they saw real direct action, like hella firefights, which is, what you're trained to do. The biggest one we had was, I say Yarmouk, but I think Yarmouk was one in Afghanistan. But it was a big traffic circle off of, I think it was Route Toyota, Route Tampa in Mosul. I guess the way it got initiated, there was a Delta company from our battalion, one of the PLs, was trying to call up something on his radio and give a grid because of what was going on. And instead he couldn't get a a reed on his plugger or his dagger, whatever he had. So instead of handing it up to the driver and getting it out of the up armored truck, he opens his little up armored window and sticks his arm out the window. As soon as he does that, I think it was an IED, but it could have been an RPG, but something took his arm off. And then that's what initiated the whole big firefight. And we were about a click from there, maybe less. And we were on foot, QRF, my platoon was. So we, my boys that day fought the straight up QRF, go out there, fight the bad guys. Salazar, one of my big gunners. Speaking of him, I just reconnected with him like 3 or 4 weeks ago on Instagram. I haven't talked to him in so many years. He saw me post something and was like, hey, it's me. I was like, holy, yeah, his big old black guy, freaking the whole firefight's over. This is a big sustained hours. We had the strikers out there, we're on foot maneuvering, laying down suppressive fire, taking out the bad guys, clearing the houses. And freaking Salazar's one of the gunners. It's all over. He's just bitching and like, oh, F this place, F this crap. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you, man? He's like, showed me he just had human crap all over him. It was like where people's crap would just run out in the street. He laid down right in a turd during the firefight. Still fought the fight, but to that, just so I say it because it's a funny story and I don't forget. I had one of my squad leaders, a little short guy. It was rainy and cold up there in Missoula in the winter. We're on patrol at night, walking down the street, about a foot of water on the road. And if you've been to Iraq, they have like those square manhole things. Yeah, he fell in one of those and almost drowned, man. It took me and my weapons squad leader and one of the other dudes, like everything we had to pull him out because his gear was getting stuck. Like he was underwater, dude. Like under shit water. And at that time we had just got to Missoula, so we didn't even have A-bags to change uniforms or anything. But, he made it through it. He's a good squad leader.
Crappy situation to be in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He disappeared under the water.
I remember one of the things that you said kind of blew your mind afterwards, some of your firefights in Mosul, is you got to see the enemy's casualty evac plan on the satellite imagery. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, that was like one of the craziest things. So like that big huge firefight that day. So if you go to old Mosul, in the old parts, they have all those little alleyways that like maybe 5 foot, 10 foot across. And those dudes had like motorcycles just lined up, freaking cars lined up. Every time they would take a casualty, they would move it to the motorcycle. Dude on the motorcycle would haul ass with them. And what they were trying to do was the optics of it to show that they were killing us and we weren't killing them. Because dudes would get mad, like, we know we just took all those dudes out and they're gone because they had a good CASEVAC plan. So yeah, there's a lot of stories about that now. Like they were good at that, man. Like they could just, especially like those Chechenian dudes, man, they had the plan to get out of there.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
When did you realize you were fighting a media war as much as the actual gunfights?
Like later on in Afghanistan when I got to see how everything just kind of flip-flopped and, it went from, I don't know, it was weird, man, because, yeah, it was all about optics and, showing this stuff on the news and getting the right story out there and all this crap. And it's like, dude, like, I remember, like, later on, like, 2010-ish, 11-ish, watching the news, and I know dudes are over there getting hemmed up and stuff, and there's nothing being told about it. But yet, but the media stuff, man, yeah, it's... I'll tell you what I tried to never do when I was in was I never watched the news. I know it's either a good thing or a bad thing. For me, it was a good thing because I didn't want any kind of one-way thinking, if that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was just like, I'm going to read about it, I'm going to learn about it, and we're going to go do this thing. Even the second deployment from the first, it went, when we got into our second deployment, then if you killed a bad guy or whatever, there was an investigation, you had to do all that stuff. And I mean, it got to that in Iraq the first time, which it should be, but a lot of young grunts and all, they don't understand why all that stuff happens. And it's not I'm out to get you, I'm doing an investigation to see if the shooting was legal and all. It's for lessons learned. It's for freaking, because like I tell dudes, is as long as because here's the other thing. Like I would ask you this, do you think there's a difference between, do the rules of engagement ever change?
I think they do sometimes, yeah.
See, I would disagree with that. I would say the rules of engagement never change. The tactical directives change. But the rules of engagement, escalation of force, what's the number one thing in a rule of engagement? If you feel threatened, you react, right? It got to where if you see a gun, shoot the guy. Then it got to where if he's not pointed at you, don't shoot him. Well, if you're an infantryman and all and you're doing that, then, how is a 18-year-old kid going to make the distinction between when I pull the trigger and when I don't?
Yeah, but I mean, I could articulate that. I spent a long life in law enforcement, man. Cops have to deal with that every day.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying.
And it's I do think there are things that change it, but man, I mean, we got a lot of that stuff wrong in war too, right? Like when we started, especially when the Obama administration came in and really started curtailing airstrikes. And I mean, I understand why they were doing it, but it's like, once you start taking the ability for commanders on the ground to make decisions, I think people got hurt, right?
Oh yeah, we had it's, and that's the thing. Like I never tried to get into the politics of it all and all, but as a leader, you see the change and you see like we'll talk about it in the Arghandab. You're in the fight of your life, but you're not getting any support. You're not getting.
Well, and the problem is because America became a policing force in Iraq, and that's not what the military's job is. And that's when you're making 18-year-old infantrymen, California police officers.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like before Iraq, what infantryman ever heard of SASO? Stability and sustainment operations. No. Your job is to close with and destroy the enemy. But the reason I say that about rules of engagement, the reason I say that is because everybody talks about the rules of engagement, but escalation of force procedures change, but the threat levels are always going to be the same. And what you tell leaders is the rules of engagement are there and they're always going to be there. But if you look at rules of engagement, the rules of engagement are always set up to protect the soldier. If they're not, then the commander didn't do his job the right way. But also, the rules of engagement are there to ensure, just like the escalation of force procedures, like for example, if I'm going to set up a TCP here or whatever, and this car goes to run the TCP, if I just shoot them up without going through escalation of force procedures, then I just effed up, right? So everything is a procedure and everything's for a reason. Now, the rules of engagement, the reason I never like to say they change to guys is because as a private, do you care about anything other than does that dude have a weapon or you have a weapon? Is he trying to kill you or not kill you? Now, the leaders, as you go up, you have to think about you have to talk to the imams, you got to talk to the leaders, you got to win the hearts and minds and all this stuff. But I'm different in the fact, and this is one of my things, I used to tell guys, and this is me, like I said, the war changed me, man. Like for example, when you're a kid in the Army, everybody tells you everybody needs to know the mission, right? Everybody needs to know the mission in case somebody gets killed, such and such, right? What I learned from combat is everybody don't need to know the mission. You know what everybody needs to know? Their job. And that's what I used to tell kids. If you're a saw gunner, then you know how to be the best saw gunner you could be. And then if you do your job according to what's going on with whatever mission we got, the mission's going to get accomplished by you doing your job. So what you need to focus on is you know how to use that weapon in and out. And when I tell you to move somewhere, you understand what cover and concealment is. You understand You understand discrimination of fire. You understand how to ID targets, how to not ID targets, and all this stuff. And the thing that most people forget about, man, is like even you with law enforcement. Like, what's the youngest cop that's out there?
21.
21, 22. The youngest infantryman's 17, 18.
Exactly.
You know, and even a 21, 22-year-old is not a mature adult.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I think that's where that's where I think commanders had issues with the ROE. And I understand, look, man, I'm not trying to understand or say that I don't understand the optics. And, look, I think America takes great steps that probably 90% of the world's armies don't do.
Oh, yeah.
We almost shoot ourselves in the foot. We're so, careful. And even then there's still mess ups. But, when you become a policing force in a war zone, it's hard for 18-year-old kids. Cops get training on it. And even then, sometimes it's over the top, depending on what city. But again, man, I think that's what makes it harder. And sometimes I think we place rules on ourselves, that just make it confusing.
Yeah. Well, that's why we say it because it is confusing for like a young kid, like even a cop. You're trying to react to the situation, but you're also thinking about the rules of engagement, your escalation of force procedures, all that stuff.
And sometimes you got seconds.
Yeah, not even sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. Like, if I had to say, like, people have asked me, like, what the difference is between like my path as a leader and like, a special forces guy when he becomes a sergeant major as a leader. And I tell people the difference between the two of us is I have kids, he don't. Like, he's got mature adults, and if they suck, they just get rid of them. Like, we have kids that we have to train and we have to mature them. Yeah. And I think we forget that a lot. Like for example, like I get asked, to go speak about the burden of decision making as a leader in combat. Okay, there's burdens to that, but what about, like we just talked about, that 18, 19-year-old, 21-year-old cop that has to make that split-second life and death decision on the spot? And the rules of engagement, the escalation of force, all that stuff should be designed to support him in the success of his mission. If it's not, which we saw the crazy, like, I agree with the no warning shots and all, because dudes got stupid with us. Like, there's things that I get, but like, for example, somebody says, this is at one point, all crew serve weapons are going to be aircraft loaded. All right. Now, if you're a grunt like me, there's no such thing as aircraft loaded.
I don't even know what that term
No,
means.
it's basically you got a machine gun, open bolt weapon. The bolt's forward and you got the rounds in it, but you got to rack it to shoot. And an open bolt weapon is supposed to be locked back, ready to go, ready to shoot, right? And the problem with that is if you say, and the reason units were trying to say, hey, we're gonna aircraft load the crew serve weapons so they don't have negligent discharges, right, on FOBs and all. Well, like I told leaders, like, okay, if I'm a machine gunner, I've never been trained to have my weapon aircraft loaded, number one. Number two, that's totally night and day from what I have been trained on. And number three, that split-second rack, that's life and death, man, because that's a machine gun. Like I told the sergeant major when they were talking about all this stuff, I was like, I'll support you and everything, but I'm not supporting that. And like, why? I'm like, because guys like us on the ground, our machine guns, that's our cover, man. That's what gets us through it. And I'm not going to have a kid walking around not locked and loaded. Just like, when we're on deployment, we're living on red, man. You're locked and loaded. And the reason being, because that's what we do. If you got guys that aren't comfortable enough to walk around with loaded weapons and shit, then they shouldn't be in that position. But that's again, what we were just talking about, like leaders trying to make calls, thinking they're making the right decision. And for certain aspects, things do make sense. But then when you have to look at the whole picture.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Your third tour, That was your first in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And your first as a first sergeant.
Yeah.
You joined late because you just moved to 4th Brigade and you caught the winter tail end of a 6-month deployment in Ghazni and Wardak provinces in Afghanistan, which were some pretty rough places. You said it really hit you on the bird going over. Take us to that moment on the plane. You're riding as a first sergeant.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'll tell you, the way that all happened, it happened so fast. Flowers hit me up, was like, "Hey, I got a job waiting on you. You want it?" Yeah. So like 3 days later, I was in Afghanistan on a bird going. But yeah, dude, when I'm flying in, I'm like, I'm taking over an airborne infantry company in combat that's already been in combat for this amount of time. And they got a stud that's a first sergeant, man. I can't, like, yeah, that's pressure, man. Like, you can't
What happened to
imagine.
that first sergeant?
Oh, he got promoted. It was a old Stephen Green, good dude. He was happy that I was taking the company because he's like, yeah.
Yeah. So what's that like doing a relief in place with an infantry company and you're already in a combat zone? You haven't trained with these dudes. Did you know any of them?
I knew some of the guys because of, serving throughout like 325 and all, but I didn't know a lot of them. It was, like Flowers told me when I went in there, he's like, day one, when you go in, you're the first sergeant, man. So make it yours. I remember, I get there and I had one platoon at Nawa that was like 40 clicks away. I had dudes spread out, so I had to figure out how to go see them all. But I think for me, it was the right time because I think Green was kind of tired and, they were on the tail end of a deployment that was rough, but wasn't to the effect of what they were going to be on. And, and they were then the best company in the battalion. And then when I took it, we kept it the best company in the battalion, and it just, it worked out. But yeah, I do remember this too, now that you said that. So I'm flying on the helicopter with Flowers, and it was, why am I drawing a blank?
That's fine. Nobody else will know him.
Yeah, the brigade commander's name. But anyway, brigade commander is retired general now. And brigade commander, he looked at me, he's like, you better have this company locked down. I was like, Roger, sir. He's like, Flowers speaks highly of you. Don't let him down. I was like, Roger, sir. Because I didn't know him,
Yeah.
It was, his name started with an S. I can't remember. But I liked him. I thought he was an awesome dude. Because I thought I appreciated that. Him telling me, hey, dude, that guy vouched for you.
Yeah.
Because the brigade commander is technically a guy that puts first sergeants in position. But yeah.
Yeah, you described the weight of landing all at once. Holy crap, I'm going to be the first sergeant for these guys. I'm responsible for 100 and some guys. And in your head, the odds of losing somebody just kind of went way up.
Oh.
How does a man get his mind right before he even steps off the aircraft?
Dude, that's a tough question, man. Like the only thing I could think was, all right, I get there. I gotta touch I gotta see every dude in the company. And that's what I kept telling myself. I gotta figure out how to do face-to-face with everybody. And I had dudes all spread out. So I got down to Nawa, got to see them for a little bit. But dude, it's like, I don't even know how to explain it, man. Like, you're told you're going to be a first sergeant of this company, and for people out there, I got to say this, dude, because like, if you're a Marine first sergeant in the infantry and an Army first sergeant in the infantry are night and day. So in Marines, he's an admin guy. In the Army, he's a senior tactical NCO. So I just got to say that because a lot of dudes in Marines are, oh, you're an admin guy. No, that's not what first sergeants do.
Yeah. Because
in the Marines, they can select to be a first sergeant or they can select to be a master sergeant or gunny. But yeah, like to be selected as a first sergeant is an honor, number one. And number two, man, like, it's like you're all of a sudden this guy that, like when you're a kid, you look up to the first sergeant like he's almost like God. when you think about it, because like he's been in so long, he's done this and he's done that, and and you like, it's just such a weird thing, man. But is to get there during combat. Like I will tell you this, me and the commander that was there, we didn't like each other. I don't think, because we were only together just for the last part of that deployment. He was not my type of leader, which I'm glad he was leaving. But the great thing about it, man, was I got to get there. I got to see where they were at, and I knew they had their shit together, but I knew there was stuff that they needed to work on. And you know, it's always, you look at it, you only get 24 to 36 months with those guys. So what can you do to make them ready to be you one day? And that's what you got to think about. And that's hard. Like even me, like when I first got there, you know, I wanted them to know I was human. So I was like, any of y'all play Call of Duty? Because they had that little NWR tent. Like, yeah, right, first sergeant. I was like, I'll kick any of y'all's ass. Y'all want to play? So I play them and kick their ass, you know, and shit like that. But
you also told me something that you had kind of made this decision in the head that you're not going to be the nice guy. You're not going to be their friend. Yeah. I'm going to be their first sergeant. You'd watch leaders think they were taking care of the guys by going easy on them. Why does going easy actually hurt soldiers in the long run, in your opinion?
Because they're kids. Because they need structure. They need that sounding board, but they also need you as that guy. Like, the way your soldiers should look at you when you're a first sergeant is that there is nothing anywhere, any way, shape, or form that you have not done. You know what I mean? Like, that they could do. And
but how does that mindset change when you start talking about your platoon sergeants?
Yeah, so as a first sergeant,
sure,
you're focusing on your squad leaders. As a sergeant major, you're focusing on your platoon sergeants. You know, first sergeant, man, I would tell you, for me, and I retired as command sergeant major, first sergeant was the best and the worst time of my career. And the reason I say that is because as a first sergeant, like as a sergeant major, you still see the impact you have on the battalion as a battalion sergeant major, but you don't see the effect daily that you have on the company. You know, like for example, you know, if you're like me as a first sergeant, and you see one of your privates walking, and then you see another kid from another company walking, and you see your private correct them, then you're like, I'm doing something right, you know, because they know that if I see them, I'm going to correct them. You know what I mean? So it's like, but like squad leaders, when I was a first sergeant, you know, I would crush their souls, man, because that was my job. Like, I'm first sergeant, you're a squad leader. I'm focusing 2 levels down, buddy. And I'm going to train you to be a platoon sergeant. And then the platoon sergeants, like when I'm a CSM, like if I catch a kid screwed up, I'm not going to yell at that kid. I'm just going to go get his platoon sergeant.
So why focus on the squad leaders and not the platoon sergeants? Because the platoon sergeants are the ones that would actually be the ones that would take your job, as you say.
Because when you're at the company level, platoon sergeants don't fight the fight, squad leaders do. You know what I mean? Like, so it's a weird dynamic.
That's right, because yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because those squad leaders are your maneuver guys, and your platoon sergeant is out there with them, obviously.
They're more beans and bolts and logistics.
Yeah, he's like, you know, handling CASVAC, make sure his boy's doing the right thing.
I think about that.
Yeah. So, you know, and then, I mean, ultimately, as a first sergeant, you're focusing on the squad leaders to make sure they understand their job, because they know their job, and then they're looking at the platoon sergeant, and the platoon sergeant's job is basically just a squad leader on steroids when you think about it, you know. But it's a very important job, and you know, and like I say, when I was a first sergeant, my sergeant major focused on platoon sergeants, and it worked.
One of the first acts of you integrating into your new company as a first sergeant was catching a medic wearing a McLovin name tape.
Oh, yeah.
And you scuffed up as platoon sergeant and squad leader because you knew everybody's name in the company. Then you called that kid McLovin for years.
Yeah, he was a medic.
Was that little move really about the name tape or about something else?
No, it was just about letting guys know we're in there and this is discipline, and I get jokes are jokes, but that shit don't fly.
So he literally had a McLovin name tape?
Oh, he had it on. Yeah.
That's funny.
You know, we had the Velcro name tapes.
Yeah.
So I walked up to him and I'm like, because I had never met him yet. I'm like, who the hell are you? He's like, I'm a first platoon medic. So your name's McLovin? He's like,
What movie is that? Is
that's
that Superbad?
Superbad, yeah. So I'm like, so I peeled back the onion, and then he was honest and told me. I forget his real name. So I grabbed his platoon sergeant, who was Hill. I love Hill. Hill's an asshole too. Hill scuffed him up because Hill didn't know he was doing that, I don't think. But I made the kid that night write a 5,000-word essay on uniform standards and the importance of discipline in Afghanistan while we're redeploying back.
Of course you did.
But the rest of the time I seen him, he was always McLovin. But I explained to him, I'm like, you don't have the autonomy to do that, dude. It's funny as shit, but yeah, now you're all out of uniform. Just like, had a squad leader one time with combat shirt, walked up, cut the collars off because it was cooler. I'm like, dude, where'd you get those shirts? Oh, first sergeant, I cut because it's hot, I cut the collar off. I'm like, yeah, go fucking take them off. They're unserviceable. And he just looks at me. I was like, did I stutter? And then I explained to him after it was all over. I'm like, dude, this is where we fail our soldiers, man, is like PPE matters. What's the first thing that we have to fill out when one of these dudes get hit? Was he wearing the proper PPE? As soon as you cut that flame retardant collar off of that shirt, it's no longer serviceable. Like I told him, I was like, do I think the little turtleneck collar on that shirt is going to save your life? Not at all. But what is discipline to leave it on there because I told you to, because that's what you're supposed to wear. And he's like, I didn't think about it that way first. And I was like, I'm sure you didn't. So fix it. And they didn't wear combat shirts anymore.
2009, the brigade's on the patch chart as an advise and assist outfit in RC South, but your company, Bravo, gets peeled off and sent down to Helmand, Lashkargah, and a platoon to Nawa with the Marines under the British during the Maraja push. Mm-hmm. You were a combat multiplier for the Queen's Company in the Marines. What was it like being an American Airborne company loaned out to the Brits?
It was actually cool. They took care of us, man. The only thing is, when we got the Arghandab mission, they fought tooth and nail to keep us. They did not want us to leave. But it was really cool, man, because my boys got to see that, I will say, out of all the foreign armies I've worked with and all, the closest to us are the Brits. And Aussie, guys like that. But what I didn't know was the Queen's Guard are actually the dudes that are the freaking Buckingham Palace guards.
Oh, really?
Like, they're like the old guard of the UK.
So they were probably pretty squared away.
Yeah, they were squared away dudes. Like their commander, I told him he looked like George Michael. I was like, sir, do you frost your hair? Like I even had something hanging up in the talk, and it was something funny, it was politically incorrect, and that dude thought it was the funniest crap ever. But like I didn't understand. Like his sergeant major came up to me one day and was like, when we first got attached to him, he's like, hey mate, do you want a brew? And I was like, dude, I can't do it. We can't have alcohol, man. He's like, no, tea. I was like, dude, Americans don't drink tea. What the hell are you talking about? But I got to drinking tea with milk. That stuff's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
But
we drink shitloads of sweet tea, bro.
yeah, we don't drink the tea like hot. They do. But no, man, those dudes were squared away infantrymen. I mean, we did one big clearance operation with them, which was pretty awesome. But yeah, I think we were down there we got there in September probably. And we left in November when we got the call for after Thanksgiving. So probably early December.
Yeah. You cleared Highway 1, had a platoon ambushed on it and ran a textbook drill. And you came away saying the Brits have the best EOD in the world.
Oh yeah, dude.
What did working alongside the Brits and Marines down there teach you that you carried with you into the Valley?
Yeah, dude, I'll tell you. We're patrolling Highway 1. I was on that operation. We found a huge IED in one of the traffic circles. That might be the Yarmouk one I'm thinking about. Somebody will tell me. But it was like 2 500-pound jugs of HME or whatever. And we had to wait maybe 3 or 4 hours for the Brits to fly in. The Brit EOD flew in. Old boy had his own security. So you had 2 EOD guys and then a light infantry squad was their security. And they come in. Old boy was like, yeah, First Sergeant, just keep you boys back. We got this. I was like, all right. And I got to watch them do their thing. Like, they did everything by hand, on foot, like cleared all the way up to it, everything. And I talked to them after it was over because, like, I can't even explain how well it was almost otherworldly how good they were. Like, they went in like it was nothing, man. Like, digging in, digging it out. You know, our guys would have just balling the crap up. And then, you know, I got to talk to old boy because they had to wait for the aircraft to come back. And it was the one guy who was in charge. I don't remember his rank. But he told me their pipeline. So I guess all of their EOD guys are commandos. Like, they all have to go, like, SAS or some shit like that first.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because they're, I guess, out alone and unafraid, you know.
Yeah.
And they have a no bullshit light infantry squad attached to them. That's their security. So, like, you know, if you get an Army EOD, you got to secure them. You got to do all that stuff. Not with the Brits. Brits come in and do their own thing. And then when you got it all ready, you let my boys blow it. You know, it was cool. Yeah. But the coolest thing about those guys, man, is like when we were down there with them, if they got anything cool from like their command and all, they always made sure my boys were brought in. Like, they even did, this is weird, they did like a Halloween. Matter of fact, it was on Halloween when that textbook ambush happened. And those guys, and they had gals there, they did a Halloween like dance thing. So I let my guys go to it. You know, it wasn't no alcohol, but I got pictures of like one of my guys wearing like coconuts. You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
But not the reason I said the textbook react to contact. So it was I wasn't out on that one. I was at Lashkar Gah, and our first platoon was coming back from one of the ANA state posts. And they're driving down Highway 1, and they get like straight up ambushed at one of the intersections. And without skipping a beat, they did what we were trained to do. Freaking trail gun truck pulled around, fucking dismounted the dudes, laid down suppressive fire. The dismounts freaking assaulted across, freaking flanked them and killed all of them but two. And the two that didn't die were wounded, and we had to ship them to Bastion. But it was just straight up textbook. And the Brits were like, they were just at awe. And I was like, dude, that's what we're trained to do. That's what we do. Like,
what do you think they were in awe of? Just how efficient we were?
How efficient it was and how easy it was for the guys. But I mean, you know, you got MRAPs and Humvees going down the road, and you got like 6 or 8 guys attack you with RPGs and small arms fire. If you know what you're doing, those guys are in the world of hurt if they can't get away from you. Yeah. And they were in the open desert. They couldn't get away. Mm. That's the best feeling for a grunt, man. If you get attacked and the bad guys don't have an egress, man, then you're good. But yeah, that one was straight up like textbook, freaking flank, assault across, shift lift fires, all that stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Right before Thanksgiving, your battalion commander and your battalion CSM drove roughly 120 kilometers from Kandahar to Lashkar Gah just to deliver your next tasking to you and your commander in person. Mm-hmm. When the boss drives hours across a war zone to tell you something face to face, what does that tell you before he even opens his mouth?
It was going to be bad. Like, when Colonel Genio told us what the mission was and what the unit that was there was going through right now, like, we were like, me and the commander both looked at ourselves and was like, damn. Like, because, you know, I didn't know the Arghandab River Valley. I'd never really heard of it, but I knew guys that were in Korengal, and I knew guys that, you know, I'd been in valleys, but not the Arghandab. And, you know, the colonel told us all about it, and, you know, hey, there's a unit in there right now. They're getting their asses handed to them. I think it's a full brigade. We're going to go in, conduct a clearance operation, and then we're going to leave you on one side of the river and rest of the battalion on the other. And you guys are going to own it. And that was the mission, dude. And it was, and me and the commander started, you know, getting on NipperNet, which is like, you know, regular internet, not secure. And we were researching, you know, the Arghandab and the history of Afghanistan. And that's when, you know, we got to see like all the units that had tried to take it and on. And dude, we got to Fob Walton and Kandahar on beginning of December 19th is when we hit the valley, but we got there and Yeah, when we got there, we I think it was the next day we did the left seat, right seat ride. We were supposed to. I went out, tried to link up with the first sergeant on the ground from the unit that was there. He wouldn't go out. They wouldn't take us into the valley. The only thing we could do was climb up the side of the mountain and look in. Like they were done. They were like, we're not going back out.
What unit was
that? It was one of the strikers. It's in the Army Times and stuff. Like they got.
Oh, it's like first the 17th strikers.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything bad about the guys, man.
Yeah.
No. They just had a rough go of it, and they had I think one of their first bigs, they tried to get strikers down there in the valley, and one of the first things was one of their strikers got obliterated, killed like 9 dudes, to include a company commander.
Damn.
They lost a lot of guys quick, and and like the day we were out there on the side of the mountain, I'm looking out, me and the commander, I'm trying to figure out where we can clear, set up a combat outpost, and as we're doing that, we got Kiowas flying over, and the Kiowas take RPGs, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna be serious. Like it was legit. And then looking down in the valley, I was like, oh my God, this is going to suck so bad.
Hey, one quick ask before we dive in. Month after month, 95% of the people who watch our content aren't even subscribed to the YouTube channel. If that's you, you can seriously help us out today by just subscribing. It costs nothing. It takes 2 seconds, and it can make a huge impact on everything we're building here. There's no podcasting agency behind us. We have no corporate backing. It's just me, a small team, and an audience that really cares. Subscribing is the simplest way to tell the algorithm that this content is worth spreading. And it's the simplest way to support the mission directly. So hit the button and join the community. We appreciate all of you. Now let's get to this podcast.
Yeah, I think if I remember what you told me, it was the tasking almost word for word. He tells you, you're getting battle space, you guys are the main effort, and you're going to take casualties.
Yep.
You're going smack dab in the middle of the valley, and the only way to take it is to live in it.
Yep, to live it and own the terrain.
And then he told you, I'd send another company, but they're not ready. You guys are. What did it do to you to be told you're going to take casualties before you even stepped off?
At first, in my mind, I think I was like everything else. Everybody gives you the go-to-war story, and a lot of times it don't pan out to be that. But when we got to researching it, we really understood how serious it was. And I understood, like, I'm not saying anything bad about any of our companies. Like we had a great battalion, but I had the best commander in the battalion, bar none. Like Armstrong, like I'll say it right now, he's the best officer I ever served with, ever. And, he's the Ranger Regiment commander right now. But, that guy, like him and me together in the valley, like he's hurting just as much as I am, man, but he hasn't had time to like deal with it yet. But we both understood like the trust, but also the weight that the battalion was putting on us, if that makes sense to you.
Absolutely.
And we knew it was a no-fail,
essentially, you guys were handed a valley that nobody had ever held. Not the Soviets, not Alexander the Great. What was it that they were really asking you to do?
So basically what was happening was in Kandahar City. So the Arghandab River Valley, right south of Kandahar City, it was basically like the Ho Chi Minh Trail of Afghanistan at the time. So they were bringing all the stuff up from the south, all the IED making material and all that stuff. And some of the villages in the Arghandab were just straight up IED makers. And the mission was we had to go clear them out, get rid of all the IED makers, dominate the terrain and own it. So nobody had freedom of movement to get through there anymore. And, to be an infantry first sergeant, infantry commander, I pulled all my guys in at 5 Walton and gave them the go-to-war speech, but I explained to them, I was like, I'm telling you now, all of those walks we did back in the rear, those 20 milers, those 12 milers, this and that, that's nothing compared to what we're going to be doing. And like I told him, I was like, and there's no quitting, there's none of that. And I told the boys, just like the commander told us, I said, dudes, and I think I said it just like that, dudes, we're going to take casualties, but we're going to win this fight. And dude, like that was, I really didn't understand how bad it was going to be even at that point. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, at the end of that deployment, you know, the kids came up to you and some of them told you that was, you know, a lot of them first time in their careers that a go to war speech actually came true. What did you tell them and how does it sit with you today that all of it came true?
I don't remember the exact speech, obviously, but I know I told guys something to the effect of, we all know our jobs. We all understand how to react to contact, and we all know get off the X. So when somebody gets hit, because we are going to get hit, we're going to do our jobs. We're gonna fight the fight. We're going to do what we got to do, and we're going to evac them. But we're not going to bottleneck. We're not going to focus on casualty. We're going to focus on the fight. Because there were a lot of guys that had been in Iraq and Afghanistan, but only a few of them had been in the invasion, you know, by that point. And, you know, you got to make kids understand, because one of the hardest things as a young guy, until you've been facing that situation, is when somebody gets hit by you. Like, do you stop and help them, or do you keep fighting? You got to keep fighting, man. If you can get them out of the X, get them. But you can't stop until the threat's gone. And, you know, I remember the other thing I told guys, I did say this. I told them, I was like, no matter what we face, the commander and I will be out there with you the entire time. And remember this, if they're still alive and we stop the bleeding, we're getting them home. And that's what I told them.
Before you guys ever went in, you had the whole company shave its head, and you went first.
Yeah, that was at JRTC.
Yeah, your sergeant major said, Mac, you can't make them do that. And you said, I'm not making anybody do anything. We're not getting barracks haircuts. We're all going to shave, and I'm going to go first. Yep. Even your commander thought you were joking until he saw your bald head.
He did till I walked in and was like, your turn, sir.
What was that head shave really for?
It was a team building thing, man.
Yeah.
Like,
did everybody do it?
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's cool.
I didn't say, hey, even though some of the guys were like, you told us, I was like, I never said you had to shave your head. I said, we are going to shave our heads. I said, it's all about the verbiage. I didn't say you had to. I said, we are going to shave our heads because we're not going to have barracks haircuts and all. And I was like, I'm going to be the first one to do it. And I had, never forget his name, Francis Hurd, the youngest kid in my company, 17. He wasn't even old enough to deploy yet. Like when we deployed in 2009, because JRTC was like a month or two before we deployed, he wasn't even old enough because you got to be 18 to deploy. But yeah, you have to be 18 before you can deploy them. And so I sit in front of the company. I called him out at JRTC. I handed Hurd the clippers and I was like, shave my head. And he looked at me. I was like, did I stutter? And I was like, and if you cut me, we got problems. Roger, first sergeant. He's all shaking. And he shaved my head. And then I was like, who's next? And I'd already pulled the platoon sergeants in, right? I pulled the platoon sergeants in and I was like, hey, we're going to do this. And I was like, Roy Don, I know you don't want to. That was Frazier. Because he was my Lurse guy with the pretty boy hair, even though he looked like Shrek. And I love him. I love all my platoon sergeants, man. They were awesome dudes. And Frazier, you know, Fox grew up with me. Hill, the other guy, didn't, but we knew each other. We were in invasion together, just he was in Red Falcons, I was in Blue. But Frazier came to me when I was the first sergeant. I'd never met him. He was a Lurse guy. And, you know, he had the big, pretty hair. He was the cool guy. And when I told him we were going to do it, he griped and complained a little bit. And he's like, I got you, boss. And we walked out of the office. I shaved my head. I was like, who's next? He was the first one. He's like, me, boss. And I asked him when it was all over, I was like, well, why'd you volunteer second? He's like, because I figured if I did it, my boys would have no excuse but to do it first sergeant. And I was like, and then now, you fast forward it, we did our JRTC rotation, right? We did a couple things there no unit had ever done. Like our guys got accolades for it. But the coolest thing that I tell all the guys, and they still think it's cool, just like Sergeant Major would say it, is we're at JRTC and you walk in like the Porta crapper or whatever, and all the other companies are writing stuff about Bravo Company. Freaking skinheads think they're better than everybody. And I was like, we did what we were supposed to do. You know, and And the guys didn't understand it, but now when you talk to them, they all understand it. Because like I told them, I was like some of the younger guys, I was like, dude, don't worry about your hair. If you need hair to get a girl, then you ain't got issues anyway, man. I was like, we're about to go to war anyway. So we did it, and it was cool. But yeah, the Sergeant Major was like, Mac, you can't do that. I was like, I didn't tell them they had to, Sergeant Major. I just said we are going to. And we did it.
You guys go on December 19th, clear the valley in the only halfway defensible spot you can find for the company cop. That's going to stay there as a radish field with a half a wall and 2 orchards, raining and nasty. Yep. No air resupply would even fly in, too dangerous. You'd get shot down. What's going through a first sergeant's head standing in the field with the battalion commander asking, is this where we're setting up?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of things going through my head because I'm trying to figure out what assets I'm getting, what is this? And battalion commander's like, yeah, we got no outside support for this one. So I had to, I did something at that time, which some people won't even be able to fathom now, but I was like, well, we got to set up the cop. We took all the crap we had from Lashkar Gah that the unit had left before us. And we had like 2 big 60K generators. We had all kind of crap. And I was like, well, we got no way to get all this stuff out there to set up a cop. And commander's like, well, what are you going to do? I was like, well, what can we do? And then they had just outlawed Humvees in country. According to IJC, you couldn't use them anymore because dudes were getting obliterated in them, and they had MRAPs and MATVs. So I had to tell the commander, I was like, I need every Humvee we got at Walton. I'm going to have to use them in trailers to get all my stuff in here. Well, we're not allowed to. I was like, well, you're going to make an exception, sir. So finally got him to make an exception, and it's hard to even, this is 2009, 10, like we had all the assets we needed, but we couldn't get them. Like we go into this crap. It's a shitty ass little radish field. We got one lock in and out. I'll say lock, one road, a lock's a line of communication. We got one road in and out, and it was so small that we didn't think we could get a PLS or anything on. I get in there, I grab Sergeant Fox, one of my other platoon sergeants, and then we came up with a plan, and then basically me and Fox were running it. We were just turning and burning the Walton, getting all our stuff back there. And as we would get to this little town called Prairie Pamal outside of the valley, we would, ground guide the trucks in with security, waiting to get attacked. Now, what I will say is we went into the valley on December 19th, conducted battalion clearance, found IEDs and stuff, but didn't see a single bad guy. Like there was no ticks or anything. And while we were doing the turn and burns, we didn't have any contact, which was good. Maybe the enemy felt bad for us or something. I don't know. But I got all of our stuff in there. Like I remember I was at Fob Walton. I grabbed the FSC first sergeant, the support first sergeant. I was like, hey, you got wreckers out here, yeah? Yeah. Can it lift a 60K generator? Well, yeah, man. I was like, can I borrow your wreckers? Yeah, I'll send them out there to you. Wrecker driver comes out. I'm like, hey, man, can you put that generator on that Humvee trailer? He was looking at me like, what, first sergeant? I was like, that big old white generator on that Humvee trailer. First sergeant, that's not, I was like, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, put it on that trailer. He's like, so he did it. Humvee tires are almost flat and all. And I told him, I was like, dude, this is the only way I got to get my stuff in there. So we carried it all in. As we got the first generator in, that truck almost got stuck, but the trailer sunk in the mud in the radish field. And then the second one came right beside him, and they both just sunk. I was like, unhook the trailers. We're leaving them here. We're building around it. And we built around it, and they stayed there the whole time. But
yeah,
dude,
those trailers belong to other companies.
Oh, yeah, yeah. One of them was HHCs. One of them was like Charlie Companies because we had to borrow everybody's stuff. But, yeah, man, I carried all our HESCOs in on Humvee trailers, our fuel blivets, like everything, dude. I mean, hell, I was in a place where, we have to set up this cop, no engineer support, no nothing. We brought in our own HESCOs. I had HESCOs up for 3 months with no dirt in them. And guys look at me like, how is that even possible? When you're in one of the crappiest places in the world and you can't get any outside elements to come in and help you. You know how we got them filled? We finally were able to get somebody up at Kandahar to pay a local to film for us.
Yeah, I remember you told me about day 3 or 4, your guys were running on like an hour
yeah.
of sleep and feeling sorry for themselves. So at 04 in the morning, you went ballistic. Nobody cares about your feelings. A month from now, after you've been patrolling your butt off, you're going to want somewhere secure to come back to. And if we don't build it now, we ain't going to build it.
Yep.
Was that the moment that you think the company started turning?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I told the commander, I was like, I'm waking them all up and I'm pulling them all out. And I said, I'm giving them the freaking come to Jesus, because we ain't got time for dudes to be feeling sorry. Right now, we got to get it. Because what people don't realize is in a situation like that, right, we got to build a combat outpost, but we got nobody building it for us. But oh, by the way, we're in no man's land, so you got to secure the area. You got to patrol. You got to do all these things. And these kids are just human. And they're kids, and you got to keep their head in the fight. And sometimes that takes letting them know that they're letting you down, you know. And what I will say, like, that company, man, those kids, like, they stepped up like nobody's business, dude. Like I said, the 82nd, you know, Fury, the old World War II Devil, it all comes into play, man. I think it's all like there's something our brethren back in the day, or the Viking warriors somewhere, but something like filled us when we were out there, dude. Like, because my dude, like, dude, when you're fighting a ghost and you still have the fight left in you, man, like that's powerful. Because it's
one of the most interesting things I thought is that you told me the day after you guys filled those HESCOs,
yeah.
the enemy tried to overrun the COP.
It was legitimately the day after we had them all filled. And it was, and I think it was because, so I got aircraft to come in, and it was the brigade commander, brigade sergeant major, which wasn't Flowers because he had his heart attack and they sent him back. So it was a new brigade sergeant major who I couldn't stand. But anyway, they showed up, and so brigade commander shows up, right? I finally got my COP kind of set up. I got the HESCOs filled in. They finally come out. Brigade sergeant major, first thing he asked me was, why don't your trucks have sniper hoods on them? And I looked at him and was like, Sergeant Major, do you even know where you're at? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, when do you think the last time that truck is moved? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, we don't use vehicles out here. I'm not going to put sniper screens up on them because I'm not even using them. I need that shit for other stuff. And he's like, well, the SOP for brigade. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, as a first sergeant, I'm like, you know, a sergeant major, when he shows up, should be asking you what you need. You know what I mean? Like, if you're effed up, he should be telling you. He should be fixing it. But there was nothing effed up. Like, we had our stuff squared away. And then, you know, we walk inside, talking to him and the brigade commander, which I knew the brigade commander. And this was after, I think I told you about it, but we get into it when Brunk got hit. Because this is the day we're doing Brunk's ceremony. The brigade sergeant major legitimately looked me in the eye, and the commander, and said, hey, we want to take your 3rd platoon, bring them to CAF for about 14 days and let them refit and get their mind out of this place, man, because how hard they've been getting hit. And I looked at him, I was like, Sergeant Major, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I said that to him. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, if any one of these guys leaves this valley right now, they're never coming back in it. Their body might come back, but their head's not. I was like, I get, you know, we have a hard fight. I was like, but the best thing we can do is just like I did for Thomas, God rest his soul, or whoever, when they're sucking, put them back out. And he was like, I said, why don't you stay out here for a couple days and then you'll see what I'm talking about. You know, because that's the thing, man, is you don't realize when you're that senior guy or that leader, you're coming in, you think you got all these ideas, but
especially when you're leading from hundreds of miles away.
You don't understand the fight. You gotta school yourself up. But anyway, so they're talking about all this BS, and then we get attacked. And fortunately for me, because I was doing Brunk's memorial service, I had pretty much the entire company at the COP. And by that time, I had Cop Johnson set up, and it was just Cop Johnson and us. So I had 1st Platoon and Cop Johnson, and so we got 1st Platoon back. The battalion covered them. And then, I had a really good base defense plan. So we got hit within, a couple minutes. All platoon sergeants are reporting. Guys are on the wall. QRF's ready to roll. And within 2-3 minutes, already had an element outside the wire, assaulting the bad guys, taking them out. We had Kiowas. I had my FSNCOs talking to Kiowas like we're laying scunion. It's all over. Brigade commander's by me on the wall. I will give him credit. He got up on the wall. I don't think the other dude did. But I do remember brigade commander was like, yeah, you guys got this covered. And I was like, yes, sir, we got it. Because they just didn't understand, man. And then the other thing, I just got to say it before I forget. I had this brigade sergeant major come up. And this dude was a brigade sergeant major, but he didn't have combat experience because they put him in there because Flowers had a heart attack or whatever. He came up and asked me, we did the memorial service. And this is just for senior leaders out there. He came up and asked me, he's like, why is that kid an E2? What do you mean, Sergeant Major? Why is he not a PFC? Because he hasn't met time and service requirements yet. Well, he's in combat. He should be a PFC. I was like, well, change the regulation. And he's like, well, I want him to be a PFC. I was like, well, it don't matter what you want, Sergeant Major. He's not a PFC. He's a PV2. I was like, if I get a waiver and HRC says I can promote him, I'll promote him. But he was literally saying stuff like that because you get so far removed, man, you forget. And it's like, dude, he's a kid that just got to us. He's a PV2. He's going to be a PFC in probably 6 months. I mean, what are you going to do? But yeah,
Let's lock in the numbers because I think the scale is kind of hard to fathom. It was crazy for me to read this. Roughly 98 IEDs found dismounted, 26 strikes against you, 11 amputees in your company, over 50% with Purple Hearts, down from 124 men to about 19 per platoon by the end.
Yeah.
3 company KIA out of the 16 in the whole battalion. For people who picture Afghanistan as firefights, what do those numbers actually mean?
Dude, the hardest part of those numbers for me is hardly any of those numbers were from firefights. We were out there in an area that the bad guys owned and that they had pre-booby trapped. So all they had to do was go set stuff up all the time, in 2009 when we deployed, we didn't do any dismounted IED training or any of that stuff because nobody had really been hit with it since Vietnam. We got out there and, it was like December 19th when we did the clearance. Our first casualty was the day after Christmas when Johnson got killed. And that was when I knew shit was going to get bad because, I had guys out on patrol checking out this grape hut. And one of them steps on a PMM mine, over here, and it, blows his foot up or whatever. But the other guy over here, 10 meters away, has got the 25-pound jug of HME right below him, and all it takes is one dude to step on the other guy. And you look at the ground, you look at everything, and you're like, how the hell did they set this up? And then when you look back at it and you see it, you're like, God, it's brilliant. And you're like, they realized they can kick our ass without even being here. So how do you counteract that? I'm just saying this because we had to figure it out and I still don't really know the answers. But the entire December wasn't bad except for Johnston. Then February we had a couple, January, but when the greenery came out is when it got heavy. Like March.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't understand what it's like to get IED'd, especially warfighters. I had some unfortunate experiences in dealing with that as well. I mean, how do you absorb a loss when there's no fight? It's just a hole in the ground, man.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple things. How do you absorb the loss? And then how do you keep the kids that are there head in the game because they're like, we're going out to get blown up and we're not getting any retribution.
Yeah.
You know, and what we had to constantly make the guys understand is nothing in the fight that we're doing right now is about how many bad guys we kill. It's not. It's about keeping them from getting through here. And the only way to do that is we got to own it. And to own it, we got to clear it. And to clear it, we got to be out on it. And I'll say, man, they handed our asses to us, you know, with some IEDs. But like we said before, we're very ingenuitive. We're good at adapting. And we figured out their TTPs quick. Fortunately for me, because the threat got so bad, they brought out 2 EOD teams for us that were permanently attached to us. And they were Air Force Spec Ops guys. And when they told me Air Force, I'm like, oh, what the hell? And they came out, some of the most squared away dudes I ever worked with. Like, I love those guys. Most of my guys are still friends with them all. They were pretty boys, jacked, you know, came out. And I remember the one guy, his name started with an M, the guy that was in charge when they first came out. He told me, he's like, First Sergeant, I know we're Air Force, but we'll walk everywhere you walk. We'll carry our own crap. He's like, the only thing I ask is, like, if it's going to be a big mission and we got to carry a lot of explosives, can y'all help us cross-load it? I was like, yeah, man, too easy. Like, I told him, I was like, you'll literally go out on patrol with us? He's like, yeah, that's what we're here for. He's like, I'll send 2 guys out on each patrol and I'll keep the other guys back. And I was like, dude, money. Because if we had them out on patrol and we did run into something, we didn't have to stop mission. We didn't have to, you know, fall back, and we didn't have to, we cleared it, we exploited it, and we moved the fuck on. And you know, when you're in a regular IED fight and you got to wait for Army EOD, you'll finally clear it, and then you're going to something. It's just, that's why we had to have those guys. And the other thing is, you know, we're out in this, because we kind of talked about the media and the perception. And at that point, like, I wanted to, like, there was a pomegranate orchards all around us, right? I wanted to just cut those mugs down. No, because that's the people's livelihood, right? So they had orchards where our lock was. If you walk in and out the road, I put a OP up on the mountain so they could see down on us. But with all the greenery, with all the trees, there were parts of the road you could not see, even with freaking thermals. You couldn't see through the foliage, right? So I told Paulie, who was the guy that was leading the EOD guys this time, Paulie, big Air Force dude, big old jack guy. I was like, hey man, would it be a problem if every time we send somebody up to OP 165 that we have to blow something in place and a tree kind of gets blown down with that? He's like, oh, too easy, First Sergeant. So we wound up clearing the trees down. Just it
blow them all in one.
took us a couple weeks. So what we were doing is, like, we'd go out if we found like a little IED or whatever. You know, he'd exploit it, blow it up or keep it or whatever, but then he'd put det cord around the tree right by it and blow it up. You know, and it wound up clearing it for us. And, you know, we kind of got, I think I remember got asked, why are y'all, you know, I was like, nah, man, they're just clearing the shit, man. Just the tree had to go down. But like, we'd have dudes walking through the orchards and get hit with tripwires, you know, neck height and stuff.
This is kind of a longer question, but it'll make sense at the end. The day you found one of your squad leaders crying by a tree, you grabbed him by the chin strap, pulled his helmet to yours, and told him, there's no time for that right now. Your boys are over there. Get up. And the line you always gave them, this is a roller coaster ride. You don't get off until it's finished. Mm-hmm. That night, he came to apologize for letting you down. How do you be the man who has to say not now on the X and still be the man he can come to that night?
That's a good question, man. Like, I remember this is when Johnston got killed. It was his squad leader. He wound up killing himself. I don't even want to say his name. I feel so bad because he had a crazy story. But he, damn good kid. I talked to him in Re-Enlisting. Johnston got killed. He was a young squad leader. I get there on the X. I could see Johnston, you know, when you come, you know if a guy's gone or not. And they're working on Johnson, which I knew he was gone. I had Bridge go over there, my medic, and then I'm looking for the PL and the squad leader. I found the PL, couldn't find the squad leader. Finally found the squad leader. He's over by a tree, kind of taking a knee, tears in his eyes, like just 1,000-yard stare. And in my mind, you know, I was like, I got to be that guy right now. So I grabbed him, chin strap. I pulled him up close, and I said, and the way I talked is I was like, hey, MFer, like, these boys, you're their sounding board, man. You're their rock. Like, get your ass up, tell him to pull security, put him over there, do your job. Just do your job. And he's like, Roger, first sergeant. I was like, I don't want to hear nothing. Do your job. So he got up, did his job, and he came that night, you know, when it was all over. I mean, we still had dudes out there because we had to clear the next day, but we pulled them off the X and we put other guys out. And yeah, he came up to me and, you know, tried to apologize, but I told him I didn't want to hear that because it wasn't about apologizing. I was like, you're human, man. I was like, it's fixed, right? Roger. And that was it. But, you know, I've seen leaders, and I'm sure some of you out there have too, that in that situation would have coddled him and tried to get him back to the cop and all that stuff. And, you know, and it's like, no, like that, there's no time for that there. Like on the X, it's go time. There's no crying. There's no feeling bad. There's none of that. It's freaking pull security. Make you guys do what they got to do. And, you know, and you think about it, like I was that young squad leader. You know, I never got faced with that situation. You know what I mean? Like, so I get it. But at the same time, what you have to understand when you're that kid that's put in that leadership position is those kids aren't looking to the first sergeant. They're not looking to the platoon sergeant. They're looking to their squad leader. You know, you're the guy that's with them all the time. You're the guy that takes care of them. And you're the guy that when all hell breaks loose is supposed to keep their head in the game and keep the boys in the fight. And as a young man, a young human being, that's way easier said than done, you know, because I mean, like Johnston was one of those kids who fought to deploy because of his beard, you know, and like you know, you're his leader and then he's gone and you didn't even fire a shot. You know, how do you live with that? And I will say that kid wound up years later killing himself, the squad leader. And it wasn't, I don't think it was because of that specific thing. Like he got wounded really bad on our deployment and got forced to medically retire, and it messed him up bad.
Talk to me about Mike Verardo. I know he passed last year, but I mean, he had another issue on that deployment. I don't know if you want to tell that story.
No, I mean, like Mike, man, Mike was such a good kid. And he, when I first got out of the Army, that's why I did the nonprofit stuff, is because, you know, his wife was working with the nonprofit. They had helped him with the track wheelchair and all. But to get to Mike's story, man, I mean, this kid, so I want to say he got hit in April, but it was, I want to say March or either still April, but a week or two before. Him and Sergeant Knorrschild was his team leader. They were in a truck, MATV, driving out of Prairie Pamal, and they hit a big IED. It blew the the whole of the MRAP up in the air and all. And Mike got banged up, you know, cut stuff, but wasn't hurt bad. We evac'd him. And he had like whiplash and some other stuff from being in the gun turret. And the docs were going to, you know, keep him at CAF for a while. And he called me. He's like, first one, I want to come back out. So we got him back out. And then was it the same day Karen got killed? It was in April. Mike, so they were crossing a wall. I was actually, it was when I got forced to go home on mid-tour leave. They were crossing a wall at one of the high points. Mike I don't know if Mike was the one that hit the PMN or somebody else did, but Mike got the brunt of the blast, and it blew his left arm basically completely off. His left leg, I think, he had 3/4 of his body was burnt. Like, he was bad, man. He had over 120 surgeries, and even for the last, like, years after he got out. And then this past year, he passed away in his sleep, I think, from a heart attack. So he didn't kill himself or anything. But the thing for me is, like, a kid like Mike, like, that dude joined the Army for one reason, to serve something bigger than himself. And he did it. And then when he got out, he still served something bigger than himself, because he's been a voice for a lot of guys through not talking, but just being present, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
And yeah, like, I had a lot of damn good dudes, and a lot of those kids, like Mike, man, as a kid, you don't think, and then he had kids, and his kids are, but with Mike hurt me this year. It hurt a lot of us.
I can only imagine, brother. You taught your guys to read the ground like language, man. A pomegranate orchard means a neck high tripwires. A wheat field means something else, and you throw a wrench on a string to blow it. You also walked in a file in the open instead of a wedge against everything you'd been taught. Yep. How did you learn the Valley's grammar, and how fast did it start saving the lives?
Dude, like I said, for those couple months, we were getting our asses handed to us with the IEDs, trying to figure out the TTPs, figuring out how they could figure out where we're going. And then it came to be, well, they know how we move. They know how we operate. They know we walk in a wedge. They know if they set a PMN over here, it's going to hit a dude over here. They know if we do this. So it's like, the CO and I had to sit down, and we had to think of alternative ways of doing things. And one of those ways was, all right, if we're walking through an open field, we're going to walk in a file. That way, if one dude steps on a PMN mine, he's the only one getting hit, or whatever. And we train guys. I mean, we didn't train them. They trained themselves on metal detectors and all. But you know the deal, man. When you're on a piece of ground long enough and you start knowing that terrain, you can spot when something's off. And that was one of the big problems when we first got out there, is we didn't know it yet. We didn't understand their egress routes. We didn't understand where the choke points would be and stuff like that. But yeah, man,
one of the guys got like a Spider-Man fishing pole in the mail.
That was Sergeant Derek Hill, rest his soul. He offed himself too. It was one day we finally got mail, and I seen him. He had this little Spider-Man colored red and blue fishing pole. I was like, "What the hell are you gonna do with that?" And he's like, "It's got a 1-ounce sinker on it, First Sergeant. Tripwires." I was like, "You're authorized to wear it, carry it." Because they were thinking outside the box, man. He had his wife send him a little fishing pole.
I think you and the commander started looking on the internet, researching Vietnam anti-booby trap techniques.
Yeah.
What does that say about a fight that answers came from a toy from 1968?
Dude, it was so crazy because, and they're so good at doing what they did. Like, dude, they even they figured out, and we had to learn it quick, the reverse pressure plate on us, but not just on like a reverse pressure plate for like a big IED, but like if I'm clearing like a small landmine, right, and I'm clearing it, because we did that too. We would do what we had to do. They had an initiation device. So like once you got it cleared and you moved it, there was something else underneath it, and so we had to figure that out and figure different things. And like, for example, we took fire one time. Guys ran into the orchard. One of my guys stepped on the PMN mine, but it didn't go off. Basically, the dude shot him, left like a prayer blanket out in the orchard with like some chai spilt and all. So my guys are chasing him through the orchard, and all it was a baited ambush, but with an IED. So they wanted them to chase him into the orchard, and when they were walking, one of the team leaders stepped on the PMN mine. Now, I don't know what happened, but God, he was lucky because it was so muddy and nasty. Like, the mine went off, but he didn't get a scratch. Like, there's mud everywhere. but yeah, it was just those guys, again, trying to suck them in and stuff like that.
Most veterans have a home loan benefit they've never used. And when they finally go to use it, they get handed off to some slow, out-of-state lender who treats them like a number. The team at New Wave Lending, it's not that. Same-day underwriting, 14-day closings, and they actually pick up the phone when you call. If you're thinking about buying, the link is in our bio. They built a dedicated page for the Vanguard Wall community specifically. Don't leave that benefit on the table. Click the link in our bio and connect with the New Wave team today.
This line captures that deployment pretty well, and you've already said it once. You're fighting a ghost, and that's harder than getting shot at 24/7, because at least when you're getting shot at, you feel like you've got a chance. Every day was Groundhog Day. Walk out the wire, hope nobody gets blown up, clear it, and do it again. How do you keep a company sane inside a war with no enemy to shoot back at?
Dude, that's a good question and a very difficult question. I don't even know if you can keep a company sane. If I had to give any advice, what I figured out was, number one, like, the guys got to know that everybody out there is in the same fight. Like, just because the XO's on the cop don't mean he's not out there with you. Just because the armor is here, like, everybody's got to be in the same fight. But also, we had to constantly make guys understand that, you don't realize the second and third order effects of what we're accomplishing. Like, this is, at that time, the Arghandab Valley was one of the most strategic points in Afghanistan, as a turning point as far as the Taliban go. And, that was their last holdout, man. So they weren't going to give it up easy. And, to keep the guys' heads in the fight, it was just, I did everything I could to get them some, I got us a cook. He'd make hot chow. I got us a couple portable showers. So I'd have the cook, heat up the water with his MKT thing, we got, people don't understand, like, a hot shower, hot chow.
All the things you take for granted, bro.
That is like motivation. That is, and, and we also, which is weird, we're in the middle of the valley, nothing there, but we took this internet satellite from Lashkar God. It was one of them big ones. And I told my S6, once we got everything up and running out there, my combo guy was like, I don't give a shit how you do it. You figure out how to get the internet up and running out here. He was like, first, I was like, did I stutter? And he figured it out, dude. He talked to dudes at CAF with NWR, and he flew a dude out to us, and the dude came and hooked it up to GPS and all. And then my, I think it was my XO or somebody was able to get through FOO or something. We got like a little what do you call it? The Wi-Fi router or whatever for each little tent we had. So like I told the guys, that's why Brunk really messed me up, because I yelled at him real bad for that right before he died. But I told guys, I'm like, look, I got this, man. We shouldn't even have this out here. I said, I want you to have it so you can freaking FaceTime your wife or your kid, tell them you're okay, do whatever. I said, but don't be downloading anything, because we can't do any of that stuff. Don't do any of that crap. What's the first thing Joe's going to try to do? Download porn and crap, It's like, no. But it was like little stuff like that, man. Like, we were out in the middle of the shittiest place ever, but the dudes made it their home for a year, and they knew, like, shit might suck out there, but at least we got back here. We were around our homies, and when we're out there, we're all together. And, and I'll tell you, like, me and the commander, like, we were guys that were seen. We were with the guys, and my commander would have went out on every patrol if I would let him, same as me, like, he'd have to tell me, no, you're staying back for Sergeant, or, like, I remember when Lieutenant Mayfield got hit, me and the CO went on QRF, it was on foot. They get hit, it was about a click from us. And we got the wire, and because it's one of his lieutenants, the CO is all willy-nilly. So he just starts hauling ass, running through the wheat field and all, and I just had to grab him by his chin strap and jerk him back. Sir, what the hell are you doing? Oh, First Sergeant, thank you. No, you had to take a breath. I'm like, no. Get back there, follow me. We'll get there. We'll make sure he's okay. But, you know, that's the kind of guy he was. He was going to be there for his dudes. And, you know, I've met a lot of officers in my career that weren't that way. Like in Armstrong, man, a lot of the guys, you know, when they were younger, didn't like him because they thought he was the guy that was coming up with all these ideas. No, he owned it. We owned it. You know, like he's not the guy that coming up with this crazy stuff we got to do. He's the guy commanding it and owning it. But he's the guy that, like when we went to Clear Kukuran, me and him both told the brigade commander, we're like, we're not owning this shit. We're done with this. Like, what the hell? But then we still went and owned it, you know?
Yeah.
But that's the other thing is, you know, if you're a leader and you own your decisions and your guys know that you're willing to do what they do, they'll follow you, man.
Into a burning house, dude.
Yeah.
I totally agree. You guys did a company operation into an IED maker's village, and it went pretty bad. 1 KIA. You lost one of your best squad leaders, 6 serious casualties, combat ineffective, and you had to fall back, which you'd never done. You said it was the first time in my military career, referring to yourself, that you ever felt defeated. What happened that night, and what did it take out of you?
Dude, so we knew this town called Calche, which where the number one IED maker was in the valley. We knew if we hit it, he was going to have IED belts waiting on us, you know, but we didn't know to the effect. Anyway, you know, I put it out. So it was a company operation. My 3rd platoon was moving. I can't even remember what east or west, which side the platoons were on. But anyway, the mission was we're going to move from Capoeira, where we were at on foot, move into Calche, push in, clear it out like we did the other little villages in the valley, and then, you know, own it from the inside, you know, in. We figured we'd have a little fight on our hands, you know, find some IEDs, but we at least get the bad guys and get out of there, right? Yeah, we weren't ready for it, man. Like we went out, we had a good mission planned, and basically, you know, the mission was to clear around the village, establish a cordon, clear in, and I think Brunk was the first one to get hit, or it all happened pretty quick. So Sergeant Brunk, I'll tell you, 10 years ago, I couldn't even say his name. Staff Sergeant Scott Brunkhorst. He got killed that day. He saved his whole squad's life, though. So what happened with Brunk was he was a weapons squad leader. His platoon was on, I forget what flank they were on of the village, and he got, you know, his PL told him to lock down this big T intersection with the guns, make sure it was clear, and he was holding their support by fire until they moved somewhere. And EOD came through, and they exploited an IED, but what the bad guys had done was they set that one up as a decoy. And, you know, I don't know what went through Brunk's head, but somehow or another, he knew something was up, and he pushed each one of his gun teams about 400 meters in either direction down the road, and then he cleared the road himself, and he wound up stepping right on top of like a 500-pounder. And so they had it set up to take out like a whole squad, but because he found it, they had no choice but to blow it. And so I remember I was at the COP, and I heard the blast, and well, I think I was at the COP at this time. I might have been out, but I wound up being back at the COP to handle we had assets coming in from Kandahar once we called the dust one and all. But basically, I heard the blast, called up to get a sit rep to get a ACE report from all the platoons, and I knew it was 3rd Platoon because I knew where they were at, and I called platoon sergeant. He called me back. Is Sergeant Major retired Fox now, and Fox was like, "I don't have accountability at 3-4." And as soon as he said that, I knew what had happened, and I was like, I think I said something to the effect, "Are you going to get accountability?" He's like, "No." So I knew right then, and then I got him offline. I think he called me on one of them little Roshan cell phones we had, and he's like, he got obliterated, First Sergeant. Like, he's not here, but he's here. And I was like, what the fuck? So we immediately called it up, and because if you can't find the guy or the weapon, you got to call a dust one, and we couldn't find anything. So called the dust one. I will say this, that's the only time in my career I ever did it. And it is true. Every asset came to us that day. Like, as soon as we called it, everything from CAF was coming. But they, so called the dust one. The sergeant major and the colonel actually came out. And as I'm calling the dust one for him, the operation's still going on because we can't stop the op. There's another blast that goes off in 2nd Platoon, then another blast, then another blast. And basically, everywhere we came around, they had it all blocked off just waiting on us. And they were just blowing them left and right. So I said, Brunk got obliterated. I had Edinger lost his leg. I think that was when Lee got his foot jacked up. He stepped on the PMM mine. Kinsey lost his leg. So if you don't understand, so the way it works, like for an infantry company, right? I took 6 casualties that night, but 6 casualties from 3 different platoons, but in areas to where if we keep pushing and we keep going, we're going to take mass casualties. And the only thing we could do, and the CO didn't want to do it, I didn't want to do it. No, we didn't. But I told him, I was like, sir, we got to fall back. And we did everything. We fell back. We kept security where Brunk was at. And I want to say Fox was the first person to find a part of him about 400 meters away. And it was a piece of his body armor. And then we found more pieces, cadaver dogs and stuff. But the reason I couldn't say Brunk's name for a long time is because that day before he went out, I destroyed him. And as a first sergeant knows who his best squad leaders are, who's the best platoon. Brunk was bar none my best squad leader. Second was Muscle. And any day it could have been either one of them. And Brunk, the problem I had with Brunk was the last words I told him was, you're not this fucking piece of shit that you're acting like, and you need to get your fucking head in the game, get your boys out there and let's go. But it was, you can imagine what it was like, what I said. And
What was going on with him at the time?
I think it was about the internet. I think he was downloading something, and I just got pissed and, did my normal first sergeant thing. But being the human being that I am, just like you, man, for all of those guys, you find any way you can to blame yourself, And with Brunk, it was so hard for me because in my mind, he put himself out there because he didn't want me to think he was a piece of shit. But in reality, we know he was doing his job.
And he was taking care of his squad,
Yeah.
making sure those guys didn't get hurt.
Yeah. But, it's like, and I'll say this so I don't forget, man, because it's really important. So after everything I went through with Bravo Company, right? I go to Sergeant Major Academy. I go get sent to 10th Mountain. I compete for CSM. And I get to come back to Two Fury as a battalion sergeant major, right? Well, first off, if you talk to most guys in the Army, that never happens. Very seldom. Secondly, like, I was so excited to go back to the battalion, but I wasn't thinking about that I was the guy that had to face the Gold Star families and this and that. And one of my first things as Sergeant Major, I'm just saying it so I don't forget, man, is I brought my chaplain in from 10th Mountain because the whole time I was in 10th Mountain, he kept saying, I want to go to 82nd. My chaplain, I was like, well, I'll get you there, sir, because he was airborne qualified. So I got him there. He wound up being my chaplain. And he came up to me, All-American Week's coming up, and he's like, Mac, we need to sit down and talk about all the gold stars coming in. And I was like, I hadn't even, it didn't even cross my mind. And then I'm like, oh my God, I got to face them. And at that time, dude, I hadn't worked through anything. And
there was more than just him, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was, because as a battalion sergeant major, you're seeing all the Gold Star families, not just the guys that were mine, but the other guys I knew that died, their moms and dads, and
because you deployed a couple times with that battalion, right?
Yeah. But what I'll tell you is, I'll never forget this till the day I die. Brunk's mom, she's dead now, God rest her soul. She showed up, and this is I'd never met her. I wrote her a letter from country like I'm supposed to, never met her. And she came up when she saw me, hugged me, and said, it's not your fault. Yeah, dude, that was, but you don't think about this, when you're, because like me, I was so excited to get back. I'm like, and then I got to face these people. But, his mom, she told me, she's like, he loved you. He loved all the guys. And, you look back on these things and, like I said, in the grand scheme of things, man, when he died, I was like 33, 34. So I was still a youngin', and, you want to do right by people and you want to be in their lives and all that shit. But the only thing is you don't know how. And for me, I think these are more tears of good tears now, because at that point, I couldn't even say his name. You know what I mean? And then after I retired, Joe Karen, his dad, Jeff, because Karen got killed too. His dad, Jeff, I went to Washington State right after I retired up to close to Fort Lewis. And Jeff forced me to go to Joe's grave, because Joe was one of my soldiers in the Arghandab. And, I made every excuse I could to not, because I didn't want to face his dad or his grave. And Jeff wouldn't leave me alone until I went. And my wife went with me. And, me and my wife showed up, and then he brought Joe's little sister and him. And another guy, he was the 101st guy. Jeff was Joe's dad, older than me, obviously. And he said the same thing. He's like, none of it's your fault. And, to be that father, you know what I mean? Like, to think of everything, but to tell you it's not your fault. That's what it's all about,
I know we talk about how Brunkhorst died, but I really would like to talk about how he lived, man. I mean, you made a comment that, he was one of your best squad leaders. That's not something you hand out lightly. Mm-hmm. I've only known you for 6 months, but just knowing what I know about you, you don't say those things unwittingly. Tell me about who he was and how he lived, man.
He was, Brunk was he was kind of like dudes would tell me when I was a private. Like, you just see he was a lifer, because he was good at it. I got there as a first sergeant, the first appointment. I think he was a specialist or corporal. And then he sent him to jump master school. He passed his first time through. And then I think he was a team leader back then, kicking ass team leader. And, and the first sergeant's the one that put squad leaders in position. And I put him in position, man. And, what I liked about Brunk was, and I think Jared, one of my guys, missing his arm, was one of Brunk guys. But, Brunk was just, he was that quick-witted infantryman, kind of like that platoon sergeant you were talking about earlier. You see him talking to his boys. He always had something funny to say. If they said something, he could always make them feel stupid just by, he was good at what he did. But what I loved about Brunk, just hell, the rest of the guys, but Brunk, man, being a paratrooper and getting jump master was everything to him, and then leading men, that's all that kid wanted to do, just like a guy like me, and all the kids that work for him that I talked to and all the kids that grew up with him, man, I think they all pretty much feel the same way, that he was the kind of guy that if he would have kept moving up, the guys would have followed into the fires, they did as a squad leader. And I had, I'm not saying other guys suck, but I had some damn good NCOs, man. And I'm a little biased with Brunk, like I said, because he kind of reminded me a lot. But, as a senior NCO, man, you get to see those young guys, and then you get to see them move up. And when you see a guy go from like that to being a squad leader, and then being the squad leader that that if he takes a squad out with a PL or something, you got nothing to worry about. That's the kid you want. And I think Brunk, when he died, was 24, 23. I mean, look at that, that old and responsible for 9 guys, a weapon squad, it's just, it's wild. And I could show you pictures of him, but he was just he was a funny cat, man. He was just I want to say he was one of my guys that made go to a lot of boards too. Guys that look good and were good. When we had where we had to compete, guys against other guys at division and all, I had certain guys I'd pick. I always did when I was the first sergeant, how you have your guidon bearer that carries the guidon? Well, I always did a competition for the guidon bearer. So whoever was the studliest, we had the competition, they got to carry the guidon. But there was a caveat to that, is I had, the whole time I was the first sergeant, I always had one tall, pretty boy that I made sure knew how to use the guidon and all that stuff. So anytime we had ceremonies, he was the guy carrying it, because I wasn't having a little short guy or
that's
whatever.
The old guard in you, bro.
Yeah, but it was for a reason. But, I remember one of my guys, he won the competition, and then I didn't let him carry the guidon for, it was like All-American Week or something. He was so mad at me. But now he understands, because it was all about, everybody on the field looking the same. And but yeah, man, that's what I tell people, man. For a guy like me, man, war showed me the ugliest part of humanity, but it also showed me the best human beings I've ever been around in my life are those guys. You might not like what they're saying, but damn it, they're going to be there, man. And that's, and with what you said, man, it's really important to say their names. And like I said, for years I couldn't, because I didn't know how and didn't know how to accept it, Sure. And I've told guys over the years too, I've had dudes tell me, you're around, but my first sergeant's not, and this and that. And, and if you're one of those guys out there, man, I'll tell you, dude, one of the hardest things a guy who's been through hell with his guys can do, if he's the leader, is reconnect with them, because you're terrified. But if you can, man, it makes your world so much better, and like me, dude, even if I had a kid that told me, I want to punch you in the face because of what you did there, I'd appreciate that, because he's still around to tell me. Yeah. But yeah, dude, Brunk, and then Joe Karen, that kid, he was the guys always make jokes, but he was a damn good kid. But he always, he was that one-up kid. So like if a guy caught a 18-inch bass, he was going to catch 24, you know, that.
Yeah.
But it's in a funny way. But yeah, he, when the kid you've seen me with that's missing his right arm, him and Jared got hit together when, and Joe got blown in half and was still alive. And his best friend was there, and his best friend, I'm not going to say his name right now. And I love the kid, and dude, you know, I'm here, but he's still in, but he hasn't been able to reconnect. Like, I saw him.
He was Karen's friend.
Yeah, they came in together, and he was the one holding on to Karen when his legs were over there, telling him everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
and he's still in. He's a E8 right now, and you know, what scares me about guys like him is he hasn't faced it yet. You know,
it's hard, man.
And that's why I say, any of you guys like that, man, like, just know that these dudes want you back in their life, man. Yeah.
Sometimes they need it more than you do.
Yeah. But like for me, man, like to re-engage with guys and for them to want to be my friend or part of my life, dude, that's, like I told them, they don't realize how much that, you know.
Yeah, sometimes it's helping you as much as it's helping them, dude.
Because it tells me at least they know I cared, you know. But
you guys got redemption about a month later. You and the CO agreed. Oh, Captain Armstrong, you guys had to go back.
mm-hmm.
You guys got aircraft. You guys air assaulted in from the river where they couldn't blow you up.
Yep.
Cleared it and stood up Cop Brunkhorst, named for the man you'd lost.
Yep.
Why did the guys need that beyond the tactical win?
Because it was like, you know, I don't think a lot of the guys understood, you know, how, because it's hard to understand, like, when we went into that first mission, right, we didn't fire a shot. We had those casualties. And, you know, it's hard for you to understand when you're a kid, well, all that happened, why are we going back there? We're just going to get blown up again. You know what I mean? Like, but what the CO and I talked about was like, we got to go back in, we got to clear it. And the only way we can do it is freaking not on foot. We need to just fly in, even though our cop was only, you know, 2-3 clicks from there. So what we did was we went to Fob Walton in Kandahar and we air assaulted from there and went in and hit them on a Chinooks, went in the town, cleared it. Matter of fact, that was when the baited ambush happened with the chai and the carpet I was talking about earlier, during that clearance op. But we found a shitload of stuff. I don't think we killed a single bad guy on that one. They pretty much took off once we got in there. And then Cop Brunk, I think we talked about this, but it got hit with a 500-pound V-bid. So we set up Brunk in May, and it got hit in July. Yeah, it was a kid that was always taking a bongo truck, one of those little 3-wheel trucks back and forth. Same truck one day came by their little, and I could get into that too, but basically when we did the clearance, we had to set up a place to set up a combat outpost. And the place I wanted to use was defendable, perfect, but it was the village elders compound. So none of the bosses wanted to let us do it, which I get it, you know. But so the next closest thing was like an old police station. But we had no standoff. Like there was a little road behind us, and I told the CO, which he knew anyway, and then we told battalion, we're like, we're going to get hit, and it's going to be from back there, and there's nothing I can do about it. No, hey, listen. Sure enough, freaking about a 500-pounder hit the cop, freaking collapsed it. I had a few guys wounded on that one, nobody killed. And the kid Tickner that was up on the 50 cal, the way it happened, the way it came from, like there was, like even if he would have lit it up, it wouldn't have stopped it because we had no standoff, man. And but what gave those guys an indicator to that one was we had A&P that were out there with us, and when that kid came that day, they all took off. So the guys knew something was coming. So at least they weren't prepped for getting blown up like that, but they were prepped for something. And Tickner, the kid that was up on the gun, was one of my worst injured then. But he made it through, but he had like collapse lung. Some of the guys were buried, had to get them out. I think the bad guys expected us to leave. And I told the CO, and then it was the colonel came in, and I was like, "Can we take the village elder's house now?" And they were like, "Have at it." I was like, "All right." So we went and took the village elder's house, and freaking just got more heavy-handed out there, and then we owned it, and like, but that's the thing, man, is like, the kids, I want to say when we set up Brunk the second time and I pushed that village elder out, and I had the platoon sergeant with me, and we did it, and we set it up, because that asshole knew what was going on the whole time, and like the kids knew right there, hey, we're not leaving, but at least we can secure this, and like the village elder's house, I don't know if you've seen any of these plays, but he had the bedrooms were underground. He had the big collat, so we could put guys underground. You could put guys on the walls, there's all kind of stuff, and you know how the politics of it all goes into place when you pick a place and you take the elder. But the greatest thing for us was the bad guys were expecting, because they blew that cop up, that we were going to leave. Hell no, we just came back in force. And we're like, no. And then after that, we totally owned it, because I was like, no more. I don't care what the A&A are doing. I don't care what standoff everywhere. Like, but yeah, man, like, again, it's you're that kid, you're in that place, and you're just waiting to get blown up. And then, then you got the asshole like me that has to come up and say, hey, why you got your sleeves rolled up? You need to fix them, when you just got blown up,
Yeah.
And you don't understand that all of that goes hand in hand. And so it's like, I had dudes in the valley, because, there were the other officers and other guys that were in the invasion. And, kids were like, man, this is nothing like I thought the Army would be, blah, blah. And what I explained to all of them, and if you read about the Arghandab River Valley 2009-10, I am a pretty good damn infantryman, and that was the ultimate infantry fight. And it was like a fight, like I told those guys, I'm like, that's a fight that nobody else in the Army fought. And we did what we were supposed to do, and nobody can ever take that away from you. And now I think every one of them's pretty damn proud of it,
Oh, I'm sure.
They're probably like the rest of us, like, yeah, we know it's all BS, but they're proud of what we did. You know what I mean?
There was a night that Captain Armstrong overruled you. He wanted to stop patrolling at night because you couldn't see the booby traps, and you kind of fought him on it. But he was right. You switched to setting NAIs, or named area of his interest, and ambushes during the day to occupied at night. And that's when you guys started catching the bad guys. What did it take to swallow being overruled and admit the boss had a better read?
Actually, man, to swallow it, no, I think we had such a relationship to where we both trusted each other like brothers. And the thing about Armstrong was, this wasn't his first combat experience, but the guy, when it comes to like physics and battlefield architecture, like I've never seen anybody that can visualize it the way he does. And I couldn't understand, we got to be out there constantly. We got to, but going out during the day, looking like a squad on patrol, and then leaving a freaking a fire team up on the house or whatever to watch that was perfect, man. But that's what it takes with leadership, is like, and on that one, like that's one of those CEOs like, oh, we're doing it, Roger that. And then I went out, and he was 100% right. But that's the thing, is like, you got to trust each other. And, I'll tell you, Armstrong, and I told guys this, and you'll meet him now that we know each other. He never made a command decision without talking to me first, ever. Like, he would not do it. And sometimes I get pissed at him because some of the stuff was silly, but you know, he had what he had to get done, and I had what I had to get done. But what we both understood was that we were both here to lead and take care of these boys and get them home. And you know, when you're in a situation like that, and you know, our fight might have been unique, but that situation's not unique because everybody had crazy fights in different places. You know, when you got a guy like me that understands how to freaking, you know, put boot to ass, basically, and I know how to kick in the door. I'm good at shooting. I'm good at communicating. I'm good at moving guys. I know how to freaking check things. But what I'm not good at is what he's good at, moving the chess pieces around and understanding, visualizing the big architecture of the field. And, you know, and that's why, like, I think that's the great thing that the military does when it comes to placing commanders and like first sergeants and all, because the idea is that first sergeant, by the time he's a first sergeant and by the time the commander gets there, commander might have 7-8 years in. First sergeant's got, you know, anywhere from 12 to 15, might be even more. And, you know, that first sergeant has the knowledge to teach that commander how to lead these troops, but he doesn't understand how to command, if that makes sense to you. Mm-hmm. And that's why, like I said, I was so glad that early on in my career, and Armstrong still says this, that he appreciated that, is I told him there's no officer NCO business. There's just leader business, you know, and when you're in those fights like that, everybody's got to be head in the game. And then,
well, nobody likes it when mommy and daddy fight anyway, bro.
No. And we fought a lot, but we did it, you know, in the tent. I mean, our headquarters element hurt us a lot, but, you know, the guys didn't. I mean, one time back in the rear, I was like screaming at him, and I forgot to go out to PT formation because we had got into it about something. And one of my platoon sergeants took formation and everything, and he was like, "We heard y'all outside, First Sergeant." I forget what it was about, but it was something about jumping or something. But the greatest thing, you know, when you move up and you get when you become a command team, like a team that actually works together and understands what your job is and all, like, you have to have 100% trust in each other. And a lot of command teams don't, man. They don't have that trust in each other because they didn't grow up together. So how do you build that trust?
Yeah, USASOC's got a hell of a command team. They were at the first SFC together. Dave Waldo and General Ferguson, man. Yeah. They seem like they're an amazing team. We've had Waldo on the podcast when he was at first SFC. At the end of your deployment, the incoming brigade pulled your company, the ones who had the valley locked, to clear a new village and Kukurin, and dropped a green Charlie company into your spot. You told the colonel, "Hey, I ain't owning this stuff. This is bull crap," because one side of the river may be a completely different country.
Yep.
They didn't listen. The green company lost a man the first day. You still stood up, Cop Karen, named for another of your fallen. Is knowing the right call and getting overruled the hardest part of the whole job sometimes?
It's a hard part. Like, because, I mean, the hardest part about it, you know, and this is the thing that a lot of guys don't understand is it's not the getting the overruled part. It's the fact that you got to go own it like it's your decision, you know? And in the grand scheme of things, you know, even that, it might have been the right call to do that. I don't know. I'm not the commander. I didn't see, you know, all the other stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, the commander, like that was a brigade command thing. The commander has to take into account what you got to say, but at the end of the day, he's got to make the call. And ultimately, you know, like even for that instance, because of who we were and because of my commander, they wanted us to go clear Kukuran, and they gave us a platoon from Charlie Company to do it, you know? And it's like, but why not send Charlie Company or whoever? And I get it, you know, but at the end of deployment, when you think You got your AO locked down and you're about to just ride it out, get your boys out of there. And then the new command comes in from 101 and they're like, hey, we're going to go clear Kukuran down by Highway 1 and you guys are going to go clear it and set up a cop. I was like, excuse me? You know, like, what? But we did it, man. We had there was an infantry armor company that came in behind us with the 101st. And day one, those guys were out with us. One of their guys didn't listen to one of my guys or something and crossed the wrong spot and got hit. And like they got to see real quick that they were in a bad place. And what sucked for us is we had literally been there for like a week before those guys showed up. So what kind of left seat, right seat ride are we giving them, you know?
Yeah.
So we stayed, I don't know, you know, if you understand, but when you're deployed, like the 365 plus rule, so you can't be over 365 days plus X amount of days or the Army has to pay you like separate, all this crazy stuff. So you can't bust the rule. So we didn't have enough time left to square those guys away. So what we did was we stayed out till the last possible minute. And the last like 24, 48 hours, again, me and Fox took MATVs and shit and just started shuttling dudes back and forth to CAF. The CO was already gone. I had to ship him out, I think about a week before that, because when we first deployed, he deployed with Advon to get him down to Lash, and then I deployed the company. So he deployed like a week or two before we did when we got there, so he had to leave early so he wouldn't base 365 day. But you know, I promised him, me and the XO both told him, like, yeah, we're not going to leave out of here until we absolutely have to make sure that these guys are set up for success, even though I was so ready to get out of there, dude.
Oh,
you know, like,
no. I want to close out with one last question from your time at the Arghandab, and it's a overarching leadership question that it kind of touches a lot of things that we've talked about, especially in the last hour. You draw a hard line. You don't think you have PTSDs from being wounded. The PTSD, the demons, was the Arghandab. With all those kids and the fact that you kept pushing them. You and the CO had to be the face of, we're going to clear this and we're going to do that. Why is being the man who sends them harder to carry than being the man who got hit?
I don't know. It's almost like a way where it's harder to carry because the wound stuff, like I said, I got emotional earlier because I never really put the family in it like that. But as far as like the pain, the guilt, and all that is, you carry it, but you get to, I think it affects you more when you're out there looking at those dudes every day. You know what I mean? Like when you're the guy looking at them and telling them, hey, we're going to get through this. Hey, let's do this. Or, hey, let's do that. And you know in the back of your mind that, hey, this is going to be bad. You got to live with that. And you got to carry it. But the thing that, nobody can prepare you for is the weight of it, and like I said, when you're young, you're excited to get that leadership position. You're excited to be that guy. But what you don't take into account is the second and third order effects of the weight and the pain and the responsibility that comes with it. And, if you're a leader that's truly doing what you're supposed to do, that weight is going to be there. But I will tell you, man, for me, like I said, I've been able to reconnect with a lot of those guys, and the weight's still there, but they kind of help me carry it now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a lot of leaders out there that have been in your situation. GWAT stretched on for a lot of time. What do you tell those dudes out there, those guys that were in command teams, platoon leaders, squad leaders, first sergeants, command sergeant majors that lost guys and still feel ultimately responsible, even though you and I both know that the enemy gets to say. Yeah. What do you say to those dudes out there struggling?
I just tell you, man, I think I still struggle daily, not to the fact of where it used to be, but I would tell you, man, I've said this before. If you're a leader out there and you're struggling, man, because of the shit we had to do, the decisions you had to make, like, if you know that within your heart, now you can look back on it and know that everything you did because you were doing your job and you thought it was right, then, you know, the weight's going to be there, but you're going to eventually get to a point to where you can rationalize that, hey, you know, no matter how good we are, no matter how bad it is, bad shit's going to happen. But the piece to it, what I say is the most important piece, because a lot of guys have been through the same shit I have and dealt, is, and it took me a long time, man, and I'm still trying to figure it out, but reconnect with your guys, man. And the reason I say that is because, like, they need you.
And you need them, bro.
Yeah, even now, they need you more than you know. But that's what I was going to say is you need them more than you know, because, like, for me, man, like, you know, for one of these kids to say, Mac, I love you. You know, our first sergeant Mac, I love you. Or Sergeant Major Mac, I love you. Like, dude, that is, because none of them would have ever said that to me, you know, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And what I'll tell you, leader out there like me, is you're going to always blame yourself. But at the end of the day, if you know that, and you're human, man, but you had the right intentions, and that every day when you put that uniform on, you were thinking about them and trying to be the best that you could be, then you got nothing to be ashamed about. You got nothing to, like, those guys want you back in their life. They want to talk to you, because I guarantee you right now, one of them's telling a story about you. And the hardest part for us, for me included, is still, like, I still get in, because I'm close with a lot of the guys, but, you know, the hardest part for a leader, especially when you get to where, like, I was at and all, is like, you know, you get it in your mind where I got to have somebody like me to talk to, you know? And in the grand scheme of things, it's probably the polar opposite. You need somebody different than you to talk to.
Amen.
And I've been fortunate enough to, like I said, reconnect with the guys, but I also have some really good friends I've made since being retired and all. And you know, it's, yeah, with that, man, like, the key to it all is, like, you see, man, like, my rucksack is heavy as shit, and I don't think I'll ever drop it, but I can walk around with it now, and it's not smoking me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes great sense.
And you know, leaders, man, like, I just got to say it one more time, man, just re-engage, man. Those kids need you. And I say kids are all, like, old now, but they need you, man. You might not, and you need them more than they need you.
Yeah.
And to that, I'm just going to be honest, dude. Like, I love the guys, and I try to, you know, keep in contact as much as I can. But at the end of the day, too, you as the leader also, you know, we always, like, I still have a habit of, when I'm talking to the guys, of locking down and toughening up. And they've done a good job of getting me out of it. But that's what you need to do, man. You just got to get with your boys, let your guard down, cry on their shoulder. And, dude, you will realize that, like, you affected more than you could ever know in a positive way. And that, to me, as a leader, after everything that we've been through, when one of your soldiers tells you that they love you and respect you and they know that you cared, that's all you ever need to hear.
So awesome, dude.
Most supplements are built for guys who work out 3 times a week and want to look good at the beach. That's cool, but that's not who I build Hoplite for. Hoplite is built for people who run towards, operators, performers, people who choose the hard thing when everyone else opts out. 4 products: creatine, hydration, pre-workout, and a cognitive mushroom supplement that'll make you question why you ever settled for caffeine alone. Stack them or run them solo. We've got bundled options built around how you actually perform, not how a marketing team thinks you should. If that's you, go to hoplitenutrition.com and join the tribe. Get 15% off your first order. Hoplite, for those who run towards.
I kind of want to transition. I know we have other deployments. I don't know if we're going to be able to get all that stuff in. We've covered a lot of ground, but I do want to talk about some leadership stuff. Some of it's combat related.
Okay.
I am going to ask these questions. They are combat related because of your story.
Yeah.
But these life lessons apply to, again, we've covered it, throughout the podcast, but first responders, businessmen, some of it's combat oriented, but there's leadership lessons in all of that. And it's kind of why I want to talk about it. There was a sergeant, I don't know if you want me to say his name, but he already had 2 Purple Hearts. He had just come back from CAF from getting wounded. You guys were going out on a patrol and he was beat white. And he admitted to you, like, hey man, I'm effing scared, shitless.
Yeah.
And you said, hey, me too, man, but your boys won't know because you'll do your freaking job.
Yeah.
And he went on and he did it. Where does a leader find the honesty to say me too instead of suck it up?
For me, it was the point of, I knew in my mind, I knew that, and I'm pretty sure that was Hoaxima. If it wasn't you, Hoaxima, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure it was you.
That's the name I had.
Yeah, but damn good dude. But the key to it, man, is in situations like that, that's when you have to take the armor off, and you have to let the guys know that, okay. But realistically, man, as a first sergeant, every day I was terrified. I didn't want to not come home to my wife and kids, or come home maimed. None of those guys did. But like I told him, the difference between us and everybody else, as we know what job we have to do, and we know we're going to do it, and we know that if something bad happens, that these guys are here to take care of us. And, and I'll tell you, and I don't know if I'll reconnect with Hoaxima. I haven't seen him in years, but, I know it affected him in a good way because, as a leader in those situations, you have to show your guys that you're human just like they are.
Well, you are a human.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes we have to be superhuman, but
yeah,
man, I think it's easy to forget that. Yeah, I really like that, man. You have an interesting fear philosophy. Well, it's not interesting; it's necessary. You told me, hey, I was scared, but I wasn't scared. And when you stop getting the jitters, get really scared because that's when you're going to get hurt, or that's when you're going to get yourself killed. How do you teach a 22-year-old to carry fear instead of run from it or pretend it away?
Dude, that's a good question. I think the way you teach a young guy that is making him confident in what he does. Making him confident in his job, but also trust those around him that when bad shit happens, we all got each other's back. And I can truly say, in my unit, in that fight, just like us in OIF1, like I said it before, like I told the guys, I know that if I get hit, if I'm still here and they can stop the bleeding, I'm going to live. And that's what the guys know. I think, where I fell short as a leader was I was not good at data boys and positive reinforcement. And you need that too. And I tried to work on that throughout the rest of my career. But what I did really try to do in the Arghandab, man, was when I learned down and I got, that fight, I tried my damnedest to talk to each of the guys and be personable. And, when I was out there, let them know I'm out there, but I'm just here as a combat multiplier, man. I'm not here to F with you or none of that crap. Yeah, dude, it's something nobody can train you for. And, I could say what works for me or whatever, but at the end of the day, man, it's all about here and here. And with that, one more piece I would say is I had a great piece of advice, and I still live by it now, even though in the civilian world I kind of suck at it. But in the military, I was really good, is you can't lead from your heart. You have to lead from your head. And that's really hard for people to understand. And what I mean by that is with your heart, you're going to make decisions based off of how you feel. based off of what's going on, how you're pissed off and all that shit. But at the end of the day, when it's go time and you're on the ground, you have to make decisions based off of what needs to be done. You know, and that's really hard.
Yeah. Day one, you're back at the battalion as the command sergeant major. You posted a staff duty NCO on the lawn to bring you the first person who cut the trail across the grass. This is like the
Quintessential
sergeant major thing. It was your own S3 that was a major, and you crushed him. You said you didn't actually give a damn about the grass. Perception is reality, and if you're fucked up, then we are fucked up.
Yeah, because you look like, you know, your battalion's right here on Ardennes. And if somebody's driving by, they see the parking lot, and then they see a trail walking through the grass going to battalion when there's a sidewalk right there. So I'm like, nah, we're fixing that. You know, like,
yeah, tell that full story, because you told it the first time.
Oh, yeah.
It's colorful.
So the day I become a CSM, you know, we do the change of responsibility. I think one of the first things I did was I went to staff duty, made staff duty get a haircut because it wasn't good enough for me. And then I seen people were walking on the grass, so I told him, grab your runner, put him out there by my parking spot, and anybody walking across that grass, you bring them to me. And first person, S3. So freaking, I made the S3 go out there and do the same thing. And he did it. And then they did it. And then I had a meeting with all of, you know, NCOs, first sergeants, and everybody else. And I was like, the guy that was here before is no longer here. I said, if I catch you walking on my grass or doing this, I said my grass because I was doing the sergeant major thing.
Yeah.
Then we're going to, you know, I did the old thing. But I've had dudes ask me over the years, sergeant major, why does sergeants majors care about the grass? Because that's like the joke, right?
Yeah.
Is that what they teach you on the academy? No, man.
Pick up the cigarette bucks, keep your trucks online at the motor pool, and don't walk across the grass.
It's got nothing to do with that, man. It's all about perception, dude. Like, because if I'm driving down the road on a post in X battalion, their stuff looks good. And then I go to the next one, they're looking okay, but they got a trail across the grass. And I know right there, those guys are effed up from the floor up, because if he's letting them do that, what the hell else are they doing? You know, so it's not about the grass, it's about perception.
Dude, this is a funny story, man, especially since he's now the regimental commander. But Captain Adam Armstrong showed up to take command with the big second ID officer hair. Tell this story.
Oh, yeah, he showed up. Like I said, best officer I ever served with in my career. He showed up. It was late one evening. I looked at him. I was like, sir, before you talk to me, go get a haircut. And he left and went and got a haircut, came back later that night. I was like, first sergeant, is this good? And I was like, yeah, it looks good, sir. And then we started talking. And I was like, he's going to be a good dude. But, you know, and there were a lot more expletives with it, obviously. But it was all about, you know, letting him know, hey, sir, this ain't 2ID, you know. And I really respected that. And, you know, like he told me at one point, he's like, you ruined me. Now I make uniform corrections all the time. I do this. I'm like, it's good, sir. It's supposed to do, you know, like.
He's going to be a dope regimental commander too, bro.
Yeah. But I think everything happens for a reason, dude. And then that guy came to me for a reason, came to us for a reason. And, you know, like I said, man, I'm a good infantryman. But if I wouldn't have had him out there, I don't know what I'd have done, man. You know?
Dude, you got to tell the beard story, man.
Oh, with Johnston?
Yeah,
my kid that got killed. Yeah, he was such a good kid. So Specialist Johnston, we get back from our first deployment to Afghanistan. I'm a first sergeant still, not a sergeant major. Johnston, he's a white guy. If you're in the military, you know, hardly ever does a white guy get a shaving profile, because they don't have I forget what they call it when the black guys get the hair follicle messed up, you know. And so he got a shaving profile because he had some weird fungus from Afghanistan. So I see him, I was like, the hell? And then I seen it, so I told him, hey, you're on a freaking no uniform profile. First time I was like, yeah, you ain't gonna wear a uniform beret with a beard around me. That's gonna look like, you know, no, you're on civilian clothes. Didn't tell him couldn't work or nothing. Well, anyway, I don't know how far, you know, long or whatever, but he was walking through battalion. Sergeant Major would, you know, said he's seen him a few times, and then he finally walks up to him like, are you in this battalion? And it's Sergeant Major Puckett, and he's like, Roger, Sergeant Major. What company? Bravo Company. Why you walking around civilian clothes with a beard? Well, I got a profile for the beard, Sergeant Major. Why you in civilian clothes? You on leave or something? No, First Sergeant won't let me wear a uniform. What do you mean First Sergeant won't let you wear a uniform? He's like, nah, First Sergeant told me I wasn't going to look like some freaking, whatever.
SF dude.
With a beard and a beret and stuff. So, and there's more to it. And Sergeant Major, so he goes back. He told Johnson, go put on your uniform. He calls me up. I go to his office. And he's like, Mac, come on, man. I got to save you from yourself again. I was like, what do you mean, Sergeant Major? He's like, you can't tell a kid he can't wear a uniform because he's on a shaving profile. I was like, why not? He's like, because it's against regulation. I was like, well, I'm just telling him not to wear a uniform. I'm not telling him not to come to work. He's like, well, he's going to wear a uniform, Mac. You understand one day, blah, blah, blah. I was like, Roger, Sergeant Major. So I went back and I just got the tasking for, we had to send a guy to do taxes for 3 months at the education center, and the duty uniform was civilian clothes. So guess what guy I sent to do that? And Puckett ripped me a new one for that one, dude. But Johnston, he's the one that got killed the day after Christmas in the Arghandab, and to his credit, man, he like me, he fought to deploy. Like he had that weird non-deployable crap and couldn't deploy with us when we left, but he kept going back. And the doctors finally let him in. I think he got to us in November, and then he died in December. But again, a kid that wanted to be with his brothers and do his job, and him having the beard had nothing to do with his performance. For me, it was all about optics. It was like, no, not my company, And
I love this story because as you tell the story, I'm looking at a retired command sergeant major that's got earrings on, a mohawk, and a beard. I think that's why when we were doing the podcast prep, I was on Google Meet. You told the story. I think I almost spit my water out. I was laughing so hard because it's like this dichotomy of, it's
well, it's just like, man, it's funny because now I'm friends with, some of the kids, like, one of them I've even, smoked a J with, and they thought it was the coolest thing ever because they got busted for spice when they're in the Army, because I'm like, dude, I'm retired, man, But, for me, all of that stuff when I was in was very important. And to me, it was all about if the rest of the units look at us like we're the assholes, then we're doing something right. And yeah, we had that, now that we know each other, you'll meet Puckett because he's my boy, but he'll tell you, he would threaten to send dudes to my company if they were messing up in the battalion. I shit you not. He'd be like, I'll send your ass to Bravo Company. And like, don't do that, Sergeant Major.
The Sergeant Major Flowers rule, the one you still quote, when a soldier's all effed up, talk to Joe like a human, fix the private, tell him why, and then go crush this platoon sergeant.
Yep.
And a CSM who's always yelling at his soldiers failed from the get-go. Why is the private almost never the one you really go after?
Because, man, none of it's his, he's only going to do what he's told and what he's taught. And, if I'm a E9 and I see a private that's got a jacked up uniform, first off, when I walk up to that kid, he's not hearing anything I'm saying because he's terrified. He's looking at the shit on my chest. And, and you gotta, Flowers made me understand is, as a sergeant major, you have to be, you don't want guys to feel comfortable where they, they're your buddy or nothing, but you want the soldiers to want you to be there, to want to be around. And, if you catch a soldier jacked up, like I would do, I'd be like, hey, bud, how you doing, man? Come here, Airborne. What's up? Why you got that, dirty uniform, whatever, we get out of the field. Well, I just got out of the field, Sergeant Major. When did you get out of the field? Last night, Sergeant Major. Well, that was last night. That's not today. How about let's go fix it? Let's put our uniform on. This is why we do this, blah, blah, blah. Whatever it was. And then I'd be like, what company? Alpha Company? Yeah. Platoon? Second platoon? Oh, okay. Have a good day, Airborne. Don't let me see it again. Roger, Sergeant Major. Too easy. And then I call platoon sergeant, bring him to my office, and I never told him, unless a kid was just totally ate up, I wouldn't tell him the name because I didn't want him to go, destroy the kid. Because, I just want them to know some crap's messed up and they need to fix it. That way when I walk around, I can see if they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. Yeah. And And that's the other thing Flowers taught me is, you know, like a guy like me, for example, all a dude like him would have to say is, do I need to do your job for you? And that's all I need to hear. It would eat at my soul and I would go fix it.
Yeah.
And I had guys the same way, but then I had other guys where I'd have to put the fear of God into them because they don't think the way I do. You know, you'd have to make them think you're going to kill them. And they're like, dude, and then other guys just like, do I need to do your job, man?
Yeah.
Like, oh. You know, it's like, okay. But yeah, that's the dynamic of it, man, is you got to learn. But you're not there. You're there as the advisor for the commander and all the, you know, but you're there. You're the man on all the enlisted affairs of the battalion. And how are you going to understand what's going on in that battalion if you don't talk to the soldiers?
You're in 2 books, Damn the Valley, I think Geske, who was an RTO in 1st Platoon.
Yep.
And another book called Bravo Company, Ben Kessling, I think he's an ex-Marine officer.
Yeah.
And in one, you're literally Mac, the professional asshole. You told them to print it.
Yeah.
I don't care because some young NCO will read it and realize that when you reach those positions, you're not their buddy, you're their boss. Why did you want that unflattering version in print?
Because it's real, man. Because it's who you're supposed to be. It's not about, like I said it before, man, you're not there to be their friend. And, you know, like, I wish I had, like I said, I asked for advice when I was young, but I wish I would have had a first sergeant like me, you know, that had been through the stuff I had been through, you know, to say things like that, to be the asshole, to, you know, and it's like, the most important thing is, like, you know, if even in that book, if you read about me being the professional asshole, it talks about how I was the little minute details, you know, I was like the uniform guy, this and that. But all of that in that position is who you have to be if you're doing your job. And it's really hard. It's really hard to get in that mindset, man. Like, to understand that I'm not here for them to like me, dude. But at the same time, you don't want to be, you know, you want them to want to be there. You want them to want to work for you. So when I say that, like they say professional asshole, yeah, I was an asshole, but I was only an asshole when I needed to be, you know, like I would talk to guys like human beings and, you know, I made them like, dude, when I was the first sergeant, my commander too, I made sure every freaking weekend, Friday, Saturday night, either him or me were in the barracks. And it wasn't to mess with the dudes or nothing. It was to get to know the guys, you know, and let them know that, hey, man, I care. Like, I'm not here to mess with you. I just want them. Like, I'd go in there and dudes would be playing video games. I'm like, why ain't y'all out partying, man? That's what Joes are supposed to do. I'm like, well, at least you ain't getting in trouble, you know. But, yeah, man. I think it's important. I think you know, especially now, like, because like I said, I got to go speak on post and on, and a lot of leaders today are so risk averse, they're afraid of hurting people's feelings and all. And it's like, dude, at the end of the day, with the type of job that we do, like, those kids should be able to deal with stress. They should be able to deal with somebody making their day hard, you know, things like that. But they should also have guys that tell them when they do something really well, give them a pat on the back and all that stuff. But the leading, and I'll go back to Sergeant Major Flowers moving me to Alpha Company to take 2nd Platoon when I thought I was getting 1st Platoon in my company in Charlie in the invasion. What he explained to me was, leadership ain't about you, dude. It's about them. And it don't matter what I want. It matters what they need. And yeah, so that's one of the, you know, I took that away from everything. And, you know, and I want guys to understand that, you know, when you're a leader, it's okay to make a decision, make guys understand what they're doing wrong, and keep them on their toes, man, because that's who you're supposed to be. You're that guy. And if you're not, you're failing them, in my opinion.
Yeah. You know, you went on, you continued in your career. You know, went to the Sergeant Major's Academy. You know, you went to 10th Mountain, and then ultimately ended up coming back to take 2nd of the 508th in late 2014. the same battalion you'd been the first sergeant in, dirt you'd already bled on. How rare is that, and what did it mean to command it as a senior enlisted guy?
I know it's like very rare. And like I said, man, to come back, to be the CSM after being the first sergeant on that fight was like, it was the pinnacle. That's why when I got ready to retire, I knew I was where I needed to be, and that anything else after that would be bonus, you know. And the other great thing about it was I had this reputation for being an asshole. So, you know, I'd only been gone for 2 years, and I'm coming back, and the guys, you know, the guys that had been there knew who I was. There weren't very many left in the battalion, but the ones that didn't know who I was heard all the stories. But then they got to see when they were in my battalion that it's not as bad as everybody says it is. Like, you know, we made our battalion where dudes wanted to be a part of it. Like, I don't know if I brought the shirt. I was thinking about wearing it, but then I looked, it's too small for me. But me and my commander had shirts made. We had a 2 Fury motto made. And on the back of the shirts, you know, you always got stay 2 Fury, stay this, stay that. Ours was stay 2 Fury for life. And what I want guys to understand is when you leave this unit, you're always going to want to come back with these guys. Like, they're your family, man. And I think it worked, man. We built a good identity. We, the 2 years I was a CSM with the guys, or a little less, they got to do some cool stuff. Like, we brought them full circle, man. Like, my guys got to jump into Spain. We got to, I handpicked a squad that won our division best squad. And then this very seldom ever happens, but one of my squads from 2 Fury went and competed in the Cambrian Challenge in Wales and won second place.
Wow.
Yeah, out of all the Rangers, SF, the Brits, they got beat by the Brits. And when they won division best squad, because I handpicked them, I'm like, I don't care. You guys are going to. When they won division best squad, we had like 6 months before the Cambrian Challenge. And I told the colonel, I was like, sir, because we had Lieutenant, I want to say his name was Penley. He's an FBI agent now, but he was our mortar PL, squared away dude. I picked him as the officer. We had an officer and then NCOs. But like I told the colonel, I'm like, hey, sir, conventional units don't do this. I was like, so we need to take this serious. And he's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, well, how about we have Lieutenant Penley, and I think it was Sergeant Icehunger, come up with a training plan, and that's their job, their mission for the next, till they go. They train walking, shooting, everything they're going to do over there in Land Nav. We even got them out in Uwari for like 2 weeks at a time, and them guys were loving it, man. And you know, and that's the kind of things you got to do to build the team and let guys know that they're in a special place, you know. And like, that was one of those things. I took over to the battalion that just got back to 2nd Brigade. They had just got off deployment. Division wasn't expecting them to do any of the All-American Week festivities. And I'm like, bullshit, we're doing it. And then we won, you know, because I'm like, I told my first sergeant, I was like, you're going to bring me 2 guys of this, 2 guys of this, 2 guys of this. I think it was Sergeant Munn was my, or it might have not been, it was my scout platoon sergeant. I had him. We went and gave them all an RPFT the next day and all this stuff, and then we picked them. But I was like, why would we not? You know, that's the thing. Like, but again, that's different leadership styles. In the leadership that was there before us, in their mind, they were taking care of them because they just got off deployment. They didn't have to compete and all this stuff. And it's like, no, man, that's just making them further away from the team. You know, so that's what I focused on when I came back as a CSM, and rebuilding the identity of battalion. And because that's the other thing I didn't say was, so it was 4th Brigade, right? So when I got 2 Fury, they had disbanded all the 4th Brigades. They deactivated them. And then the battalions were going back to the other brigades they were in, and 2 Fury went back to 2nd Brigade because they took 3rd Battalion out of 2nd Brigade to make 2 Fury. So when I went back to 2 Fury as a CSM, it was a total full circle moment because 2nd Brigade, 325 was who I deployed with the first time, and then now I'm a Sergeant Major in 2 Fury, but still in 325. It was weird.
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
And I had, the old 325, 3rd 325, they called them Blue Falcons because it was red, white, and blue. When I first came to CSM and I went and sit down at the first, it was the first command and staff. I think it was Brigade S3. Somebody called our battalion blue and I lost it. I was like, no, we are 2 Fury. Y'all might be red, y'all might be white, but this is 2 Fury. There ain't no blue, there ain't none of that crap. We're not buddy. I was like, we're freaking Falcons. 2 Fury.
For those of you not in the military, the term Blue Falcon is it's a buddy effort, man. It's the guy who screws everybody over.
But my point is, nobody in the brigade understood, number one, what those kids have been through in 4th Brigade, because they're coming to a new brigade, and they were trying to take their identity away. It's like, no, man, because the Army's keeping the 508th Regiment alive. So we have to keep that identity, man. And so fortunately, when I took over 2 Fury, the guy that was took over for me as the battalion ops sergeant major in 2-4 Infantry when I moved up the brigade in 10th Mountain, he wound up we both competed for CSM at the same time. He got 1 Fury, I got 2 Fury, so we both worked together to make sure the history was there. Like he kept the regimental colors because it was 1st Battalion, but anytime I did anything, I went and got him from, like we did. It was weird because the way the Army works is, you got a regimental system and most brigades are a regiment. They were a regiment, now they're brigade combat teams or whatever. And like the 82nd, for example, the way it's traditionally been is like the 325, all units are 325, 504, all units are 04, 505, same thing. But when the 4th Brigade stood up, they pulled the third battalion out of each brigade and division, and that's what they made 4th Brigade. So when they deactivated 4th Brigade, they put them all back in the battalions, but they kept it flagged as 1 Fury, 2 Fury, and 473 Cav, which was, in my opinion, awesome, because if they didn't, that 508th history would be gone. So, if that makes sense.
Talk to me about the decision to retire and kind of, I know you kept climbing the ladders and you'd become a brigade CSM. And, I think if I remember our conversation right, you just kind of kept getting farther and farther away from the soldiers. And I know that really bothered you. Plus you were battling some real injuries.
Yeah, dude. So we jumped into JRTC in 15 and I messed my neck up on that jump. I knew I did something, but I thought I just kind of had whiplash. I had the Toradol thing, from Doc, did the JRTC rotation, came back, jumped again. And I'm pretty sure I don't think it was that jump. I think it was a prep. And then we did the All-American Week jump. And for that one, I had my family out there to watch the jump. And the way we did it that year for All-American Week was all of the leaders in the division were the ones jumping. And all of the soldiers, so if you see Sicily drop zone, right, it's got a hill that goes down. They had all the soldiers in division out there in full parade gear and all. And then all the leaders jumped in, but they made the families think that the whole division was jumping in. So once we all hit the ground, like I jumped full combat equipment, all this stuff. When I hit the ground, my driver ran up to me, grabbed my combat kit, gave me my FLC to put on my parade stuff and all that stuff. But as he was coming to grab my stuff, I couldn't even move my left side of my body. Like I was like, oh shit, something's wrong. And I got the feeling back and I did everything. And then that's when I went and saw the doc, and he had me go to the chiropractor at Robinson, and then the chiropractor x-rayed my neck and was like, yeah, I'm not touching it. And he showed me I had like a crack on my C5, but I also had, so I can't get an MRI or anything. So I had to go get it's where they shoot the dye up into your spine. They do like a CT scan. And then he showed me on there where I had jacked up my C5, and then my, just my C6, just not only just from that injury, but all the stenosis and everything I had it just made it all worse. And then I don't think where it was at, the way it was, I had to worry about being paralyzed, but it was the pain, like, dude, the pain was so brutal. Like, it was like, it felt like when the pain would kick in, like somebody was just literally sticking an ice pick in me. And finally went and saw a doc at Pinehurst, he did the surgery, Dr. Williams, who's a major. And he told me right there, I was like, Doc, like seriously, like if you fix my neck, am I going to be able to jump and all again? Because I was like, all I need is, I think all I need was one more jump to get my star. And he told me straight up, he's like, dude, you're not static lining anymore. He's like, once you get that fusion done, no. I was like, you know, like, and so I did all that, was hoping he was wrong. No, they put me on a permanent profile, no jumping, no, you know, all that crap. And so I was like, what do I do, you know? Because I was getting ready to compete for brigade. So I called Sergeant Major Flowers. We had lunch. First thing he told me was, retire, Mac. Like, if you stay in, you're going to continue to hurt yourself. You already reached the pinnacle. You're almost done in position. Let it go, dude. And I'm like, because he's like, I promise you, everybody's going to say they're trying to take care of you, but everybody's going to try to talk you to stay in. And he's like, that's not them taking care of you. That's them being selfish. And he told me then, and he told me a long time ago when I got hit. He's like, I want you to understand something. There's only one person in the Army that gives a F about you, and that's you. He's like, you won't understand that until you're me one day. And I understood it when I got up to that level. And basically what he meant was like, once you get up to a certain level and, you know, there's always somebody to move up, man. You know, so like, just let it go. But what I was terrified about was, I think I still had 6 months left in position. And in division, if you can't jump and you're a leader, you get pulled out of position quick. And division told me, no, we're going to keep you in position. There's no sense of pulling you out. Sergeant Major was like, dude, just show up, JMPI dudes, yell at them a little bit. They don't know you're not jumping. You know, and like I had a lot of guys, dude. I got my neck surgery during Christmas leave. Came back to work, and I never wore my neck brace at work. I just wore it into work, you know, in the truck. And then I wear it in my office, but if anybody's coming, I'd take it off because I didn't want guys to know, which is kind of a bad thing. But at the same time, you know, when you're in that position, man, you don't want guys to know you're all jacked up and you can't, you know, like, because if I can't do what they're doing, why the hell am I even here? So I dropped my retirement packet, got approved, and then division was deploying again. I had a year out from my retirement, and so division was going to brigade was going to JRTC. They were only taking like 1,700 dudes, so less than half the brigade, or 1,400 dudes. So division sergeant major's like, hey, you're going to be the brigade sergeant major back here. So regular brigade activities happened every day while I was back there dealing with all the BS. So like my retirement, dude, I didn't get where you get a year to just chill and all that stuff. I got about 2 weeks to get my stuff done. But I didn't mind, man, because the dudes they're going to JRTC, then we're going to Iraq, and, you know, I was all about supporting the mission. But I wish if I could go back, if I could change anything, I would go back and, like, realistically, because of my neck, I should have medically retired. And I was afraid to do that because I had that, like, I don't know. I don't even know if I was afraid to do it. I don't know why. It just didn't feel like the right thing to do, you know? And then, you know, I retired, and then I got dudes, you know, old sergeant majors talking to me and all, like, dude, you had a freaking jacked up neck. Why didn't you just freaking do a medical retirement? I was like, well, because they needed me to do this, and I did that, you know, and the only reason I'm saying I should have done the medical is because I could have handled my VA stuff and all, because I had no clue how to do all. You know, none of us do.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, man.
Well, I know the first, like your transition, when you finally did retire, I know you struggled, man. And it's so many of us do, right? Like you lose this thing that you've dedicated your life to and, you know, given in your case too, your blood, sweat, and tears. And now you're kind of, I mean, I think I gave the analogy when we were driving and kind of what my retirement was like, but it was, you know, you're on the party bus, dude, and you're hanging out with everybody, and all of a sudden you stop at a cornfield in the middle of nowhere, and you get off the bus, and the bus keeps going.
Yeah, the bus keeps going.
And then 2 seconds later, it's just you in this silence, and you're like, what do I do now? What was that like? How did you struggle, and how did you find your way out of it?
Well, dude, the biggest struggle for me when I first got out was understanding that, like, I can't be that guy anymore. Like you can't talk to people in the civilian world like you talk to people in the military. You can't, like
I tried, it didn't work out for me at all.
But for like a guy like me, where my whole adult life was at, the transition is hard, man, because the other piece to it, I think it's hard for a guy like me is, when I got out of the Army, everybody would do backflips if I even mentioned something to get it done. But then you get out of the Army, does anybody even care? Not really. But I think for me, dude, I got out, kind of went balls to the wall with nonprofit stuff, and I was using being busy and everything to not face what was going on up here. And transitioning, like, I don't think I've still fully transitioned, but the headspace. But if it makes sense to you, for like my first 2-3 years after I got out, I was still that guy. And now that you say that, one thing did spark to mind. One thing that kind of, I think, has kind of helped me kind of curtail, like, and understand that that's not who I am anymore and any of that stuff. Like, my dad saw me talk to my sister-in-law, and apparently I was very direct and pretty rude, but I didn't realize it. And he called me out on it. He's like, you can't talk to people that way, son. But to me, it was normal, and I couldn't fathom I was even mad at him for saying it. And then when I took a step back, I'm like, oh, he's right. He's like, like, me just being direct and the way I look, that's like attacking somebody to like a normal person. You know what I mean? Like, hey, freaking, like, so how do you get out of that? When you're the guy that's always like, hey, so it's like, I think for me, the key to really kind of getting my head right around transitioning out of the Army is this here. Kind of like when I started trying to distance myself from being the asshole sergeant major to being just the old asshole, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because what I try to do, and guys that know me will tell you, is when they call me Sergeant Major Mac, and I'm like, dude, it's just Mac, man. Because like, if they're calling me Sergeant Major, that's giving me pressure to act like a Sergeant Major. I don't want to, like, I'm just an old retired guy, man. Like you did your time, I did my time. But the transition, man, like, your whole adult life, you identify as something, and then when you move up to those crazy places, like I did, you're this whole character. And like I said, everybody does backflips to make you happy. And then all of a sudden, you go from that to you're all alone. And in the grand scheme of things, nobody gives a shit that you were that sergeant major or that whatever. And it's like, I think, at least for me, that was hard to kind of wrap my head around and get in that headspace to where, like, people should respect me because I had 1,000 paratroopers that would do whatever the hell I wanted, at the drop of a hat. But at the same time, they have to do what I want them to do because I'm the sergeant major. I'm in the Army, and, it's different. And out here, it's more about, like what I've, again, I think we kind of talked about it yesterday, but I think another piece to my transition that I think would help guys like me is if you get out of that us versus them mentality.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, like, a lot of guys who have been in the shit, Think if you were what infantry guys call pogues or low density, or you didn't see what they saw, then you got nothing to complain about, nothing's wrong. But like we talked earlier, pain is relative. And at the end of the day, everybody deserves respect. Everybody deserves the best that you can give them. And in the Army, the best that you can give them is being that hard ass and being that sounding board and being that guy that keeps it all together. But out here, the best that you can give them sometimes is just a, hey, how are you? You know, how's your day? How you been? You know, a nice smile. And for a guy like me, just smiling at somebody is kind of like, it's hard. Because like, I can't even fathom now when I see senior leaders' pictures, they're all smiling in them and shit. You know, like in my world, that was like a no-go. Like you don't do that. But at the end of the day, if you're doing that now, I'm sure, you know, maybe they're understanding the transition better now. But I just say for guys like me, man, like the most important part for me with my transition is that I have a family that is my rock, that have been there ever since I were, you know, whenever. But when I've been that asshole or when I am that asshole, they call me out on it, you know? And not in a, hey, daddy, you're being but hey, daddy. Like my girls, if they see me kind of going into that A-type kind of direct, like, because we don't think about it, man. Like a guy like me or you, if I'm talking to some kid that's working at Burger King, in the grand scheme of things, all that kid's seeing some big mean looking dude just going through, talking through him, you know, and that's not any way to be. But if you're like a sergeant major in the Army or platoon sergeant, you get out, whatever, and you're still that guy, then those around you are just going to suffer from it. And then nobody's going to like you, for one.
Yeah.
But two, you're just going to be miserable, man. And like Derek Carver, guy we were talking about, he's the one that kind of really, him and Bobby helped me get out of that us versus them, because in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter what you've done, what you did in the Army, what you did in the Marines, whatever. As long as whatever you did that you said you were going to do, you did, you should be 100% proud of it. And what guys like me have to understand is my idea of living on 100 is being out on the ground, patrolling, waiting for bad guys to shoot at me, you know, or get blown up. But, you know, a S2 intel guy, their idea of living on 100 is being in the skiff, waiting for 107 rockets to come in and constantly dealing with all the, you know, whatever it is. It's not about, I think what really jacks us up from war and deployment more than, I mean, as far as like just us as a human is the, you know, I guess with all that, man, like the transition piece is just do what I did or am doing and try to figure out what makes you happy and do you, man, and be honest with yourself. And I think too, being transparent will help you too.
Yeah, your wife and your best friend Cavazos sat you down, had a come to Jesus intervention, and you told, you know, and they told you straight, this ain't you. You need to talk to somebody. What did it take for the two people closest to you to get through where nobody else could?
Because, well, number one, when C told me I was jacked up, I knew I had to be jacked up because he's more jacked up than me. And, you know, he told me, he's like, dude, don't lose Diane. Don't let this take her from you, man. Because I think he knew too that, like, I wouldn't survive that. I don't think I would, dude. And then her piece on it was, that's not the man she married and that's not her kid's father. You know, the asshole, the mean, just like, you know, Dylan, when you were going through it, everything just sets you off and like, you know,
just
like
a firecracker waiting to go off.
Yeah, and we're scary when we're like that, you know. So I don't ever want to be that guy, you know.
And I'll tell you too, is is men of the house. I mean, I don't think we realize sometimes how much we set the tone in our house. So when we come home and we're in a bad mood,
Oh yeah.
the whole house is on pins and needles. Sometimes we don't even see it. And I remember when I started really spiraling, man, and then when I fixed myself and then, would go back and talk to my kids, I didn't realize the damage I was doing in my house, man, because it's our normal, right? I'm just the angry guy, just angry every day, but I don't realize how much I'm affecting everybody in my house. Like, I wake up in a bad mood, it sets their whole day off.
Yeah.
My wife has a bad day at work, kids have a bad day, and it's this, tumbling spiral until, I finally realized. I remember one time, I went and got myself fixed and I was doing better, and not to talk about myself at all, but my son dropped a plate and it was loud. And I remember, the old me, I would have gone off. And I remember my son like jumped because he was
ready
for impact.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, hey dude, it's cool. But I remember thinking in my head, like, how much of a monster have I been in my house? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But see, again, with that, dude, I think the important thing to say with that too is, just like me, man, and I know you are too, like, I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I don't want to be that guy to my family, and I want to be, I want to be here for my grandkids. I want to be here for my family. But the key to it is I want to. Nobody else can do it for me. And I think one of the big problems we have too, man, is like, I could reach out to one of my guys right now that's hurting and be like, hey, man, you need to go do this.
Yeah.
And go to this.
Not as I do.
And he's going to do it.
But
But is it really going to help him? Is he doing it for him? Or is he doing it because I told him to? And me and a couple of my buddies got to learn that the hard way with one of our buddies that he got into a place here, one of the first dudes to get kicked out. And he wound up drinking himself to death. And he was one of those guys that, wouldn't get, do anything for him.
Yeah, I've heard you say it a lot in the last couple hours, man. You've talked about suicides and so-and-so's not here and this guy's not here. And, as we're getting older in the tooth and we're becoming, hyper aware of, the veteran community, man. I think a lot of guys for a long time were afraid to talk about suicide and like, hey, bro, are you going to kill yourself? Like we would never. So we would talk around like, hey, man, are you okay?
Yeah, but we wouldn't talk.
Yeah. Are you having a bad day? You know what I mean? Now I go straight to the chase, like, because there's so many things out there, so many different things that weren't around even 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. There's just, everybody's trying to help.
And dude, and if you've had that thought,
you're not the only one.
You're not the only one. And just because you've had that thought doesn't mean it has to end you, man. Like you're saying, there's so many things out there that we can do now, but the key to it, man, is, I'm just going to say it from an old guy that's had a lot of soldiers, is if the guy or gal is not wanting to fix themselves for them, nothing's ever going to change. And I think that's, again, that's the hard part when you're young, is the ownership piece of it, because you got to own it, man. You got to know that, like, I think if I would have been 30 years older in my 20s dealing with the stuff I was dealing with my wife and kids a few years ago, ain't no telling what the hell would happen. Me and my wife probably wouldn't be together and all, but I knew that, them coming with me and, I went to this therapist and the therapist told me, she had me crying the first, hour or whatever. And I told her I was there, because of my friend, my wife and on, and she was like, I want you to come back next week, but don't come back if you're not coming back for you. And it took me a minute to understand. I almost didn't come back either. And I was like, well, in the grand scheme of things, it's just like being a leader in the Army. You have to own your own soul, your own psyche, your own body, and nobody can fix it but you. Everybody's there to help you.
Yeah, but if you don't want the help, it doesn't matter. I struggle a lot with dudes that are alcoholics, man. Alcoholics are a unique breed.
Oh, yeah, dude.
And I struggled with one. My uncle destroyed my family before he finally took his own life with alcohol, and it was a long, long thing, and it's something I struggled with. And, I went and got help. We were talking about off camera, and I came back cheering, right? Hey, everybody needs to do this. And then I would take time, like hours, talking to dudes. It was about Ibogaine. And then I realized that some dudes just really wanted to talk. They didn't really want to fix themselves. I'd hear these guys tell everybody, oh, I would die for my family. I would die for my wife. It's like, I'm always asking, like, bro, would you change? Like, are you willing to, are you so afraid to change that, you talk about you die for these people, but would you change for your family? And I had to struggle with some people, dude. And I finally realized they were taking so much energy. They didn't really want to help. They just want to talk about it. Yeah. And that's kind of where I check out sometimes, man, because, I hate to say it. We can't save everybody.
No,
I can't personally, right? I think, as a group, we can all also save more.
We can save more, but we can't save them all.
Yeah. And to your point, man, like I really try with people, but the moment I realize they're not vested in saving themselves, I'm out, man.
Yeah. Cause it doesn't matter what you do, your time and effort are going to be null and void. And that's the piece, man. I push that to all these. I'm like, dude, you got to want to do it for you. Like I said, when we talked before, man, like people always ask me, what's your goal? I'm like, I just want to be a happy old guy.
Yeah.
Not Clint Eastwood off Gran Torino, not the angry old vet, just a happy old guy. And the only way you can do that is if you learn to love yourself. And I'm not there yet, but I'm trying to get there. Like I want to wake up in the morning and feel like, that if it makes sense, like there's no, like where I don't have a single thought about anything other than what I'm doing for that day.
Yeah.
And
that's what Ibogaine really gave me, bro. Yeah. I remember I was never present. I think the military conditioned us, and even in my civilian career as well. It's always the next thing, the next deployment, the next training, the next promotion, the next PCS, the next whatever, the next operation, the next training exercise. And I spent so much of my life and my career focusing on what was next. I was missing, it's like you're so focused on the destination, you're missing the whole ride.
You're missing the ride, dude.
And, and I would tell, people out there that are struggling that have made, every excuse of why they can't stop drinking or why they won't, go do Ibogaine or whatever else it is, man. Excuses sound good to the people that make them. Like your family deserves better. Your friends deserve better. Go help yourself. And we live now. Bro, you can go to a horse ranch. You can go to a rehab center. You can do psychedelics. You can do now there really is no excuse other than, you're stubborn or your pride. You can't, swallow your pride. You're afraid what other people are going to think of you. But man, that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Well, with that, man, it's like at the end of the day, man, it's not a freaking junk measuring contest. It's not any of that. It's like, and again, it doesn't matter what you did in the military, man. Just be proud of what you did. But at the end of the day, that pain, that weight, that everything, nothing's ever going to get better if you're not willing to do it for yourself. And it's like, it's kind of contradictory to what the Army teaches you, because when you're in the military, you serve everything but yourself. But in order to survive in this world and to be a productive member of society and a good family man and everything, is you have to learn to love this, man, because if you don't, those around you are going to suffer from it.
Oh, and Leroy Petrie had something interesting to say about that. Go ahead and.
Yeah, well, like Leroy said, I was going to speak about the burden of decision making in combat, and talk about a kid making the bad, like we talked about earlier. But like Leroy Petrie said, he's like, we're the best advocates for everybody else but ourselves, and it's the truth, man. Like it's easy for me or you to go help somebody because it makes us feel good. We do love them. And we know we got the assets to do it. But the hardest thing that you or I can do is say, hey, man, I need to do this for me. Like, I get it. It's hard, man, but you have to get in that mindset. And like I said, I'm still not where I need to be transition-wise, but I'm learning. And we're all trying.
Man, you're on a great path, bro. I'm excited. We're towards the end, man. I actually had a million other questions. We didn't get to all of them, but that's how it goes, man. That's how I know we've had a good interview. I want to just talk just about your wife and your kids. They're so important to you. I just want to make sure that, we don't skip over that. What is it that you want to tell your wife, who's been with you for the last 33 plus years, who's been with you the ups and downs and has been your rock? There's There's no ifs, ands, or buts that came out in every single phone call we've had, our prep. What do you want to tell Diane?
And, like, she knows it, man, but she's the reason I'm here. She's my everything. And, like, I didn't truly understand soulmate, but like literally our souls are linked, man. And you know, I never got to publicly thank her until I finally was getting ready to retire and I did my change of responsibility speech. But you know, people forget that sometimes the hardest fight is with the family, you know, not even just the weight that they carry. And then, you know, like when you're a guy like me and you got little kids and they see you all jacked up and then you keep going back. But what I would say to my wife, and she knows it, is like, I wouldn't be here without her. I wouldn't be the man I am without her. And, you know, like truly where I'm at in my life, dude, I've told her, like, I'd be one of those, like, if she died tomorrow, I'd probably mourn myself to death, man. I wouldn't be able to survive it, you know, like a dog or something. Because, like, legitimately, man, like, we're, like, she has supported me in every single thing I've ever done. Like, she gets mad at me, obviously, you know, but, like, you know, when stuff got hard and I was doing those harder deployments and all, and she knew it. The only thing she wanted me to do was focus on that, you know, just stay in that fight. I got this. And then, like with this, me coming on this, she was so happy and proud of me for doing it.
So awesome, bro.
And like, even talking this right here, I've never really talked like this in public about, but like her and my girls, like I said, man, my girls are like my biggest fans, which is awesome. I'm their biggest fan. Like, we're close as shit. I mean, hell, I could show you, we got a family text thread. They call it Poops and Toots. But every day the girls are just throwing stuff on there, you know, funny stuff. And Fern, my grandbaby's always on there. But yeah, man, like, that's, for me, with everything I've been through in my life, my saving grace has been her. Because, like I said, man, she makes me the version of me that I want to be, if that makes sense.
No, it makes great sense.
Yeah.
You got 3 beautiful daughters, man.
Mm-hmm.
I know we were like juggling when we were going to be able to do this. You got another grandkid coming. What do you want to tell your daughters, dude?
That, you know, if you guys watch this, y'all will see some stuff, hear stuff you haven't heard. But, you know, I'd say it to everybody out there that my girls are tough as crap. They've got to live a life that a lot of kids don't get to live, but also a lot of kids do get to live. And the kids that are like them understand that this world's not what everybody else thinks it is. But, you know, even after the crap that I put them through my military career, the one thing that they all know, and they still know now, is that even if I would have died over there, they would have been proud of me. They would have hated it. But they know that's what I was supposed to be doing. And my girls know that no matter what I did in my life, Army, anything, that they were always number one. But what they always told me too is the family, when I went off to war or went to combat, that's all they wanted me to focus on. And I did. And, you know, my girls suffered. Like I said, Cassie, when she went to college, one of her first papers was about when I got wounded. I'll have to find that and give it to you, man. It's pretty powerful. And like the memory she has, because she was only, I think, 5 or 6. But I'm so damn proud of them all because they're great ladies. They all pick good men. You know, like my 2 son-in-laws, I can't, you know, as a dad for your daughters to pick a guy, I mean, I'm glad the route they went. Just put it that way. I'm proud of both of the kids. And then KK.
You talk a lot about them off camera as well.
Yeah. And then KK, my youngest, you know, she's engaged to be married. She's mini me. Like we're the Call of Duty. We still play Call of Duty every day when we can. You know, we do all that stuff. And she's engaged to be married, but I'm trying to keep her as long as I can. But Christopher knows she's still always going to be, you know, but No, man, that's the other thing too, man, is like for a guy like me with them to like chill is me. Like my oldest daughter is me. Like I've seen her like at concerts, grab people and be like, what are you, she's hardcore. And to see her as the mother she is with Fern, I see my wife, and it's like, it's so cool because I see Chill with, my grandbaby Fern, and Fern is Chill's everything. And that was what she was to us. And I guess long story short for the girls, they know how much I love them, but I want everybody to know that without them or my wife, this guy wouldn't exist. And as a father, man, your kids make you such a better man.
Oh yeah.
And all you want is to make sure they're okay,
Yeah.
and to see them succeed. And that's where they're at right now. And I'm proud of them. And, I tell you, because like I said, I didn't talk to my mom. Like, I think the key to success as a parent, especially after the crap we've been through, is if they still want to be a part of your life.
No,
And
that's massive.
yeah, man.
Last couple questions. You say it flat. I generally try to watch my mouth, but I'm not going to on this one. Nobody owes you a fucking thing, dude. And you volunteered. I volunteered.
Yeah.
Nobody forced us. And there is this thing in this veteran community, dude, from some, not all of us, that think like everybody owes you something. Shit drives me nuts. Everybody wants a discount and, I served this country, you owe me. It's horseshit, dude.
No.
You volunteered for it. You got paid. And some of us had, the best, and you and I talked about this yesterday. The military was the absolute best and worst times.
Yeah.
Lay it out, dude. What do you actually owe and to who?
Well, that's the thing, man. Like in my opinion, what I've learned is the only person you fucking owe anything to is yourself. And the reason I say that is because when you're if you're truly doing your job and you're doing everything right, you're serving everything else but yourself.
I still get uncomfortable, dude, when people are like, thank you for your service. I always say, thanks for paying taxes, dude. We couldn't have done it without you. That's
it makes most of us uncomfortable, but at the same time, they don't know. So I'm just like,
no, and I want to respect the fact that but it's uncomfortable for me.
But that's important that you said that. So it's two things, man, about the veteran community. If an old guy could give any advice and I can't even understand, I can't even wrap my head around what it would be like to be a young kid and do one combat deployment and get out of the military. I can't wrap my head around that. So I don't, I can never say I understand where you're at, but I also know that if you understand and you know, and you go through life knowing that nobody owes you a fucking thing, you're going to be okay, man. Because in the grand scheme of things, like you said, we all volunteered. Nobody forced us to do whatever we did, and we got paid and we learned a trade or we learned whatever, and then you can do your time, you get out, you're not, whatever. But at the end of the day, nowhere on any of my documents I signed in the military did it say somebody was going to kiss my ass when I got out.
Amen.
But I will say, I think we talked about this last night in the veteran community, what I think hurt a lot of the younger GWI guys was when it was all raging, there was all these cool things going on and the black rifle and all this stuff. And everybody thought that was going to happen to them when they got out. And it's like, nah, dude, it's not how the world works. If you know that nobody gives a shit, you're going to be okay.
Especially since 84% of, nonprofits are geared towards special forces. So
oh yeah.
If you weren't in special operations,
Yeah. And I'll say one more thing. For civilians out there, man, like we talked about, pain is relative and all, but come on, man. Navy SEALs are not war fighters. I'm sorry. They're not. They're force multipliers, but who are war fighters? You know what I mean? And there's people don't understand that. They think everybody in the military kind of does the same job and does all this. And it's like, no, everybody has a specific mission, a specific reason to doing what they do. And they're good at it. I would never try to do what a Navy SEAL does. Couldn't even imagine what they do or SF or anything. And I'm just an old grunt. But at the end of the day, we all got a mission. It's all important. But when we all get out, it doesn't matter that you were a SEAL. It doesn't matter that I was a CSM. What matters now is that, dude, you did your time honorably. You got your benefits. You got your stuff. You learned a lot. You became who you are. And for like a guy like me, I got a family out of it and everything else. And I know that success in life now is understanding that that's what got me to where I'm at, but that's not what's going to get me to where I'm going, if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense. You've never told your wife or your daughters most of these stories, and you've said sitting down and recalling, some of the stuff is somewhat therapeutic in a way you didn't expect. After all these hours of you and I talking, what does it mean that this is going to exist for them when you're gone?
Like, just to be able to sit here and talk about what we've talked about today and know that they will be able to see it. And I know I talked about a lot of guys and all, but I know I was talking about me too, but how we do.
Yeah.
But I want them to know who I was in the military, but I was always, number one, I was afraid to do what I did earlier, break down in front of them.
Yeah.
But number two, I never wanted to put them in those ugly places.
Yeah.
Like my oldest daughter asked me, I think it was after my second deployment, how many dudes I killed. And I told her none, because I didn't want her to think, in the grand scheme of things, I should have just said, I don't know, we were doing our job, but I was scared. I didn't want my little girl to think, but at the end of the day, all she was wanting to learn and was proud. And she wanted to go tell her friends, my daddy killed a bunch of bad guys, but it's not about that. And still this day, I don't know how many dudes I killed in combat. I'm sure you don't either. Like most of us don't. And I don't really give a shit.
Doesn't fucking
It's
matter.
nothing that matters to me. But at the end of the day, man, what matters is what we're doing right now, man. And, and I did want to bring up one more thing, man. I'm sorry because of my brain, but I did this thing. Two Lamb hooked me up with it. Have you heard of Neuroval Labs? So this guy has a headset and he set up a program in it. It's basically just punching and shooting off a truck and doing different stuff. But he designed it to help bring blood flow back to parts of your brain that you don't use. And he doesn't have it out to anybody. He let me borrow it. We sent it to another guy. But I use this thing and he's about to go live with it in a couple months. But what I will tell you is I was not sleeping at all, hardly. And he told me, he's like, you do this thing 4 times, you're going to sleep. It's going to bring that part of your brain, the blood back to it. And he wasn't wrong, dude. Ever since I've done it, I've been actually been able to go to sleep. And
What's it called again?
Neuro Labs. I'll send you this stuff.
We'll put it in the description.
Yeah, I told him, I think it's awesome. And when he goes live with it, I'll try to support it. And I even had my daughter use it while she had it. But like he said, it's not going to fix PTSD or anything. But what he designed it to do, because he's like a neurologist, is because of the way the colors are and you're doing discriminatory fires and all these hitting things and all, is it's working your mechanics to get your brain to actually focus on different parts that it hasn't before.
Dude, that's dope.
Yeah.
And I think there's all these different tools, right? Psychedelics, counseling, ketamine, yoga, fishing, horses, jujitsu, one thing may speak to one person, another thing is so man, don't be afraid to try. If you've tried 4 things, none of those work, dude, try something else.
Try something else till you find what works for you, man.
Last question, man. To the young person watching this who's never served and never will, who's just trying to figure out how to be a man or a woman or how to finish something hard, what do you want them to take away from this interview, man, and your life, really?
The big takeaway, man, if you could learn anything from what we talked about or seen what I've seen, is that, every day, life, just like the enemy gets a vote, and, you can kick life in the ass, but what I would tell you, what was important for me and what I think made me truly successful is if you say you're going to do something, not if I'm telling him I'm doing it, but if I say I'm going to do something in my head, there's nothing in there that will ever stop me, if that makes sense to you. And when the universe, when the world tells you can't, that don't have to be in your vocabulary. Just persevere, man. Keep pushing. You push through it. Like I said before, man, when I was in the Army, I told guys, you suck it up. You keep pushing, man. You do your job. You do this. Well, now, if you could take care of anything from this, I mean, hell, man, guys, you see me break down a little bit is, leadership is hard, but leading yourself is the hardest thing you can do. And, if you're a young kid watching this, you want to go in the military one day, or you're just a dude trying to figure out manhood, like, the advice I would tell you, man, is, like I said, follow through. And you know this, inside, this. Nobody else knows it like you do. So treat this like it's your weapon, man. Be an expert with what's going on with this here. And, like I said before, man, I'm still working on the transition and figuring it out. But if you take anything away from this, man, for me, it's follow through with what you say you're going to do. Know that, when you become an adult or when you go in the military, like we said, life ain't easy, military ain't easy, nothing you do is easy. But if you have the mindset to where I want to do this, just like when I was a sergeant major, on the front of my battalion, it said "To Fury, that's want to." And I guess now that I think about it, the follow through, but I think the most important thing, because I told this in the Army all the time, is you got to want to. You got to want to be a good leader. You got to want to be a good shooter. You got to want to be a good father. You got to want to be a good father, good husband. You got to want to be whatever it is. You have to want to do it. And if it's truly something that you want to do, you can accomplish anything, man. You just got to do it and follow through. Know that, like, if you're a kid and you go in the military one day, the military needs you. Guys like us respect you. And, not one person can teach you everything. The military can't teach you everything. But what it can do is give you the tools to train yourself to becoming a man or a soldier or a productive member of society, if that makes sense.
Amen. Well, hey, bro, we did another marathon interview, dude, and I didn't even ask you a quarter of the questions that I wanted to, but that's how it goes. I just want to thank you, man. Thank you for willing to be vulnerable, dude, especially in a career field coming from a profession where that's not always super valued. I know you've been through a lot, and for a former command sergeant major from the 82nd to be willing to break down in tears in front of the world, man, and in the hopes that if it can save one person, it's worth it, dude. It means a lot to me and my tribe, dude. And I'm honored to sit across from you, and it's been an awesome getting to know you. And I know this is just the start of we got some other things planned.
Yeah, brother. Well, like I said, I'm honored to be here. I thank you for letting me do this. Like I said, I've talked about stuff I don't think I've ever talked about publicly. And, I think it's important, man, that like my peers out there, man, like, dude, just let the guys know you're human just like they are, man.
Yeah, amen.
We're all hurting.
Everybody out there that's made it this far, especially to the end, it means a lot to me personally. Me and my editor, we spend a lot of time on this production, dude. So thanks for the support. We're just continuing to grow. Please support the show in any way you can. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can just subscribe. It costs you nothing. If you want to actually support the show, we've got merch. You can go to www.thevanguardwall.com. We sell t-shirts and hats, and I've designed stuff that I think is cool that I would wear, and I'm pretty particular. I started a supplement line. 100% of those proceeds directly support this podcast. It allows me to fly people out there and pay for lodging and all the things that I don't really talk about very often. So, you're putting money directly into the show. I don't really take a penny if the few times we've made money on the show, I've donated it to the Coast to Coast. So anyway, man, love you guys. Stay safe, and you can't be safe. Be violent out here.